Hello, happy Friday, and welcome into the NECC. It is week 8, the final week before the playoffs start here for League of Legends. Fish and Dia calling all of our action. We start in Navigators Yellow. We've got two teams, Dia, that have made the playoffs already. Holy Cross and Adrian College, both comfortably in, but they're looking to improve their standings. You see Holy Cross there down at 3 and 4, could potentially maybe move up to that 6th spot. Adrian College, though, Dia is a team that has had some ups and downs this year. Started out 4 and 0, did not drop a single game, and has now lost their last 3, been 2-0 in every single one. They're looking to turn it around and get on the right foot heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, they have had a really rough go of it. Even last week, of course, going down 0-2, but they got the special something something in the draft, and I'm hoping will bring them out on top. They've been pulling out a lot of that Yasuo Diana recently, and I'm hoping that they can do that, and maybe with a little bit more execution against somebody like College of the Holy Cross. Now, on the other side of this, College of the Holy Cross, their roster has been in flux a lot recently, and I think that a big question is how that's going to impact them coming playoffs. For this last week especially, I think it is really important for both of these rosters to demonstrate stability, because inside of the playoffs, any sort of weak mid-game, any sort of lack of identity, any lack of communication really can be extremely punishing.
You nailed it for Holy Cross. For Adrian College, they have a roster that they pretty much run the whole time. Holy Cross, a lot more subs, and you said a lot more in flux. LeBron James coming in. He's going to be their jungler, as you see there. But, of course, everything to me starts with someone who I'm going to say breaks the golden rule of collegiate League of Legends, which is you can never name yourself, Dia, after your one trick, because as soon as you see it in lobby, you immediately say, we know what you're playing, and that's the Collie fans. But surprisingly, we're going to see here in a little bit, the name apparently did not bother Adrian College, and that Akali got through for free.
Yeah, Adrian College seemed to be taking that bet, saying, you know what, I see you're Akali fans, and I raise you, Akali being nerfed recently, so let's see if we can get ourselves a nice matchup up in that top lane. Of course, as we can be expecting, it's going to be a pretty high-action top lane, given, or rather, all things considered. A lot of times we see a lot more bruisery matchups that like to chill until the later game, and later game really is going to be it seems, for Holy Cross, but Adrian have a fair bit of scaling themselves, as we will very quickly come to realize that Akali is going to be met with a Mundo in the top lane, who is pretty darn hard to kill.
One thing that's really interesting, you see it in the first 3 bans there, and trust me, it's going to stay that way for Holy Cross on the blue side, is they targeted down Smirkins. That bot lane for Adrian College, the Englishman and Smirkins, is their early game win condition. They rarely ever lose a lane. Multiple support bans going their way, so if that bot lane of Cardtrip and Breebrit isn't able to get the job done, that's a huge shot to Holy Cross, because they spent all of their draft resources trying to shut down Smirkins.
You know what? And that's the really weird thing, is that I look at this Akali and I go, okay, you want resources, but so does the opposite side of the map. So already, before the 0-0-0 mark on the Rift, we've already got LeBron James on the Hecarim put into a difficult position in terms of his pathing. Whereas on the other side, Homeless has a lot easier of a time. This is a Diana. Diana, especially in conjunction with Yasuo, wants to farm to 6, group up with Yasuo, and commit murder across the Rift. It's a very straightforward game plan for them, and it's one they're going to try over and over again with that Misfortune locked in to layer damage over the top. College of the Holy Cross have a lot of what I'll call barrier of execution to live up to, and that would be making me nervous were I come into a matchup that I supposed was even.
But one thing I will say that I really do like for College of the Holy Cross is that Hecarim and Kassadin. If you ever wanted to pick a comp in the jungle mid that can match a Diana Yasuo roam, it's probably those two. You have the speed of the Hecarim, you have the Rift Walk from Kassadin. They're going to be able to meet that Diana and Yasuo if they want to go top lane, if they want to go bot lane, they want to fight over a dragon or a Rift Scuttle. I think, as you mentioned, though, for LeBron James, his pathing is going to be very, very hard. We assume that bot lane probably favoring Adrian College with the Englishman and Smirkins. So now where does LeBron James go? Does he try and get Akali ahead in that top lane against the Mundo, who can usually just take a lot of poke? Does he try and help his Kassadin, who is very, very frail until you hit level 6? I'm very curious how LeBron James wants to handle this Hecarim, where he's going to go. Is he ganking just to relieve pressure, or is he going to try and gank to get some kills and get his lanes ahead early?
What I'd really like to see is ganking to get some kills, and specifically have it be around that bot lane. Akali, her impact is going to be pretty darn similar whether she gets a single or even 2 kills on Mundo or not. It's got to be a self-made top lane, because your impact is really going to move just a little bit based on whether she gets kills or not. Vayne, on the other hand, I feel like is your win condition for this composition, and you pick it pretty darn early on, considering when Vaynes start to come in. Of course, it is kind of last for Holy Cross, and they waited quite a while. But even so, relying on somebody to play Vayne, trusting Breebird in this case to be the one to pilot that has to come with the trust of we're going to give you the income early on and see if you can in fact outplay, because getting this Vayne going early is the one thing that can really let you dodge out on a lot of big problems in the late game in the form of that Diana and Yasuo. All that focus is going to be on Vayne, but you've got to be the ones to bring it there, or she's just going to get pooped on once Diana and Yasuo hit that level 6 and move on. It is going to be an interesting one. While we wait, of course, for Fish to resume, I know that he's making wonderful points on the other side. However, an important thing to watch for, say, Adrian College in this case will be based around their jungle mid that we talked about and their bot lane, because you've got the chance to punish College of the Holy Cross as Adrian, just in case College of the Holy Cross is paying a little bit more attention to that top lane. Your Misfortune, your Nautilus laying down vision, I think hopefully with the help of Homeless, should be able to cover themselves in a really nice way. You get a stealth ward down, you can apply a lot of pressure to a Vayne Karma comp or bot lane that is otherwise pretty low on poke. You should be good.
I'm good. Cool. I'm back. There we go. Everything should be fixed. I appreciate you, Dio, holding it down, making some excellent points. And I'm really curious. I think the one thing we kind of talked about a little bit for Adrian College is how do you approach this game, Dia, knowing you're in the playoffs, but you've lost your last 3? Do you try and go with something you're going to play in playoffs? Do you try and go something crazy to at least get a win? I mean, how do you handle being in the playoffs, but struggling a lot recently and not when you go in playoffs kind of feeling down about yourself?
I like the way that they've started it off, because it's all about that straightforward approach about picking things that are easy to execute. And I don't know if that's Adrian College's secret to success, because they've had the Diana Yasuo before. They've tried a lot of different things with it. Last week pulling in something like the Kled, and I feel like the way that Adrian has progressed has been saying, okay, well, we've got the Diana Yasuo and we like playing around that. How far away can we branch? And figuring out that they can't actually play that many self-sustaining things. It needs to be a composition focused around the team fight. So this is going to be a really big test for them, because at least in game 1, they've got a composition that is all about that team fight. And if this doesn't work, then they're in a really, really sticky situation, because at that point, you just don't know which direction to go in. And it's going to have to be taken serious or game by game.
And I think it's interesting, as you pointed out, Adrian College, they have that team fight comp. College of the Holy Cross is more of that pick comp. The Akali's going to want to try and look to get on your backline, probably land on the Misfortune. So is the Cassidid. So I really would like to see Adrian College group up, force fights around objectives, especially, as you said, once that Yasuo and Diana hit level 6, you can force a lot of fights. And I would love to see that for College of the Holy Cross. They come in probably is the slight underdog here. I would love to see Akali fans pop off. I think when you first pick Akali, when you name yourself after Akali, there is so much pressure to have a very good match. And into Mundo, it can be hard, because once Mundo hits 6, he's just simply not dying unless that Akali wants to go aggressive, and probably have to bring Ignite Teleport to be able to have the kill potential and also have that roaming potential, because in the top lane, you can't get bought very quickly on an Akali.
Yeah, I think that such a big part of this is going to be whether the fact that it's been denied so often in competitive play. Akali fans hasn't actually had the chance to touch Akali for quite a long time, because it consistently gets banned out. Name, like you talked about, translates into bans. And now that you finally get to pick it up in coordinated play, a big question for me is, can you actually manage this assassin in the way that you would hope to into this composition? Because your real target is going to be somebody like the Misfortune in the backline, drawing a lot of attention back for Adrian College, away from your front line and into peeling you off of MF. And if you can pull that off, then honestly, you completely shift your chances of winning this game into your favor. But it's really hard to pull off when everybody from Adrian College knows that that's exactly what you're trying to do. And a big question for us here is, can College of the Holy Cross be all on the same page here, playing with an assassin that they haven't gotten a chance to play with all season?
I'm curious if we end up maybe seeing this Akali in the mid lane. Now that we're in game, Kassadin's roaming up top lane. I wonder if the plan for College of the Holy Cross is we're going to first pick Akali, and we'll let Akali fans tell us, do you like your top matchup or do you like your mid matchup? I know the stats say Akali is slightly favored. I think it's 52-48 against Yasuo in terms of win rate. So interestingly enough, we're actually going to get the Kassadin up in the top lane. It will be the Akali mid, which I'm not sure if Adrian College was ready for.
No, I mean, there's no way for them to sniff this out. The teleport is always going to go on Kassadin, so they wouldn't have seen this inside of the load screen. And now, well, you get a little bit of free time for Kassadin, and you shift your priorities really well. I think this is an awesome adaptation from College of the Holy Cross, because the identity crisis that they had earlier of do we bring Hecarim top or do we bring him bot now gets solved. Mid lane is constantly something that your jungler can pay attention to, and LeBron James should be unlocked to pay a lot more attention into that southern end of the rift.
Esquan getting very aggressive for this Kassadin, but I like this matchup as well because Kassadin pre-6 really struggles to clear waves. You're very frail, so I also like the let's get away from Yasuo, who can 100-0 you basically from level 2. I do like that double lane swap there as we do get a hook and a root onto card trip, but so far not a lot of damage being put out here from either side.
We will need this mid lane to explode, however. If you're giving this into a favorable matchup for the Akali, you've got to be getting ahead in CS, you've got to be getting ahead in kills, whether that's now or whether it's later. Right now, though, action in the bot lane.
Sauce going to go into Bribe forced to flash away. Smirkins now has to flash out as well, but the level 2 on this Nautilus of Misfortune is huge. This Vayne got to be careful, barely dodging the bounce from the Q, but luckily staying alive. You see a dredge line waiting to be lined up here, Dia.
Smirkins has been doing really well on these. Cartrip is in range to be hooked, but a really nice threading of the needle onto Breeburn. Nets them first blood, seemingly out of nowhere. A kill in the 2v2 is exactly what Misfortune Nautilus is built for, but it is exactly what you would hope to avoid by picking the Karma Vayne.
The Smirkins just predict that tumble, by the way. Looked like he landed the dredge line mid-tumble. What a fantastic play. We get Homeless up in the top lane, wants to try and find this Kassadin, and unfortunately not able to land an ability. And this is huge for Adrian College. 5 bans went out. Hold on, we'll hold that thought. Never mind. Flash away from Diana there. Safe. 5 bans onto Smirkins. Still gets first blood. That is excellent play from that support.
Really amazing as Adrian College start to take off. Maybe this is the start of their return to glory. They've managed to take advantage of the fact that LeBron James moved up towards this top side, didn't get anything for it. Homeless flashing does not matter right now. A flashless Diana at level 4 is still going to have plenty of time to get up to that level 6 mark, and as long as the top side of Adrian College can play safe, this Misfortune Nautilus gets to continue doing exactly what it wants, which is bullying the heck out of this Vayne Karma.
Gecko taking a decent bit of damage, but I don't think there's much this Kassadin can do pre-6 to really punish it, especially without the Ignite, as you mentioned. Teleport usually the go-to. We see LeBron James down in the bot side, but back from the Adrian College bot lane. Here we go. Akali fan's gonna go in, put the Shroud down, and a couple of its auto attacks off, but Yasuo's shield plus Wind Wall is gonna block a majority of that damage.
Yeah, that 5-point strike canceled out there. Got to be something that Akali fans was expecting, but still, because of that favorable trade, we've got that big CS lead that's starting to accumulate, and with the wave pushing into Akali fans right now, you call this a win for College of the Holy Cross. Based on the way that they tried to assign the lanes earlier, it's definitely paid off for them, and for Akali fans specifically, this is their win condition, and they got to pay attention to it, but they got to not die in the bot lane.
Oh, everybody's here. Looks like everyone will call the bluff. Smirkins won't find the dredge line. But here comes the Akali fans. Potentially looking for a shuriken flip. Does get spotted out by the Rift Scuttle there. Nice stun with the ward onto Homeless, but there's no follow-up, unfortunately. Great condemn from Bribe ID, but unfortunately nothing comes from it.
Now we're just a little bit away from the level 6s right now for College of the Holy Cross, specifically in the mid and the top lane, and once those are hit, that's when it becomes do or die time for Akali fans, whether it be on your mid laner, whether it be on the jungler. If you're hunting down Homeless, a kill is a kill, and you've got to get going. It's going to be bolstered by the fact they pick up the Infernal Dragon right now, a nice bit of pressure for them with the early roam that we had from Akali fans and the pressure that he had in that mid lane, but it's got to turn into a little bit more than intimate. It's got to turn into something tangible, something economic for them to work with.
Speaking of economic, Interesting here for LeBron James, bringing the Predator on Hecarim. One of those very interesting keystones that on paper it looks like it makes sense. But when you're jungling Hecarim, you have to get boots for Predator to work. He has not backed yet, so the longer he waits, he's finally backing. He basically was wasting that keystone for the first 6 minutes. Now I expect him to pick up boots, but that's going to set him back. He actually full upgrades Lucidity boots on the back to make that Predator worth it. A very interesting choice early on for Hecarim, who hasn't had much impact so far in this game besides that Dragon.
I appreciate that he's trying it, and it's, again, gonna be something that he links up with Akali fans, picking up the Predator to be able to chain gank this, to be able to make this mid lane worth your while. There's a problem developing this whole time, though. As much as you want to try and inject gold into your mid lane, that bot lane from early on, the tragedy still continues, and it's getting even greater as Breebird falls further and further behind in farm. It's up to almost a 1,000 gold lead for Adrian College, out of doing almost nothing but just straight up winning the 2v2.
Oh, this is a great invade from NECC and Homeless. We'll see if it pays off. The Blast Cone has been taken out. Hecarim will have Flash. They actually didn't see him on the Gromp somehow. I don't know how they missed that. They did put a ward down, so they'll know exactly where he is. But that looked a lot scarier on paper for College of the Holy Cross than it ended up being.
Yeah, when you look at the mini-map, you're like, oh, I think that this could be a pretty dangerous situation. I think LeBron James did a really good job of just being aware of where Homeless was. Hasn't caused too many ripples on the map just yet, but being able to play with the effective range of the aggression on the Gromp, there we go. I was able to pull it up near the bush, avoid vision just barely. Now, again, I keep saying it needs to start getting aggressive because College of the Holy Cross, yes, they've got scaling, but even sooner than that, Adrian College would come online with the team fight. This is not the gank that you wanted.
Fortunately, Hecarim not level 6, so he did not have that fear. The wind wall just broke the Shuriken toss, and you alluded to it, Dia. There's so much pressure on LeBron James because, yes, your lanes aren't losing besides bot lane, which is something we expected. But your Cassidy and Akali are just farming. They're not getting kills, and these assassins need that gold input to be able to get a pick onto Misfortune, get through the Nautilus. So if we're not getting any picks right now, I think College of the Holy Cross is losing this game a lot more than just 1,000 gold deficits. Akali fans is going to notice the Nautilus coming in, will land the Shuriken, toss, Dredge is going to go out, a turret shot will come in, perfect execution is going to be used, and they immediately take down Smirk as they have the recast on the R2. There it is, plus the Ignite. Shigane's dropping low, but will survive, and Akali fans showing off why they picked that name and why they're so good on this champion.
Got Homeless coming up behind, though, and you can answer this back. No mobility on the Akali. Flash still available for right now. We'll see if it gets used as Teleport brings someone else in.
Oh, bullet time rips them apart. A great play by Adrian College. They bait in the teleport. They bait in the recast on the Shuriken flip. We've seen it time and time again, Dia. That bullet time is so insane. And when you stand in it, it does quite a lot of damage.
And we saw right there the start of the Diana Yasuo as well. It was into the last breath that held everybody inside of that bullet time for the full duration. This is the power of Adrian College. And as we hit the 9-minute mark, as everybody hits those level 6s, it is now fully online. Once those first items come in, this only gets more and more deadly, and nobody, I say nobody on College of the Holy Cross can actually survive that combination if it's landing with the Diana.
Echo looks like, whoa, what a great flash, plus the spell immune on the passive, avoids the gank. And there's just nothing College of the Holy Cross can do. They have to force picks, they have to force kills, but now without a teleport, without an ignite on their Akali, I don't know where they're going to get picks, as Homeless is just going to roam mid and try and stop Akali from making a play out of their Yasuo.
You get plenty of time as this Diana now as well. No dragon up. Rift Herald not prioritized by Adrian College, though it is spotted out by Gecko. Does burn the ultimate to try and get out alive. You think he'll be able to do it here? He is Mundo.
He's making progress, but I think the Kassadin, interesting flash there from LeBron James. I think he wanted to knock him back in. I like that play, but the Kassadin damage plus the silence, just too much. And interesting, Adrian College started roaming up to deny that Rift Herald, but now they're going to go back bot lane. Rift Herald just gets fully disengaged. I think College of the Holy Cross needed that. They needed that gold from the plates onto one of their carries. They need to stop taking these fights, because LeBron James nearly walks into the 4-man bush from Adrian College, but gets scared away.
It's scary because you say they need to stop taking the fights, but it is just as Dragon spawns that they and we both realize that. And College of the Holy Cross are going to have to give up the second Dragon of the game, this Ocean, going over to Adrian College moments from now. We pop back in. It's going to be Rift Herald for Drake, and the economic advantage going to College of the Holy Cross, but it's during the time when Adrian College are the most strong, and arguably, this should be a net zero game for College of the Holy Cross.
I'm curious if they'll drop it mid or top. Is Shigan's forced to flash away from this Akali? Didn't even have the Ignite up. The Rift Herald will finally fall. Homeless will clear out that ward. We do get a Cloud Soul deal, which isn't really best case for either team. It's probably the worst case for College of the Holy Cross, especially with the Cassidon basically wasting that ult cooldown you'd get from the Cloud Dragon. But I don't think either team is too bummed about seeing, well, a lot considered to be the lowest priority Dragon for the rest of the game.
And I would say Adrian College, if anything, they're the happiest because the ultimate cooldown for them is exactly what their team fights are based around. Things like the Yasuo and the Diana. Couple that with, of course, the hold on, waiting for the gank.
Homeless is there. We might get a 2v2, but I think they realized something was up. Whenever a Yasuo runs away, you know he has backup because no Yasuo runs from a fight. So they are going to just fully disengage. No, I think you're right. I think especially with the movement speed that Mundo's going to get, so its Gecko can just kind of run down Bree D. I think that Adrian College is as pumped as anybody, and College of the Holy Cross is really probably hoping for a Mountain Soul to make their assassins a bit more tanky. They just need to make a play in this bot lane. This difference between the Englishman and Bree D is just getting bigger and bigger. We're almost up to 20 CS now at the 12-minute mark, not to mention the 2 kills.
I love that you call that out as well because, a lot of people would look at this game state and go, Adrian College are running this right now. And that's absolutely true. In a 5v5 team fight, at this point in the game, they win every single time. But they're choosing instead to constantly be moving back to the sidelines into their original lane assignments and letting College of the Holy Cross start to scale up more and more. If you can get this Hecarim into the bot lane, you can pull the trigger on a dive, and you can and will kill the likes of this Misfortune. Even through all of the Nautilus peel, there's simply not enough damage to contest a 3v2, and Adrian College are not making proactive moves. It needs to be College of the Holy Cross.
Yeah, I want to see this Akali start roaming. I want to see this Cassidon who's just taking cleaver after cleaver in the top lane. I want to see them go bot lane. Summoners are almost up. Cassidon will have teleport here in about 20-30 seconds. Maybe that's when they look to make a play. You can see 2 Mythics have already been finished for Adrian College. We've got the Rocket Belt. We've got the Eclipse on the Misfortune. Nothing finished so far for College of the Holy Cross. They have just been farming as much as they can, but you look across the board and CS favors Adrian College. They've got 10 CS lead in the bot lane. Look at that top lane, almost 30 Dia for that Mundo over the Cassidon.
We've got 2 minutes until this next dragon spawns, and that is where you'll really see it matter as well, as College of the Holy Cross will be unable to contest that without losing their lives. However, towers still falling, or close to falling, in this top lane, as its Gecko does have to back away for just a moment. Even pops the ultimate for that little bit of health regen.
We talked about this a while ago when the Dragon got traded for the Rift Herald. We said, oh, that's an economic gain for College of Holy Cross. They never used Rift Herald when plates are up. They lost that huge chunk of gold because all the towers, I think, are full health. They all had 5 plates on them. That Rift Herald is going to get now very, very limited value, if any value at all, for College of Holy Cross. They gave up a second Dragon for it, didn't even fight over it.
Kill these guys. Wait, kill these guys. You win this every time. This 2v2 is yours, but Adrian College, once again, not pulling the trigger, are starting to worry me, as Homeless is actually going to get taken pretty low. No last breath to follow this up, and Akali fans dismantles of folks in this mid lane, has backup on the way as well.
Knight plus the Shuriken flip. Akali fans gets the double kill. No, you're right, Dia. They win that every time. I think the problem is, as we finally get our Rift Herald, I think Adrian College was like, well, we don't want to worry about the karma. We want to kill the Akali fans. They were waiting for Moonlight to land on Akali fans to activate the Lunar Rush, and they just never were able to land the Crescent Strike to be able to burn down Akali. You just got to take that fight, no matter who you landed onto.
I think we're starting to see the problems that Adrian College have been having in the last couple of games as well, because we don't get to see every single game of theirs, but this one is a real eye-opener because we've been talking about the tempo they have, we've been talking about the power that they have, and even just there, they fail to recognize when they can use it. A pick is a pick is a pick. A 1v2 is always going to be, or almost always going to be, a beneficial situation. In this game, it is really important during the next 10 minutes, Adrian College use their advantage to get as many dragons and team fights as possible, because if we hit 25 minutes and the gold is as close as it is right now, College of the Holy Cross, they're going to be the ones that start to win with the scaling of that Vayne, with the scaling of the Cassidy, and with the Akali, who's already 3-1.
Yeah, the Akali is just going to explode your misfortune, but right now we're going to get what looks to be a free dragon for Adrian College. Both top laners have teleport up. Akali fans looking for a way in. Either top laner looking too keen to join the fight. Dragon now dropping under 2,000. LeBron James does have flash if he wants to go over the wall, plus a blast cone. And now he's going to go charging in. Dragon dropping low. Dragon's going to land onto LeBron James.
Nice.
Power Trip gets the first one. Dragon goes over to Adrian College to gains. Looking for a pick onto Akali fans. Then they go flash in. 5-point strike. Picks up one. Shuriken flip. Not going to land. Trying to kite out the Yasuo, who will flash on top and get taken down by this Vayne. It's a 3 for 2. But in the end, Adrian College gets the Dragon to make things pretty even.
Okay, even is still favoring College of the Holy Cross, I will say, and so this tower going over would be an important part of making, at least in the last couple minutes, really favor Adrian College. They get that little bit of extra gold that comes with first tower, and Englishman is going to be able to hold on to his own tower inside of this bot lane. So, still, a beneficial trade, I would say, for College of the Holy Cross, but one that Adrian College don't lose entirely. Still, this gold injection onto Vayne is the thing that really, really scares me. We've got a 3-1 Akali, a 2-1 Vayne, and right now, these team fights are slowly but surely going to start shifting over the next 10 minutes into the favor of College of the Holy Cross.
Holy Cross will lose card trip there with a great dredge line. Akali fans trying to walk away. Well, sure could flip to safety. And something I noticed in that team fight, that I think probably spelled the demise for Adrian College is they just kind of inted after Akali fans. They could have gone after that Vayne who was right in the middle of the fight, but Yasuo ran after Akali. And hey, sometimes when you see someone that you know they're on their main, you want to shut them down, you want to prove that we let Akali through and we can beat them in lane. You got to realize that sometimes, especially later and later in the game, Vayne's going to be the bigger target. You just got to let Akali fans do their thing. As you said, Akali recently got nerfed. She only has so much power. You can't just tunnel vision onto her because she had such a great start.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you see the Akali and you go, if Akali lives, there's a 50% chance that we lose this team fight even if we do everything else perfectly, and that's really scary. But the thing is, kind of like you illustrated, if the Vayne is living, there's a 100% chance that you lose that team fight even if you play things perfectly. So it really does. It really is sort of a no-win scenario that Adrian College feel like they're in, but that, we, with our perspective being so removed, being able to read all the gold numbers, see all the items, we know that things are not actually as drastic for Adrian College, and they can afford to take their time in these team fights, or at least they could have. Because right now, the next dragon is 2 minutes away, but we're already 18 minutes into the game, and this next Drake is going to be the last one that Adrian College win a team fight over, unless they pull off something insane there or in the next 2 minutes.
Next team fight. Akali fans getting very aggressive here, forced to drop the Shroud and the Shuriken flip to get away, and it's Gecko is just simply going to throw cleaver after cleaver. They'll rocket belt to safety. They'll pocket the perfect execution. Use the second one for extra mobility, of course, with the changes a few months ago where they can no longer use perfect execution air on the first cast. They had to use that for mobility. I kind of want to see Adrian College fight a team fight just front to back. Force Cassidy and Akali to jump on your misfortune and just kind of peel and then go from there. I don't want to see them try and get picks with their Yasuo and Diana because I don't know if Yasuo and Diana can output as much damage as a Cassidy and Akali can on your backline.
Yeah, and it is really going to be about using that combination to lock down as many people as possible. I think hopefully including things like that Cassidy, and that's an unfortunate dredge line. However, it should still turn into a kill.
Fortunately, the CC of the Nautilus, and this is something we kind of talked about a little bit when we saw the pro draft. You banned so many supports, and almost all of them had CC, but the Nautilus gets through as Akali fans. Is going to eat the Ignite in the top lane. Its Gecko is roaming over, and I don't think Akali knows that. This should be an easy kill for Adrian College. They'll pick up the kill. It'll go to Mundo. That is a huge elimination to allow them to continue pushing in the top lane.
That 1v1 was so important for the confidence of Adrian College as well. This Yasuo has been playing second fiddle to Akali for as long as I can remember. But as we crest that 20-minute mark, they get their second tower in the top lane. LeBron James cannot do anything about this. They should be able to win the ensuing team fight as well. You've still got that ultimate, that last breath available.
Riptail drop mid, here we go. Shigen's gonna be immediately burnt down. It's Gecko will force the ult and flash over the wall. Bree D chasing afterwards. No blast code available. The immune to CC will pop up for Mundo, which make that condemn into the wall a little bit harder, but the bonus movement speed from Vayne. Fortunately, they're not going to get a kill, and all the while, there are 2 towers, almost 3 that go down in the mid lane thanks to that second Rift Herald that was picked up.
Big injection of gold, 5,000 now to the favor of Adrian College off of that. And this next dragon should be theirs as they take their resets, or listen, should be taking their resets to set up for this one. Now only 3 seconds away, though. They're going to try and burn this down. Again, even though they didn't yet spend their gold, this fight should be theirs. It would be a misexecution on their part to not put themselves on soul point.
I don't even think College of the Holy Cross is going to challenge this. Raleigh fans walked up, couldn't find anything. We saw the gold flash there from our spectator. No one on College of Holy Cross is above 7,500 gold except for the Vayne. You have 3 people on Adrian College, 2 who are approaching 9K, and that just shows how far ahead Adrian College is. If they played these fights so well, the Cassidon's still trying to get on board. It's just finished the Everfrost. Now, Collie fans, who started out so strong, is going to get caught in another 1v2. LeBron James is on the way, and luckily, that bot lane tier 1 tower is still available to keep Collie alive. But I don't know if this is a fight you want to take if you're a Collie fan.
Yeah, they don't really know as Adrian College that they're opting into this. Should they stay around with Homeless backing off? Jagans is going to have to play safe. They know that you had LeBron James around there moments ago, and with Smirkins hovering as well, that's going to be more of a game of chicken than anything. Let's take a look, check in with this Vayne, though. 2 items now complete. 3 items is when Vayne becomes a god. So we're going to be watching Breebird in this next team fight. It's about Breebird, and it's about whether the combo from Homeless and Shakens is landing.
Collie fans has lost all the advantage they had early on. They're now a level down to Shakens. They cannot take that fight. As you mentioned, it's the Vayne we have to have our eyes on. Nearing that 3rd item, really the only player in the game that can carry is Moonlight's going to land. The Lunar Rush will go through. Our Trip is going to be able to walk away. Hit the vision cone. See, everybody's hanging out by that red buff. They're trying to force down this tier 1 top lane tower. And here comes the rest of Adrian College. Yasuo and Akali are on the way. And College of Holy Cross is going to tuck their tails in and run away. And just try and avoid taking a team fight that they have no chance of winning.
I'm taking a look right now to see about the teleports that we have available as well, because right now you look at College of the Holy Cross and they can't quite start the Baron, but you got to keep pressure on it some way. And as of recently, it has been by keeping Akali fans in the 1v1 against Chagans. Now that that can no longer be won in isolation, or at least doesn't seem to be, they've got to start getting creative. They've got to start moving this Cassidon around the map as well to apply some pressure, because if you're losing the 1v1 anyway, you may as well have that global mobility that Yasuo simply doesn't have.
Yasuo once again will walk down. Looks like this time it'll be Cassidon who will meet the Yasuo in the bot lane with the teleport over the Ignite. As long as Cassidon can stay alive, if a fight does break out, that'll give them some advantage. But here comes the Englishman. I'm curious if we're going to get a dive onto Cassidon. You can see Adrian College on the map positioning around that bot turret. LeBron James is there. They're just going to disengage. You can take that fight. You can win.
I mean, it's 24 minutes into the game. LeBron James shouldn't even be there. You see 2 people bot. You start that Baron. Vayne is top. She's got 2 items right now. That Baron is yours to rights. But College of the Holy Cross insist on playing Adrian College's game, and that's concerning, especially as we approach the next team fights that they'll have to take. Because if they're not taking advantage of the fact they've got a big global pressure movement for them, when are they going to start recognizing that they can, in fact, be winning these?
Dragons up in under 2 minutes. I don't know if College of the Holy Cross is scared of conceding Soul Point. Again, it is just a Cloud Drake, so nothing too important as a Rocket Belt from Homeless will come out. And a nice Shuriken toss there to create some extra distance from Akali fans will allow them to stay alive. And you're right, D. I mean, these teams are just content on farming, and the longer you let these teams farm, of course, the Vayne's going to get more and more scary, but you're an assassin comp any day of the week. The team fight comp is going to take CS over trading out kills.
And right now, they are setting themselves up for a victory. Both sides in their own way, but I think not recognizing where the other side's power spikes are. Adrian College, I think, committing that most grievous sin of letting Vayne get further and further ahead could start to pay for it, because while their execution is simple, it is all that they have. If your Moonfall and Last Breath are not landing onto Breebrid, you don't have anything anymore. You have no way of locking this guy down. Smirkins cannot do both peeling for the Misfortune and locking down the Vayne at the same time, and you're going to be out of options very, very quickly. Start coming that 30-minute mark, and maybe even sooner.
Ollie fans looks like they want to try and find a pick. Ghostblade going to be used, and a flash will come out from the Englishman there to avoid the shuriken flip off of the rocket belt from Akali. Dragon his up in 20 seconds. It would be soul point for Adrian College, and looks like that's where our next fight's going to go down, Dia.
All right, well, we got 2, 3, 4 wards around here, so a little bit more vision for Adrian College than anything else. College of the Holy Cross still hanging around, though don't have any vision to contest themselves, and you can see it right now as Hecarim just walks into a bush.
Eats the exhaust, forced the onslaught of shadows away. There's the Looter Rush and the Moonfall. They trade 1 for 1, though. This Bree D is popping off on this Vayne. They have to dredge line to safety, does Smirkins. Vayne wants more perfect execution over the wall. Yasuo forced the flash away.
Last breath
right on top of the Vayne. Immortal Shield Bow gonna keep him alive, but it's the Kassadin who gets the pick. It's a double kill for Esquan, and this should be a dragon. All the while, Mundo chose not to teleport, and somebody's got to back to stop them from getting super minions in the top lane.
That's exactly the concern that we had. As soon as that last breath gets used on to this Vayne, and Diana isn't there instantly, Moonfall or no, that team fight is lost. Vayne can outlast you and does so there. As long as Breebrid is untouched, you are always going to have College of the Holy Cross winning. And if they're getting only taken on by one person at a time, even if that person is Yasuo, even if that person is Mundo, it doesn't matter. Vayne is always going to win the 1v1.
That fight started out so perfectly for Adrian College. You called it, Dia. The College of the Holy Cross had no vision. LeBron James just basically kind of face checks a brush, but he eats so many abilities from the side of Adrian College. I think the Moonfall even got burned to try and secure that kill onto the Hecarim. You have to realize who your priority targets are. It's the Vayne. It's the Akali. It's maybe now even the Kassadin after picking up a double kill and moving to 3-1 and finishing his Seraph's Embrace. You can't burn everything, including an exhaust, on a Hecarim who was face-checking no vision.
And at this point, College of the Holy Cross really do run the game. They've got so many ways to split the map as well. Take a look at how they're positioning. It's the 2v1 in the bot side. Breebrid and Cartrip just sitting up there against Chagans, can do whatever they want to this Yasuo. No shot that Yasuo ends up winning this. And the rest of the map is free to do as they like. They got 2 up in this top lane at least to push down the turret to draw some pressure away, and Adrian College are going to start struggling for answers because they just do not have the tools to out-team or to out-rotate this composition.
They are in a 4v3, and they're going to take that fight. LeBron James will flash away to safety and barely hang on. And now with the jungler forced to reset, potentially you look for Adrian College to bait the Baron, maybe even force the Baron, but looks like, once again, as we've seen for the last 30 minutes, everyone will just simply play this game incredibly cautious, incredibly slow, and with that Divine Sunderer, LeBron James should be able to heal up decently off any minion waves or jungle camps that he can find.
Now, College of the Holy Cross can't actually start the Baron, and that's the saving grace of Adrian College. Their composition, at the very least, is scary enough that you're not going to put yourself into a Baron pit against it and start taking some damage. I'd like to see Adrian College lay down a little bit of vision, see if College of the Holy Cross commit that Vayne to the bot side again, and then maybe go for the Baron themselves, because realistically, it is a matter of one lost team fight before this objective slips out of your grasp, but as long as all 5 of you are alive, College of the Holy Cross can't do it, and you getting it would give you a pretty big advantage map-wide.
Oh, they want to pick onto Akali fans. Blast cone over the wall. Mundo and Yasuo are there. Here comes the reinforcements, though, and the Twilight Shroud will just simply allow an easy disengage. LeBron James charging in. Up the Onslaught of Shadows, going to land that fear onto Chagans, but they're both going to be able to walk away. A Rift Rock plus a great condemn into the wall. Pop the Immortal Shield Wall, and Bree D has another kill on a Rampage here. We see Bree D gets
careful.
caught under the tower to take that satchel charge, but luckily should be able to disengage. But all the while, the map presence has been huge. Homeless gets that mid turret and starts working on that inhibitor and baits a teleport.
And nicely done. I like the way that Adrian College play that. They end up drawing, I would say, a little bit too much aggression from College of the Holy Cross, but now they face a problem. Remember we said as long as it's 5v5, Adrian College can keep College of the Holy Cross from starting the Baron. Now that's not true anymore. The pick went off, and this Baron is gone.
Ron James is very low. This is a little bit more risky than I think College of the Holy Cross thought. Exhaust is going to go out. Its Gecko will go down, but it's trade off one for one. Huge Moonlight is going to get a kill for Homeless onto Bree D. Trip now forcing to walk away. Going to use that scanner. Baits out the flash, but just barely dodges the Crescent Strike, kiting out the rest of the team. Dodges a great dredge line, but unfortunately will eventually get caught thanks to the Nautilus passive. Looter Rush will finish them off, but Akali fans is there. They'll at least pick up the support. And they still want more. Riftwalk over the wall. Shurika toss as well, but a bullet time is going to shred the Kassadin and the Akali. Twilight Shroud will at least give Akali fans a bit more survivability for the time being, but they better disengage quickly. Yomu's going to be popped there. Make It Rain will land the slow as well. Shurika toss. They go back in!
Oh my god!
And they still get a kill!
You should not have been able to get away with that. Ollie fans are really confident here, and it pays off in a big way, taking out one of the biggest tools that you've got for a team fight. Now, want to see College of the Holy Cross literally run the play back. They've got that Dragon, and up in 22 seconds, they can take the objective. But that Dragon and the Baron, all that College of the Holy Cross need, and it's all that they're going to be focusing on for the next couple minutes, as the recalls have been severely staggered on Adrian College.
I would really like to see College of the Holy Cross just trade out this Cloud Soul. Just go for Baron. We talk about it all the time, the perceived weakness of Cloud Soul. Baron is so strong. Plus, you need the pushing. Something Adrian College has done well is push lanes even when they lose fights, but they'll simply just disengage. We'll both be on Soul Point now. At the end, we've got ourselves probably another 5 or 6 minutes before a major objective is going to be the next focus.
Yeah, it's a very scary time for both these guys. We still got that Baron up, but with Breebrid in the bot lane, 3 items completed on this Vayne, by the way. That is where College of the Holy Cross will play around. Where Vayne is, College of the Holy Cross win. It is as simple as that. Your only hope, what is it, Fish? What is the only combination that can take down this Diana right now?
Take it down the Diana or the Vayne?
Oh, sorry, the Vayne.
It's the Moonfall Last Breath. You've talked about it a bunch. You've got a Lunar Rush in. You've got a Moonfall. Hopefully you hit on 2 or 3 targets. But I will say, Bree D has played this game perfectly. We're going to start a Baron D, and we'll see how long this attempt lasts.
This is really risky, though. We talked about how starting up the Baron in the face of a 5v5 can go poorly. Homeless is being 1v1 down to the side, and he burns the Moonfall before the fight really starts.
Fan will use their Zanyas. They're going to bait out everyone. Baron will fall. I don't think Akali fans will last, but Baron for 1 is a decent trade, but we're late enough in the game. You see that respawn timer, 50 seconds now. Adrian College can push, and they have some great map presence. They have every single tier 2 tower down. They have mid inhibitors open. Adrian College could potentially win this off 1 more fight, where College of the Holy Cross needs 2 or 3 more.
Every part of me right there when we panned down to the bot lane and saw Gecko pushing as well. When Breebird showed up in that lane, I literally said out loud, just final hour this guy. Like, literally just run him down. You're a level 16 Vayne with 4 completed items. Mundo is the least of your problems. Auto him, take his life, and turn the tables on Adrian College. You can do that. You can do it on repeat. It's Gecko has been such a thorn in your side for so long. The split-pushing Mundo has caused so many problems for College of the Holy Cross, but now they're in a position to split that map and win against him. Win this whole game as long as they find these picks. They're taking it, I'll say, a little bit slower than I would have thought.
I think the one thing that I do like for College of the Holy Cross, while the picks might be great, they just need side lane pressure. They don't have a tier 1 top tower. They don't have a tier 1 bot tower. It is 7 towers to 1 for Adrian College. You need to get value off of this Baron, and Adrian College realizes that there's the combo. It's only onto a Hecarim, but that is 1 more Baron buff off the board. And that is a phenomenal use of your one-shot wombo combo for Adrian College.
Comes at a cost, though. That mid lane pressure is going in the favor of College of the Holy Cross. Thank God this team doesn't have Initiate without the Hecarim, because otherwise they would be tower diving you right now. And even so, Freebird is causing problems. We've got that Yasuo pushing in the bot lane as well. As Chagan starts to tear this map apart, College of the Holy Cross may be forced to play defense more than anything if they cannot keep that Hecarim alive to start fights for them.
And something that we talk about, it's kind of ingrained in our minds after so much League of Legends is the Baron power play and how much gold you get off of Baron. And I don't think College of the Holy Cross is net positive right now. They've lost 2 members. They've gotten 0 towers. This Baron was basically for naught. They haven't gotten any momentum off of it. They need something from Baron. You can see the top tower has been defended time and time again. Its Gecko is on his way as we speak. If you're going to get Baron and get absolutely nothing for it, that is going to be a long-term concern. They've got to push lanes. The problem is they only have 1 split pusher left, and it's that Cassidy, and he just simply cannot match the tower presence that this Mundo has.
See how Gecko does up against him right now. So much MR on this guy, and you can see these guys tickle each other. Sankwa, I think, very thankful to have that little bit of extra mobility on the Kassadin to avoid any extended trade. This one's going to come down to the soul fight. College of the Holy Cross versus Adrian College. If that wombo combo lands, Adrian College have death timers long enough that they can end the game. If College of the Holy Cross end up winning the fight, the same is true. This 1v1 starts it all off.
The Moonfall that's going to come up. Sonya's Hourglass popped by Homeless just to buy some time. Perfect execution, rank 1. Uses a Kali out the ability to get the kill. Sonya's just used. There's no one there on the team. And Akali fans will go down. They are not going to be available for this soul point fight. And look, all the while, its Gecko is pushing. This could be soul and super minions potentially for Adrian College.
1 whole minute here in a 4v5 puts College of the Holy Cross in a no-win scenario. You're absolutely right. You're more than likely going to lose not just the soul, but also your top lane tower if you're not careful, and already trying to split the map. As Ankwa's moving up, College of the Holy Cross need their Hecarim around to engage. They need a Sankwa to lock people down, but he's engaged in the 1v1 that he may not even win.
He's not doing well. The Everfrost can't land the CC. It's Gecko popped the ult. He is forcing a Sankwa away. Meanwhile, we can see the pings going out on River. No one started the fight yet. You do have a Hecarim with Flash. You can flash over the wall, Onslaught Shadows back in order to get the steal if you want. But if you get taken out, your team most likely will use as its Gecko forces a Sankwa back. Still is going to be able to pick up those super minions in the top lane and simply disengage. Looks like LeBron James went over the wall, did not find the steal, did not find Soul. He gets taken out as well. And now Adrian College is in a 5v4 and could simply win.
It's all exactly as we laid out. You have that indecision, you lose everything. Top lane inhibitor, Dragon Soul now gone to the team that uses their ults the best, and you're still stuck in a 5v4 as LeBron James died for that. You've got so much longer now with 53 seconds left until the Baron spawns for Adrian College to set up to take whatever they want, but they gotta be careful.
Uncle wants to find a pick onto the Englishman. He's gonna do that in style. Homeless coming, they'll force the flash away, and now that is huge, because again, we've talked about it a lot for College of the Holy Cross. Death timer's the same for Adrian College. Now it's a 5v4 in College of the Holy Cross's favor, and that's your misfortune down. And we talked a lot about the combo. Ooh, Bree D gets very close. Your Moonfall Last Breath is even scarier, Dia, when you have that bullet time online, and it's not going to be up when that Baron spawns.
Kassadin is such a balanced champion. I was just thinking about how much fun that must have been for the Englishman, and how much fun it's going to continue to be if College of the Holy Cross can just group themselves up for a single team fight. Final Hour gets popped, but Freebird has some fancy feet on. It's not fancy enough, though. The big knockup comes in.
There's the combo. The Immortal Shield Bow is going to proc, but the CC from the Nautilus is just simply too much. Guardian Angel will be proc. The Kali fans racing as fast as their right mount will allow. But they're not able to get away, but they might get a kill in return. R2 from the perfect execution leaves them in a sliver, but they ran out of energy for the 5-point strike. You hit home that combo all night long in game 1, Dia. It took us 40 minutes, but we finally got there. This should be game for Adrian College.
Yeah, I mean, this is their bread and butter, but Gecko going down could cause them problems. Still very low right now, does get a little bit more health, but the cavalry has arrived, and Adrian College are poised to take this game. Isagwa and LeBron James need to put up hero performances to stay alive, but Adrian College know that this one is theirs.
They're going to jump right onto Homeless. They cannot let the Moonfall go off. A great route with the Everfrost. LeBron James is simply trying to wave clear. Our trip has respawned, and so instead, Adrian College will simply go for the win more. They'll get triple inhibitors across the board, potentially look for a reset here, and that's exactly what they'll do.
No way they end up living through that. College of the Holy Cross were on the ropes, but Isagwa on this Kassadin keeps them in the game with the immense amount of damage that he's able to lay down onto Gecko, and, like you talked about, that amazing route that they had. Buys them crucial seconds for the respawns to come in, and now maybe to contest this Baron just in time, because Adrian College are thinking about it.
Adrian College is going to start it up. Mundo's alive in 4 with the teleport, and there's a ward in the back of the Baron pit that they can easily get into, but I don't even know if the contest is going to come out. There's the double teleport. It's going to be a 5-on-5. Akali fans going to go in. Depth charge is going to land, but the first kill's on to Smirkin's Onslaught of Shadows divides the entire team. Guardian Angel onto Yasuo. It's a double kill for Akali fans off screen. Yeah, Bree D's gonna pick up one more, and somehow College of the Holy Cross will get the ace, and they're gonna get Baron. But the question is, Dia, how much can you do with it? There's 6 super minions bearing down in your base every 30 seconds.
You know what? You're right. That's the one hope that you have as Adrian College, the one good thing. But man, oh man, are you so tilted after that? We'll see what this turns into. As College of the Holy Cross do still, like you say, have that big uphill battle. 30 seconds on everybody is not going to be long enough for them to push out their waves and win the game. But it gives them that crucial lifeline, the chance to out-execute once again. They've already proven that they can do so. Now, College of the Holy Cross should know better than anybody, better than they did before, that as long as they're grouped up as 5 members, as long as Hekra is playing that interference, they can win the team fight. But Breebird has to be alive.
And the problem I keep having, D, is I look at this in College of the Holy Cross. That team fight was played phenomenally. You had Akali fans on the backside, Bree D just kiting backwards. This just feels unwinnable, right? They've used most of this Baron, and there's still super minions basically breathing down their base. Elder Dragon's up in a minute. They're going to basically have to survive until their inhibitors respawn. Adrian College's map awareness and their macro outside of team fighting has put them in a spot that even though they're not winning team fights like you and I expected, they just have so much outside pressure on the map. It's impossible for College of the Holy Cross to really even breathe or contest any more objective without risking base damage.
And the objective is what the games have always been about, and it's what it's going to continue to be about. I love that you bring it up, because that Elder Dragon, 45 seconds away now, Cartrip is dead. So, Elder Dragon, easily for Adrian College at this point. A Disrespect division is going to cost them that objective, and Akali fans is not going to be able to make it back up. In fact, might just lose in the game right now.
Akali fans get picked. There's the combo. Should be one last time, as you mentioned, Dia.
Oh my god, Kassadin! He's too balanced! He's not balanced enough!
He needs some buffs, right? Please!
It's true. He really does.
Last line of defense. I don't know how you do this. Onslaught of Shadows, not going to find anything. Unfortunately, the Vayne just does not have enough cleave damage to be able to rip apart a whole team. And Adrian College will survive disaster, and they will win game 1, Dia, a 44-minute marathon.
Oh my god. You know what? That pick onto Cartrip, the pick onto Akali fans, it wasn't even the biggest mistake of that game. It was just the last mistake. I can't give them too hard of a time, but that game was so full of back and forth plays, of mis-executions and perfect executions, if you'll excuse the pun, that we got... I think one of the most drawn-out bangers that I didn't know which way it was going to go, and I think that both these teams definitely come out of that going, I mean, how do we control for all these variables? Because I would leave this game going, I didn't have any control of the outcome. It felt like it was so drawn out, and a big part of that for both of them needs to be autonomy in the mid-game. This is something you have to clean up coming into playoffs.
I think I will say for Adrian College, they put on a show of how to win without feel like you're ever winning. They didn't win team fights. It didn't feel like they were winning objectives, but they had so much pressure across the map. It's Gecko choosing multiple times. I'm not going to teleport in. I'm just simply going to split push because I know no one can kill me. It was such a great display for Adrian College to put themselves in, hey, we only have to get 1 or 2 picks and we just flat out win the game. They lost 2 Barons, Dia. How many times do you see a team get 2 Barons and don't even get an inhibitor turret?
Oh, it is pretty crazy stuff. A lot of that had to do with College of the Holy Cross, I think, not recognizing or not wanting to opt into team fights. They knew that they could be out-executed in very easily. But, League of Legends is a hard game, and it's not for no reason. I understand why they were very hesitant, and unfortunately, it did ultimately bite them. But fortunately for them, it's also a best of 3.
Exactly. We're going to take a quick break. As you said, both these teams are going to come out and say, how do we control for all of these different things? We'll give them a break. We'll take a break. We'll be back with Game 2 in the Navigator Yellows Division. It's the final week of the NECC. Who can improve their playoff standing? You'll find out right after this. Welcome back into the NECC. It is week 8, last week of the regular season. Navigators Yellow Division, Adrian College taking on College of the Holy Cross. Adrian College wins a marathon game, Dia, in our game number 1. And I think the most interesting thing to me that I want to keep an eye on is if Adrian College tries to force what I'll call the sexy play style, right? The getting all the kills, getting all the objectives, because in the end of the day, it's just about whose Nexus blows up. It doesn't matter who has more kills. It doesn't matter who gets more Barons. They played the macros so well, and I would hate to see Adrian College say, oh, well, we want to get kills, we want to get objectives, we want to look cool, we want to look good. Just win the game, just push, do everything you did in game 1, and you will win every single time.
It's true. I mean, they've already demonstrated it once. Now we'll take a look at whether they can do so again with a few wrenches thrown here. I think surprising no one, the Akali was banned coming into this game. That was the first thing on the table. It was get rid of this. I don't want to play against it again, because as much as College of the Holy Cross didn't win the game, that Akali was really, really difficult to deal with, as was the Vayne, which of course is going to ultimately be banned in the second phase. What is interesting is how these teams chose to adapt moving into the game too, in terms of the champions they did pick. Because Adrian College picked a much less in-your-face composition, one that plays a lot more range with a first pick Azir of all things.
I really like this draft that we're going to see Adrian College start to build. As you mentioned, they're going to get the Azir. They're also going to get the Senna, which is a ban that I was kind of like, that's a weird ban. We talked about Smirkin eating 5 bans to the face in game 1. I really like that Senna pickup, and it really feeds to the Englishman and Smirkin's bot lane that is just so oppressive and has got Adrian College to where they are. Meanwhile, for Holy Cross, I think there's a couple of interesting questions to see, and the first one is going to start with, does Akali fans go top now that the Akali is banned? Because we saw them kind of bait out everybody and fool everybody and saying, Akali's top, we're picking it first, and then end up switching to the mid lane. It will be a set, and I would assume that goes top, but I'm very curious what Akali fans will do because they're usually a mid laner. I'm curious how they handle that top matchup that is a lot more different, and you cannot roam and get as many kills as you probably like to.
Yeah, I feel like Akali fans wants to play the matchup where they think that they will have the most fun. And that's, interestingly enough, why I think they're going top lane this game. Because I think that Set into Kled is going to be a lot more fun than Annie into Azir. Azir should make this lane really, really difficult to play. Zac even more so. And Set is really the only one that wants to be in your face and have sort of that same level of gumption that Akali fans had going on last game, albeit with a little bit less mobility. However, the Set is a really big part of this composition because it pulls a bunch of people together, definitely favoring people like LeBron James and Esankwa.
Yeah, you get the pull in, you get basically the exact combo we talked about last week. We hyped up the Moonlight last breath, we saw it. If you're able to get in a couple of pulls, plus you just drop Tibbers right on top of them, going to be absolutely huge. I am curious how LeBron James will handle the Kayn. Of course, we know Kayn is a champion that needs to gank early, not for kills, but just to be able to build up that red form or build up that blue form, whichever one he eventually wants to go. And that Hecarim at times, you'd see him, he'd run past the lane and he'd go farm, and he'd run past the lane and scare people away. LeBron James has to be a bit more aggressive, but man, speaking of aggressive, Dia, this bot lane for Adrian College is the absolute definition of push lane and let you have no fun with the Seraphine in the center.
Yeah, this is like Caitlyn gets picked and you go, I don't want to interact with you actually. I want to wait for my Azir to take off. I want to wait for my Kled to start team fights. Bot lane doesn't need to be the focus. And Adrian College get themselves just that sort of situation. You cannot initiate with really any of the champions that Adrian College have outside of the Thresh trying really hard to make something happen. And while there is a chance that Cartrip is able to pull that off once, pull it off 2-3 times before the game starts to devolve into the team fights is really, really unlikely. It comes down to basically letting bot lane free farm, doing whatever they like, but trying to make plays elsewhere if you can, because especially for LeBron James, a slow early game is not what you want. You need those small little orbs that you pick up on Kayn to get yourself to the point of relevancy come the time when you need to fight for Drakes.
And we were talking about College of the Holy Cross, and last time, of course, we know Akali fans was doing their thing on Akali, justified the ban. We know Bree D was doing their thing on Vayne, justified the ban. I'm curious who else can help out Bree D this game. They obviously are on the Caitlyn. They're in that AD carry role. They're expected to do a ton of damage. They're not going to have as much mobility as the Vayne. They'll have a little bit more range. but I'm curious who else can assist them in winning team fights. As we talked about, the Facebreaker Tibbers combo onto 4 or 5 members is stuff of dreams for Asanquo and Akali fans. But I'm very hesitant to think that maybe College of the Holy Cross is just simply not going to have enough damage because this Annie has got to get very, very close to you. And Seraphine and Senna will just simply root you down. They will CC you, and you'll be dead before Tibbers can even land on the battlefield.
Yeah, and the win conditions for these teams, of course, are going to be a little bit more intricate this time than they were last time. Of course, we've got another Adrian College team fight win condition. But in a very different style, with Azir very much wanting to sit back here, and Seraphine and Senna making sure that he has as much time to output that DPS as possible. Same thing with Kled on the front line. However, this time it's College of the Holy Cross that have that wombo combo that, while it is a little bit less pronounced, really want that set to be jumping into your back line, alley-ooping somebody with the showstopper, and then laying down the damage of Annie, of Caitlyn, all on top of it. It seems like we've got a little bit missing here, so I'm gonna pop in for just a moment and continue talking about the way that this game can play out. One of the other things I wanted to point out, of course, is that College of the Holy Cross definitely want to be using the pressure that they should have in both mid and bot around that 5 to 6 minute mark in taking the dragons. They've got the Zac, they've got Kled, who are around the second dragon mark, should be able to help them out as well. But if all goes right, early dragons should belong to them. And it's Adrian College, or sorry, rather, it's College of the Holy Cross with things like the Caitlyn that need to be controlling vision early around Drake 2, 3, and maybe even 4, and laying down traps if they want a hope of getting any of those dragons themselves.
Hopefully I should be back to you. I think my mic just needed a break after that long game, which I don't blame him because we might be in for another long game here as well, as you mentioned. I'm very curious about, I was talking about the Kled. I'm curious how its Gecko wants to play, right? Because we saw in the Mundo, which no one would declare a split push champion, him split pushing. I'm curious about the Kled that's a bit more split pushy. If that's what we get, it's kind of like, hey, you know what? I'll maybe come for a dragon. I'll maybe come for a Baron. But if you get that Kled ahead and you can just keep pushing, we can see a lot like game 1 where Adrian College might start to falter in the mid game, and then you look and the towers are like 7-1 or 7-2. And that's something I think that Adrian College did very well. Their macro play is something that I think College of the Holy Cross has spent a lot of time of. How do we siege turrets? Because a lot of times we saw all right, I'm going to split push on this Cassidy. You see the pings go out, Mundo runs top lane, or Diana runs top lane, and you don't get any value. That is something I think the College of Holy Cross has to game plan around. Is it maybe a win one lane situation? I'm very curious how you counter some insane macro play.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this as well, and weirdly enough, College of the Holy Cross have, if it even feels possible, less initiation than they did last game.
Mm-hmm.
Because last game, they at least had the Hecarim to start some fights, to split some fights later on, crucially. But now, it's very much about turning an engage that Adrian College throw at them, and that is a very, very difficult thing to do at any point in the game. If a team is opting into a fight, it's because they believe that they will win it. It's because they believe that they have the better position, or at least that's the way that Adrian College have been playing. And if College of the Holy Cross want to take some of those and turn it around, it's got to be really high mechanics out of Akali fans, which, granted, is one of the better bets, but still very, very scary.
Bringing up Akali fans is actually great because, ironically enough, in game 1, their engage was the Akali, right? It was the Shuriken flip in, and it was, we're going to start a fight. I hope the rest of my team's here. The set has some of that, but Phrasebreaker's range is nowhere near your Shuriken flips range. So I'm very curious how Akali fans will play, and that's always those ones where I'm very interested when you take someone who's used to an assassin, and due to bans or due to team comp, they get forced onto a more of a tanky bruiser role. If Akali fan starts trying to start fights and just tries to charge in, they're either going to get caught or just get no value, burn all their cooldowns, and that's when Adrian College will go in. And as you said, without the engage of that Hecarim, without Akali fans being able to say, hey, let's take a fight, and with Tibbers on a very, very short range, I don't know how College of the Holy Cross starts fight. As you said, they've got to be reactive more than anything else.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out how it ends up going for them right now. There's a lot of engage on the other side as well, but that Zach can be throwing himself into some sticky situations. So I want to see how, with a totally different playstyle, if Adrian College can turn this one in their favor once more, use those team fights to their advantage, and use my favorite champion to pilot themselves to a win. I'm unabashedly biased. Seraphine's the best champion in League of Legends.
You're one of those people, aren't you?
Yeah. I am. Listen, I actually am so anti-fun, but we're gonna have to hold that point for a little bit of anti-fun to potentially come through the other way. College of the Holy Cross peek their heads in, discover that would actually be not the way that they want to play this one out, and end up backing off. Yes, okay, what I was saying. I'm one of the most anti-fun people. I got invited to a pickup game of League of Legends, if that's even a possible thing to say recently. And I played Seraphine, and it's just like why would you intentionally pick a champion that just makes it so hard for everybody else to play the game?
You're one of those people who, when Seraphine Lux was all the rage, you probably picked that every game, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, I knew it.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry.
You're my worst enemy now. We've cast together for like 8 weeks, and you're my worst enemy because I'm the total opposite. I mean, Akali fans is true to my heart. I absolutely love Akali as Bree D. Speaking of anti-fun, is going to absolutely get burned down. Exhaust already used. Forced to flash away. The level 1 flame will come out, and they turn it on Smirkins a bit there. Interesting recovery for College of the Holy Cross.
Double summoner getting used by Bree D. By the way, I heard you guys in chat. I have gotten updated. Thank you so much for letting us know, as we want to be bringing Bree D's glory to the forefront, especially on that vein, was popping off, and now on the Caitlyn, I will say, should have a lot better of a time, because remember that Vayne at least didn't have as great of a time in lane, and though you're supposed to be pushed in by the likes of Seraphine Senna, it's a lot easier to at least keep up in the CS when you've got that longer auto range, and most of this should be pretty simple execution for College of the Holy Cross.
Yeah, I think. We get a flash death sentence already, plus the flay on the Smirkins, right into a trap. Bree D and Cartrip play level 2 perfectly.
I eat my words there as well. I was looking at this lane and going, you have no source of engage. There's no way you get these kills. Well, I guess Cartrip has pulled it off the once, and who's to say he can't pull it off again? Positioning real aggressively in that front line. We've got another play being made up in the top side, though, where Kali fans is not going to get the chance to play the League of Legends.
Try and get a little bit of that shield flash away. And you take a flash trade any day of the week, but being able to survive, set another one of those champions that you sometimes question all of the power that he has.
Does get that big shield to herald him to safety as well. As we check in with Homeless, however, who has cleared just his entire top side. He's left his bot side open and is now starting up the scuttle, leaving an opening for LeBron James, who's already cleared around his red buff, to start moving into the jungle of Adrian College aggressively as well. The junglers did not get involved very quickly last game, but now we might have the chance for them to start popping off.
Back there from College of Holy Cross, cash it in. Only downside to get very minor, so Fresh did get the kill. Look at the pick right here for Akali fans, keeping them alive. Facebreaker going to be used. They have a huge shield from the Haymaker. They have to be more and more careful. They are losing a ton of health. They're probably going to have to look for a reset here, unless it's Gecko wants a tower dive, of course, with that extra health bar for Scarl, plus that brief immunity that Kled does get when Scarl goes down. Does make a tower dive a bit easier for its Gecko.
He's gonna think about it, consider it, but until Homeless shows back up in the top lane, I think it would be ill-advised, especially since LeBron James is hanging around up towards the top side and can peel that one away. It's all about the later game, setting these things up, and like you say, forcing those recalls, which is a really big instance of tempo turning. Bot lane coming back, though. Smirkins and the Englishman will once again get that push, letting their jungler roam free, where its Gecko is going to get put back under his tower.
Ron James will at least get some damage. Oh, tower shot's going to land. You have to be very careful here. Scarl will die. A little bit risky for College of the Holy Cross.
I like, Gecko is actually fine here. Like, if he had just fought that, I mean, it's Kled. He wins. Just under the tower, specifically. However, he does have the minion wave pushing into him, so wisely enough, we'll be able to hold on to that. Gonna get Scarl back real soon, but flashes away. Down a summoner now. Big problems, but bigger ones for Akali fans. As you see that wave, he hasn't been able to crash into the tower, and that means a freeze is free for its Gecko.
We'll buy Akali fans at least some time to back here, but as you said, its Gecko should be able to pull off just an easy freeze. Going to deny that Kled, or deny that set, I should say, any sort of value. And smartly enough, Akali fans, I think maybe at least realizing that will hold the teleport, knowing he's not going to miss out on really anything.
Oh my god, what? No, why isn't he teleporting? I mean, I understand, what? Why isn't he teleporting? He's losing the game so hard. Well, we're also losing the game in bot lane, so hold on.
Smirk is a built over Peacemaker going to come off a cooldown in time? I want to see the... Oh, come on. There it is! Oh,
nice.
Just not close enough.
We're witnessing human rights violations on stream, honestly. This is really, really scary. Gecko has just gotten... Look at the CS. Look at the CS right now. It's off of that freeze alone. Akali fans walks back to lane and loses so much for it, not just in the CS, but in the XP as well. Gecko's level 6. He's got the teleport to come back to lane, and he's got... Oh my god. I know we're looking at the bot lane, but like, I'm just freaking out right now, Fish. Help me.
The only help I can provide for you, Dia, is if Akali fans gets a pentakill on the dragon teleport, right? Like, that's the only... And I don't know if the time to start doing crunches there, Set, because here comes Homeless. We're going to get invades across the map. Death Sentence Flay combo's going to land on his Merkins. Bree D gets the kill. It's Gecko. Going to potentially lose Scarl, but that's all he will lose. Akali fans walking away is not level 6. It's Gecko will pick up the kill, and as you mentioned, allowing all of that CS and all of that experience to go into the Kled will cost him dearly.
Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna check back in the bot lane or in the top lane in a while. We've got the dragon going down at least, and finally, Akali fans is going to expand that teleport up towards the top side. Dragon going low. Englishman gets a kill. What is happening?
They luckily secured the dragon. That was a near disaster for LeBron James and the College of Holy Cross. After such a great start to this, they do end up picking up that Ocean Dragon. It's an Infernal next, but I will say, Card Trip, they banned the Thresh last game. They're doing incredibly well in what should be an oppressive lane against them.
Yeah, this is really, really nice. An Englishman definitely paying the price. Sankwa going for the engage right now. Does have the Tibbers available, but is backing out of the extended fight. Almost coming down.
Oh, nice flash from Smirkins. They can turn this. Zach's going to go racing in. They'll flash away. They get slammed together with Bree D, but a nice lantern to safety. And really nothing will come of that besides a couple of flashes expended.
This game's making me sweat, honestly. We got a 20 CS lead in the top lane, the same in the bot lane, but we got another fight going on up here as Gecko goes toe-to-toe with the Akali fans. Facebreaker in, they're able to create some distance at least. Haymaker is not going to be enough.
And they'll barely survive, and its Gecko can just simply teleport back to lane like nothing even happened.
Oh my god, I'm in so much pain. Gecko hadn't reset that entire time. What's he gonna buy? Oh my lord, just so much damage. He's so far ahead right now. Gecko is a monster in this top side, and I'm expecting that teleport to come in, but there's a chance actually if we check in with the wave up towards top. We can just walk this one and really not lose that much. LeBron James has had a few ganks go in his favor, but also is behind on the Kane transformation. And College of the Holy Cross come, I want to say 12, 13 minutes around that second dragon spawn. They should be far enough behind. I want to say a lot like last game. They shouldn't be able to contest objectives. And Asia and College get themselves a very similar game state where they're winning, but still need to make the most of it.
You see Shigane's going to pop that teleport in the mid lane. Can get some pressures. Asank was going to back in the Annie, opting for the Ignite. So a little bit more of that gold lead should start to build. It's pretty even right now, but a lot of that gold, almost all of that gold for College of Holy Cross is on that bot lane duo of Bree D and Artrip. They have been playing absolutely phenomenal. You see here, Set already down about 25 CS. LeBron James looking to go over the wall. They want to make another play. Death Sentence not going to land. Smirkin still taking it very low. A nice root plus exhaust will buy some time. Flay is going to land the three-man charm, but it's not going to matter. The headshot from downtown for Bree D.
They need to be playing a little bit safer to Adrian College's bot lane, and really nicely done to identify, of course, the weakness of the Senna. No summoners available. College of the Holy Cross are promoting their own win condition, but Adrian College have a lane that is built not to die, unlike this mid lane.
Charge gonna come out. Asanko will flash away. It's Gecko maybe looking for the tower dive there, but even with the Zac passive, with Scarl, once again, Adrian College, we saw this in game 1, will play incredibly safe and just simply don't want to lose anything.
I like that they're able to survive at least, or College of the Holy Cross, but like you said, Adrian College definitely hedging their bets right now. Don't want to lose control of the game, but it is a risky one, and Smirkin's an Englishman. Returning in this bot side will at least be able to farm, hopefully hit 6 on Smirkins, where he can start helping out the rest of the map all the way from the bot lane. That Dawning Shadow really providing a lot of value in the skirmishes around the top side with Gecko and Akali fans who actually continue fighting.
I think that the Dawning Shadows, as you mentioned, that shield, not only the damage, but the shield, hopefully will encourage Adrian College to tower dive. They have so many abilities and ways to tower dive and reset aggro and stay alive. Maybe the shield from Senna's ult plus the extra damage will be enough, as Cardtrip here in a 1v2 does have to be careful, but has a tower right there, and we have not really seen many tower plates go down. Only one taken out in the last 11.5 minutes, Steve.
We need a little bit more of the vision taken down for Adrian College for them to start securing those tower plates, because they have push, like we talked about on the Seraphine Senna. They've had it since minute 1. But what they don't have is the confidence to step up to the tower, knowing that LeBron James is likely to come bot again. He's already on the Wolves right now and can't turn that into a gank. Asankwa is going to look for a little bit of a trade in here as well against Homeless, and everybody's bot, because in 14 seconds, that Infernal Dragon spawns and we're going to have to fight.
Sonkwa building up that Tibbers stun. Doesn't have the 4th charge. You can just incinerate for value. That would have been a huge 4-man stun. I guess they're just waiting to potentially start a fight. They now finally do get forced to use it onto its Gecko, though. And that is huge, is without the stun, they're going to have to build it up quickly. They don't have a contest for this 2nd dragon.
Drake's going to get started up. Adrian College should be winning this. There's not a lot of setup for College of the Holy Cross, but Cardtrip can start a fight.
We're just going to land on the BBD. They're going to land and turn into Sonk. We're trying to build that charge. The smite's going to go over to the Zac. Cardtrip dropping low. Dawning Shadow's not going to be able to land. LeBron James in on the back line, getting burned down. Will fall. The Zac passive will be used, but I don't know if the rest of College of Holy Cross can survive this damage. Smirkin's going to flash forward, looking to land a couple of those slows onto the enemy team. A huge root onto his Sankwa. And one onto Bravery D as well, as Shagane's not quite able to find anything. It's just simply a 1-for-0.
And in all of that, we had Akali fans vibing up on the top side. We had Gecko teleport up to meet them, and now they're straight up 1v1ing with Gecko, I would say a little bit questionably, dodging right back into the Haymaker. He still very much wins this against Akali fans, and nothing gets lost for the first time. Adrian College pull out to a very small gold lead, as College of the Holy Cross had been managing in the bot lane to keep one up this entire time, but now top lane is starting to shift that balance as Gecko continues to deny Akali fans the chance to play the game, while at the same time getting his team the crucial objectives.
Speaking of crucial objectives, we saw this in game 1, and it's just one of my, very small pet peeves is you got to get value on that first Rift Herald. It's in Homeless's inventory. It's actually going to just maybe disappear. He's got to just pop it soon. Of course it does. Right. There it is, but they're not going to get any plates out of it, and that's that extra gold that I really would like to see in a game that is this close. Getting that extra 160 gold, at least even for the jungler, the 320 that they get automatically would be huge. They do get some damage, but you could have dropped that 20 seconds earlier and got the same thing and gotten some gold out of it.
And unfortunately for them, it's a little bit late, something that we're looking to be cleaned up come those playoffs. That is, of course, what this is about, setting the scene for both of these teams. Cardtrip maybe in a little bit of trouble right now.
Oh, nice death sentence into the flay, just allowing Bravery D to pop damage from across the wall, even through the exhaust. This bot lane for College of the Holy Cross, it came in. We knew it was strong, but we knew Adrian College's bot lane was just as, if not stronger. And so far, College of the Holy Cross has won a ton of these trades.
Cartrip's just kind of insane on this Thresh, I gotta say, but will it mean that they get to survive in the face of Homeless, who's thinking about ganking right now? Big Charm comes in, bringing you under the tower. Bree D is going to be teleported on. Gecko to go toe-to-toe in this top side as well.
Oh, nice Emperor's Divide. That is a dead Thresh. The box will go up, and nothing will save them. It's Gecko. Already off Scarl, but again, no dive's going to come out. LeBron James is there, so they'll teleport, they'll get a kill, they'll lose a kill, and we have a very, very even game 2. Let's see what happens here, Dia. They want to dive on to Gecko. They got to do it before the courage builds up, and Scarl comes back. That health bar is huge. I don't think they're going to get there, though.
They're not. Scarl's already made their glorious return. And now Gecko should be pretty safe underneath the tower. LeBron James has to back off. Another Kayn without a home, as he's been farming up. He's been doing his job, but he hasn't been actually collecting those orbs that really make him a champion. Before Kayn gets his transformation, I mean, he's really only half as valuable as he would be later.
Yeah, he's basically a cannon minion at times. I mean, he needs those orbs, as you said. It unlocks, really, the power of Kayn. Outside of the wall walking, everyone is really scared of what you would assume to be red Kayn, but maybe you go blue Kayn if you need an assassin. You don't have too much damage outside of Bree D. But, 60 minutes in, as you mentioned, they've got to be able to make that transformation happen sooner rather than later. They get a nice little stun onto Homeless, but I don't think Zach's dying to an Annie with only one item.
No, but we're probably taking the first tower pretty soon if we look at what's going down right now. We've got the Rift Herald going, but LeBron James wants to try and steal this one. Actually might be able to, as everybody just backs right away, going back in for the steal. Does Homeless get it? He will certainly die for it. Yeah, he did. Nice.
And speaking of deaths, they also get a huge shutdown for the Englishman onto Bree D, which is absolutely huge. You talked about turret plating going down. Their tower's going down, excuse me. They're getting a decent chunk of damage. And yeah, Homeless goes in, able to pick up that. Rift Herald even picked it up as well while dying, so it's not going to be denied. Oh no! Well, it doesn't really matter, but nothing lost, nothing gained.
Yeah. Just, a little bit of time to rest, reflect, get your Senna some solo gold, which is what it is all about. Englishman should be able to pick up the first Mythic, double Leandries for this team, Adrian College. Plenty of AP to give Gecko a lot of room to grow. There's going to be a lot of incentivization to build MR for College of the Holy Cross, and unfortunately for them, it just means that Gecko gets relatively stronger, especially as we approach this third dragon.
Look at this goal. I mean, everyone on Adrian College very close, all above 5,000. No one is even close to Bree D. We saw this in game 1, Dia. They are the solo carry for their team. Who can step up to help them? Everything is on this Caitlyn right now. They are single-handedly keeping them in the game. They have to play nearly perfectly as our third dragon, our first of the Mountain Souls, will be used. Teleport is coming in from Set, but they're going to dive onto Bree D, and I don't think Set's going to get there in time.
Oh!
It's Gecko is going to simply eliminate them. Scarl will be popped. They will be traded out. Jagain's taking quite a bit of damage from a Kali fan. It's going to be forced to dash away, and Esquan gets the kill. The Englishman forced to flash over the wall. And somehow, some way, without their carry, College of the Holy Cross should win this one and be able to pick up a dragon.
Looked like a really good fight to start off for Adrian College, but they very quickly lose track of the fact that Shagan still needs to be able to play the game. Akali fans perhaps in a little bit of trouble, though. Doesn't stop this dragon from going down. Is Sankwa very low, however? This is getting iffy.
Sankwa will go down. We'll see the enraged Tibbers. Homeless should be able to live this. Will not have the passive, I believe. So even getting died in the tower, he will not be safe. What a great flay. But somehow this Zach is still alive with some great healing from the Englishman. And now it's College of Holy Cross who has to be careful. They are very, very low, but it looks like everyone will just simply agree to disengage here.
Got what you came for, though. That mountain dragon is yours. Cartrip looking for a little bit more, perhaps with another classic death sentence. This guy's been insane this game. With College of the Holy Cross able to hang on in that fight, it gives me hope. Adrian College should have been completely dominant there, but they're on different pages.
And we talked about this in game 1. The target focusing for Adrian College has been what has cost them. They tried to basically focus down Akali fans last game, would get the Akali and then lose the fight. That time, as you mentioned, it started out perfectly. They got 2 men on a Bravery D. That Caitlyn stood no chance, but then your Zac and your Kled couldn't follow up the rest of the team just due to the terrain that you were fighting on, and Akali fans kind of ripped up the back line. Yes, the Caitlyn is valuable, Dia, but you cannot sacrifice everything to get to that Caitlyn.
And a really big part of the way that this game is sort of morphing between these two teams right now is that Adrian College have a... Hold on.
Looks like they should be able to get away. Don't... Oh? No? Okay, everyone's fine. Everyone's safe.
Yeah. So Adrian College have a lot of gold stacked up in the top lane, which is really cool. And College of the Holy Cross have a lot of gold stacked up in the bot lane, which is really cool. The top lane isn't what the game's about, despite the fact that Adrian College keep coming back.
Stopper just used, and now they're going to drop that Rift Tower. We talked about getting towers, and this is the name of the game for Adrian College. They won in towers last game. Asankwa going to walk right into the Azir, but eats a Timber stun to the face. Was trying to set up a nice Emperor's Divide, just simply could not get there. Great stun by Asankwa to stay alive.
21 minutes into the game, Baron is up. You cannot lose a fight here, because otherwise, well, you'll lose Baron. It's right next door. Totally makes sense, and... because of that, Adrian College are going to take a little bit of a breather, get that Scuttle Crab, and continue playing a pretty conservative game. 3 turrets actually, 2-0 is still a winning Rift for them, even though it's only 1,000 gold of an actual advantage.
Root does land on the card trip. You can see College of the Holy Cross maybe trying to make a play. Akali fans trying to at least get 1 tower, but again, the rotations are so strong from Adrian College. You've got Kled and Zac up there, and as I say that, they're both going to go in. Charge will be used. Unfortunately for the Kled, a little bit overzealous. Akali fans attempting to take that 1v1 fight. Showstopper is going to be used, but now that Kled's in the fight, there's simply nothing Akali fans can do. And it's Gecko and Homeless will combine for another fantastic kill.
Another really big injection of gold onto this Kled, and I love the way that Adrian College are punishing Akali fans, who has been playing, I think, a similar game to Gecko, but just to a lot less success. They're both very aggressive top laners. They're both very aggressive laners, period. But Gecko on the Kled is a lot more enabled to start fights to support his team, whereas, oh lord, we might be getting into the gank in bot lane.
Everything is on Cower Trip. He has had so many great Death Sentence Flay combos. Will he land one more? Right now, just kind of working on that ward, and I think something's up as Shiganes rotates down. I don't know.
Worrying that state.
I don't know if Bravery D wins that fight either. That is a very scary fight to take if you're a Caitlyn.
I don't think he does, and that's what's worrying to me about it. Shagan's going huge right now. It's a big stun, and quickly discovers why the Shurima shuffles are maybe not the preferred play of the Azir. Englishman might die for this as well. Big knockup can come from LeBron James. He looks for it, finds one onto Englishman. The flash away may keep him alive.
Ooh, they'll force the heal as well for the movement speed, so a decent trade to get 1 and 2 summoners. Almost coming down. Cartrip once the death sentence isn't able to find it though. A few times.
Cartrip's a scary man. That guy terrifies me. That guy keeps me awake at night, honestly. Oh lord!
Here comes Homeless. He has been making plays on this Zac. The Englishman on a killing spree. Akali fans will just simply run right by. Hey, how are you? And great drop. Homeless. The Diana was fantastic. This Zac is something next level. As we do see a stun is going to land on a Smirkins, but a nice flash dodges out array of that knockup.
Not going to have that flash for the next 5 minutes, though, and on this, Senna has already been punished pretty darn heavily. 1 in 5 right now. It's a good thing that he stays alive as this next dragon spawns, but not having that extra bit of mobility may still cost you this fight. Gecko has the teleport to rejoin the team, is sitting in the side lane, though, and we talked about this, loves to split push. Will he actually join up, or are Adrian College going to let this one go?
So far, it looks like Adrian College has simply opted to let this one go. Maybe Zac goes over the wall for a steal. This would put College of the Holy Cross on soul point. Yeah, there is no attempt from its Gecko to teleport. Ooh, can't even get in range, can Homeless. And just simply they will split push. And I don't think they're going to get much value because they had to push so many waves.
No, the recalls coming in now from College of the Holy Cross might be able to keep the tier 2 alive as well. So Adrian College, realistically, get a little bit more farm on their Kled. A touch of damage off, some numbers checking, some information traded, but do lose the overall extended extended, I guess, sort of engagement as College of the Holy Cross are the ones that put themselves on Soul Point. A big one for them, especially because there's only really one source of sustained damage on Adrian College, and it's that Azir.
Look at this play. You mentioned this a ton in Game 1, Dia. When you see Bri D is bought, you just start the Baron because that's where all the damage is, and they make the call here in Game 2. The Caitlyn is backing. There's no pings going out. College of the Holy Cross has no idea this Baron is down until she screams across the map. What an excellent call from Adrian College. They want more. They're going to jump right on to LeBron James. The charge will go out to divide the team. A fantastic call.
LeBron James, that is a rough one, my friend. And this one going to be equally difficult for Akali fans who does have the ultimate, but chooses to use the flash instead to get himself out of the tower for a little bit more instant of a result. Asankwa looks for an engage as well. Ill-advised as it may be, Chakins is over the wall right now. The Senna ultimate can help Gecko survive. Englishman gets the charm. Chakins is putting out a lot of damage on the side, but Cartrip lands a hook!
Cartrip's been insane. The Englishman gets ignited. They get the trade. I thought that was going to be awful because unfortunately Asankwa, the Timbers was great, but they miscounted the stuns, and the Timbers was actually the 4th ability, not the 5th. So they did not land the stun, but you called it, and you have to wonder if Game 1 looks differently if they don't ban the Thresh. They even had blue side. They could have first picked it. Cartrip is crazy on this Thresh.
It really is, and already has been the source of, I think, nearly 100% of their kills. He's got, 8 kill participation right now? 80% kill participation is pretty darn good. That's some pretty quick math, by the way. 8 out of 10, 80%. Yeah, I learned that one in school. Stay in school, kids. This one is big for them, and very clearly, Cartrip is a big part of their game plan. I think, we talked about Bri D a lot in Game 1, but the support right next to him is, I think, a big part of the way that the team is constantly able to play out the fights as well. It's no stretch in the imagination to say that Cartrip is the one with the highest burden of execution in this game. He's got to be not only protecting Bri D, but also setting his team up for the engagements.
Nice root, but a nice 90 caliber net away. Look at Bri D, almost 11,000 gold. Nobody else in the game is even close. Zitz Gecko is going to eat a stun, trying to run away. Does have the charge if needed, but will simply run faster than everyone else. Homeless is coming down. I don't know if this is a fight you want to take. The Tibbers will come out, but it unfortunately will not land the stun. Homeless will now go in. They're going to sandwich off half the team here. Cartrip and Bri D. I've got to be very careful as the charge will come out. Asankwa is going to get rooted, but a nice stopwatch there to stay alive. Let's Bounce is going to be used there by the Zac. Asankwa taken very, very low. Should be the first one to go down, and will. Bri D is taking a ton of damage. Homeless realizes this. A great heal. Keeps its Gecko alive. LeBron James will flash in and get nothing. Will get swatted away at the hoop. And that's a huge play for Adrian College.
LeBron James! Oh, Lord, it hurts. That one was really well played by Adrian College. And still, Gecko continues fighting, popping up to the top side as well. Yes, they finally lose that top side turret, but it's taken 28 minutes for Akali fans to get there, and he still, I think, should lose this fight.
Conqueror does proc. Showstopper was used. The minions are helping out a little bit. I think you're right, I think Gecko wins this, but he's playing very, very passively, realizing that he gains nothing from winning that fight and loses a whole lot. What a great play from Adrian College across the board.
Yeah, really nice stuff from them, and that's a much bigger gold lead than they've had the rest of the game as well. Now 3,000 gold in their favor is something real, tangible that you can play off of, but the concern ever in the air has to be present, as there's only 14 seconds until this next dragon, and Mountain Soul is sort of a win condition in and of itself for College of the Holy Cross, giving them so many nice scaling resistances into the damage over time effects applied by Adrian College that this is one that you have to fight for as Adrian College. You can't just go for the steal.
And Bri D is not close. If you're Adrian College, you pull the trigger now. This Caitlyn is still about 15 Teemos away. I believe the standard counting measurement in League of Legends finally will appear on the screen. But I'd like to see them pull the trigger a bit earlier. There is going to be a Zanya's up, I believe, for this Annie as well. Yes, it will come online just now, and it's Gecko looking for a play. Does not have as much health as you'd probably like to see, as so far everyone just kind of staring at each other.
He's got the charge, he's got the gore drinker, and Homeless has the jump on this Zac. An elastic slingshot gonna have to be used to engage this one. Shagan starts poking people out, but Dragon's falling lower and lower, and you gotta go soon.
Almost, you gotta go. Here's the charge. Here comes everything. Slingshot in onto the back line. Dragon, the target of LeBron James, and he'll pick it up.
Oh,
it's
they
a
got
Mountain
it.
Soul for College of the Holy Cross. This Emperor's Divide cannot get a Collie fans out of the pit. Bright D and Esquire gonna be able to take out this Zac, but Chigans will take down LeBron James with a 1-for-1 jungle trade. Perkins barely survives the showstopper. Collie fans dropping incredibly low. They'll pick up 2. Here comes the Caitlyn. I don't know if they have enough health to survive. It's a triple kill. Make it another one, and somehow Adrian College will hold on, but they'll lose the dragon.
And that is who the game is about. It's about Shagan. That man with the triple kill at the end. This Azir put out so much damage. I know that we don't have the capability to show you guys exactly how much, but he was free hitting the entire fight, taking down member after member in College of the Holy Cross. Now we're going to lose 2 inhibitors for the fact that they could not get on top of this Emperor of Shurima.
Oh, second time that the minions
I'm not commentating
the
that.
towers
That's not
taking him down. Going into that fight, by the way, if you want to know at home, we were told that Senna had 89 souls. Thresh had 54. You'd expect Smirkins, with all that damage he was putting out, to be very, very close to 100 souls. And every 20, you get more range, you get more crit. You see that build. Call her a support, but she does 80 carry damage. That's going to make Bright D and everyone's life just that much harder when Smirkin starts putting out serious damage from the support role.
That's actually very scary as well, because you look at the composition and you think that Senna's going to go something a little bit more supportive, that she's going to do slightly less damage, but because Adrian College actually have this extra source of DPS, it means they scale ridiculously well, and like you talked about with the Senna, are ultimately going to outrange Caitlyn at the same time. So now, College of the Holy Cross, we talked about this Mountain Soul sort of being a win condition in and of itself. It's time to put that to the test, because they did lose the last fight, they got halfway, but now with a clean front to back, whether they actually win the next team fight or not is likely indicative of whether they're going to win the game, because they don't outscale in this case. There isn't a late game team fight hope for College of the Holy Cross if they can't out-execute a front to back at the 32-minute mark.
Baron is spawning, and I'm curious if we'll see Adrian College's hop onto it. They don't have the greatest Baron damage deals, so it will take a while for them to sneak one in this time. But they do have, once again, a member of College of the Holy Cross down in the bot lane, that is Esquan, without a teleport. And they might start a fight here with Kled just running up. We have seen, as we saw in Game 1, these teams are very hesitant to fight, as the Englishman will just simply walk away. A death sentence will miss, but a great showstopper. Mig Slingshot's going to stop him in his tracks. Smirkin's the first one to fall. They'll land a huge charm, but it's not enough to keep Homeless alive. The Englishman trying to do what he can. It's a double kill for LeBron James. This is a very, very risky teleport from Gecko, by the way, just trying to survive with the tower. What a play for College of the Holy Cross.
Why are they taking this tower? Go to the Baron. Like, what is Gecko going to do? Tier 1 tower eventually falls, and College of the Holy Cross now will be able to back onto that objective, putting themselves in the driver's seat of this game. And we said it was do or die time. College of the Holy Cross, they certainly do.
And what a great job by Akali fans. We talked about it. Game 1, they were making the plays. They were starting to fight inside Akali. They realized, look, I'm just going to grab this Thresh mid-slingshot and stop him in his tracks. Showstopper is huge. They will burn down this Baron. They will pick up the second Baron of the game. My one concern to you, and we saw this in Game 1, look at the map difference. 7 towers to 3. There's a mid-inhibitor down. It is going to be very hard for College of the Holy Cross to get value out of this Baron, which is something they struggled with in Game 1 as well.
I want to see if they can keep up with that tempo that it does need to be matched. Adrian College, you mentioned their macro, and you've pointed it out beautifully just there as well, the sort of Baron value that is equated to in the past. Right now, I like the way they're hitting the map again. Not really focusing on the Baron because the minions aren't pushing up to them just yet. It's much more focused around getting themselves vision for this up-and-coming Elder Dragon. Mountain Soul is one thing, Elder Dragon a totally different beast, especially when you've got double Leandries on your side. Adrian College know that this is both their win and their loss condition, and College of the Holy Cross, they are looking for that extra bit of spice.
Ooh, Death Sentence misses. Smirkins is going to be able to get out if you're College of the Holy Cross. Thank you, Card Trip. I was going to say, that Blast Cone has a ton of value. Of course, Zach can slingshot over. And the one thing I do like about this Baron, as we see Akali fans pick up that top tier 2, is Baron will still be on them when Elder Dragon spawns, which means Akali fans can continue to push with that teleport and apply pressure across the map. And you have to make sure, if you're Adrian College, someone with teleport, which is Shigane's right now, has to be the one to match him at all costs.
Gone up, done that, cleared out the wave, and now is moving down 40 now seconds on this Elder Dragon. Vision still a war that is ever being fought. I want to see Smirkins try and reset to get a little bit more, get that Wardstone full up, but it's got to be now or never, as even now we crushed that never mark. It's that thin, these margins. Gecko takes a big crit to the face.
Not sure what Gecko was going for. He was full health. Oh my
God!
goodness!
Oh my god!
One shot onto Seraphine. We joked about how Seraphine denies fun. How about that? And now Homeless basically has to go for the miracle steals. Elder's going to spawn. They get a root onto Card Trip. The slingshot will land. You got to get onto this Caitlyn. She is shredding your entire team. Zach passive already popped. It's Gecko forced off Scarl. And Bri D smells blood in the water. College of the Holy Cross is going to get Elder, and they're in complete control.
Apex, oh my, this is, the Apex Predator has hit the rift. Bri D, terrifying on the Caitlyn, as you literally just don't get to play the game as the Englishman. And now, you don't get to again, because if Caitlyn can one-shot you without the Elder Soul, I mean, you just don't stand a chance against a Caitlyn with the Elder Soul. Let's take a look.
Good news for Adrian College. If they survive this Elder Soul, they'll get a nice double root. You got to be careful, though. Shurima shuffle, and they're going to knock the Caitlyn in, and they take out the most valuable target. Card Trip goes down as well. Akali fans trying to make use of this Elder Dragon buff. They will not get it. The Shurima shuffle comes in huge, and this game might not be over just yet.
No way, no way Shagans ends up pulling that one off. Insane Shurima shuffle happening this late in the game. Now no flash on this Azir, however, does ever concerned, as it is an important source of their damage. And I think crucially, he's been the only one to really be able to shut down Bri D. Once Akali fans start joining fights, you don't see Homeless really connecting with the Caitlyn anymore.
2 minutes till Baron, and the way these teams have played, Dion, would not be shocked if we just kind of waited out at this point. These teams very, very hesitant to make a mistake. It's the last week of the regular season. From all our math, from all our number crunching, they're both in the playoffs. You can play with a little bit of riskiness. I'm very curious if we see anyone even take a fight until Baron is closer to spawning and respawn timers become a thing.
And that means this Elder Dragon is essentially going to waste. We've got to wait till the second one as well. 1 minute 30 on the Baron. Adrian College are going to get even more gold for themselves. Hopefully a few more tanky stats on the Englishman, or a slightly better game plan as they approach the next fight. A big worry for them as well is that they're falling behind in the experience. College of the Holy Cross are all very close to hitting max level, and Adrian College are behind pretty much universally by 1 to even 2 levels. 3? No, just 2.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting game, too. I mean, as you said, the level advantage all across the board is in the favor of College of Holy Cross as the level 18 start rolling in. Akali fans, the first one to ding it. But Shigane's not far behind. So Shigane's the one win ahead, and with the Shurima shuffle, you did it once. Oh, the death sentence barely misses Smirkins. You probably got to land at least one more, you think, on to Bri D here, Dia, if Adrian College is going to get this win. Otherwise, it feels like we're getting closer and closer to a game 3.
Shigane's very scary right now, needs to be scared as well, taking the 1v1 with the Kali fans. Well, we know that he should be able to win it. The small chance that he doesn't would cost his team the entire game. And even now, I like the shuffle over the wall there just to keep himself alive. Shigane's has to be the crucial piece that fits in for Adrian College. 3-4 items completed on this guy makes him terrifying, but Homeless is the one that has to be in that front line. Even Smirkins is making me nervous right now. I gotta be honest with you, Fish, because this game is being played on thin margins. One place where I think that Adrian College have a definitive advantage should be in that, quote, top side. Wherever Gecko is, if he's in a 1v1, that's your pressure point.
Interesting to note there. Gecko, I thought, was maybe going to try and fight Akali fans. If he wins that 1v1, this is a different game because then College of Holy Cross has to disengage, but he simply chose to back. He wants to be there for the entirety of this Baron fight, should it happen. And of course, there's that 4-second channel on teleport. Akali fans has got to have that button hovered right now. Their fingers should be on the D key at all times. Because if they start a fight as Adrian College, Set can't be there soon enough to help his team out.
And now we see It's Gecko transition into the top lane as well. College of the Holy Cross know that the team is split. D sitting in the mid lane is going to be able to push that one out, and the minions ever pressuring. Well, Smirkin's going to have to run for his life right now. College of the Holy Cross have really stepped up their macro play around this objective specifically, are balancing perfectly for the Baron, and now are even starting it.
You gotta pull the trigger here if you're Adrian College. You're losing your bot side of the map. You're losing Baron. Look how much damage this Caitlyn is doing. You've got to make a play. And they're going to jump on the card trip. The box will come out, but the Thresh will survive. But there it is. It's Shigane's, the Shurima shuffle, the triple kill for the Emperor of Sands. And I think Adrian College is going to pull this one out. Give him the quad. Smirkins will steal it. But that should be game for Adrian College.
Working on the Baron right now. Well, the College fans are still going at it, but what a fight for Adrian College to pull that one out. The shuffle, the encore, all perfectly layered on top of each other with the Let's Bounce to top it all off. Keeps D from laying out the damage and keeps College of the Holy Cross from getting that one true win condition online. Their base is still exposed, but with only 20 seconds on D. I'm not sure whether Adrian College are gonna be able to break the base now, or whether they're gonna refocus the efforts into the vision around that Elder Dragon coming up in 30 seconds.
I thought for sure you just grab double inhib. The fact they grab Baron is very interesting because, as you mentioned, Elder Dragon spawning soon means that Baron buff is not going to get too much value. Though again, It's Gecko has the teleport. Maybe he opts to split push a wave instead. But basically that fight you won was for nothing. It's all going to be up to the Elder Dragon because we've seen what D can do here. They're going to need a pick. Blast Code will get broken by Smirkins, who's quite the accumulation of souls, I would assume. And now they're going to find LeBron James. This is huge. Able to get away. It's Gecko is right there, though. They need to get a pick to take the jungler out of the fight, but they got to be careful. They are now divided, but a huge root stun. There it is. D goes down. The charge coming in from the back line. Showstopper going to be used on to It's Gecko. It's a double kill for Shigane. Akali fans can't even get the Showstopper or the Haymaker off. They'll pick up Elder just to be safe. Here we go, LeBron James. You've already made an insane block in the NBA Finals. What can you do on Elder? The answer is simply reset the spawn.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for him, but ultimately how it was going to go. Now with the Elder Dragon taken, Adrian College might just be able to dish that 2-0 out. 24 seconds on D, but Gecko has broken the base in a third area, taken on the inhibitor now, and the rest of Adrian College collapse into this base that is broken, that is in tatters, and College of the Holy Cross might be able to make one last stand here.
D is going to be up in time for the heroic last effort, potentially, but with Elder, it might not matter. Card Tripper, how he played, will go down. They'll burn the Nexus. It takes them nearly 100 minutes, Dia, but they break their 3-game losing streak, and now they potentially look to be on the upper echelon of that bracket in our Navigators Yellow Division. What an insane game for both these teams, and what a great comeback for Adrian College.
That was so crazy to watch, actually, with Briber ID able to, I want to say, really almost carry that game in its entirety, but ultimately falling just that little bit short. You know me, Fish, I'm biased. Seraphine is the greatest champion of all time, and those encores really did a lot of work, but the big handout has to go to Chagins. That guy was doing so much damage on Azir. Gecko and Homeless were laying down so much CC for him that we got to see the full fruition, the full Emperor of Shurima come to rise.
And I think the biggest thing for me is we saw about 20 minutes in the game, he tried to stream a shuffle and just fell over. And we even said that's why you don't stream a shuffle anymore. But he never stopped. It didn't break his confidence. He gets probably the biggest one of the game, kills Briber ID with Elder. You and I called game. We're like, we're going to game 3. Let's see it. Chagains was absolutely phenomenal. I know we've got a ton of matches coming up. Dia, do you have any final thoughts before we continue on in the final week of the NECC?
I think that my final thoughts are for both Adrian College and College of the Holy Cross. That the mid game definitely needs to be spiced up a little bit, but they're gonna have the chance to hone their skills in the playoffs and in the weeks to come. So I think that I leave this on a positive note. I'm just very excited to see them continuing to play since they both clearly got such mechanical powerhouses.
Both in the playoffs, both looking forward, and maybe a chance to look at their playoff opponents. If you're a Navigators Yellow fan, you don't gonna want to go anywhere. It's the top half of the bracket. It's teams 1 and 2. It's ESU taking on Hood College. It's all coming up next on the NECC.
It's the last week of the regular season, and for one of these teams, nothing but bragging rights is on the line. East Stroudsburg University sits at 7-0, number one seed in the playoffs, already clinched. Hood College, however, sits a few steps away from the top, tied for second at 5-2. The only issue with being close to the top is that it's a long, long fall to the bottom. Will we see a standing shakeup or more of the same in Navigators Yellow? Blazers, Warriors, let's get it cracking. My name is Ethan Dolan, probably better known as Nelhead, and I'm joined by Coach Jim. And what seems like it's too long, but it's really only been 2 weeks.
It feels like longer than 2 weeks, though, Ethan. It feels like so much longer.
Indeed, it does. I mean, hey, since we've last been on air, there's a whole new patch of league. Towers are looking a little different. I know you've got some strong opinions on that. A new set of TFT is out. We've had some actually important changes, some buffs and nerfs. Gore Drinker was touched a little bit, so we've got some new toys on the Rift to play with.
Some new toys, yeah. Gore Drinker probably can just go away. It's still too powerful. And that's, coming from a guy who likes to play slightly tankier champions. And just go away. There's so many other good items for tanks. We don't need that one for bruisers, making them tanky and good at dealing damage. Just go away. And you talked about the towers, and you know what? I have a comment about the towers, but I don't even want to talk about it. I don't even want to give them the notice to talk about it. Like this, I know that they were trying to do something. I know they were trying to hook it in with the arcane drop. They just need to go back to the normal towers because the normal towers look really nice.
Have you watched Arcane yet?
I have watched Arcane, yes.
And I haven't. So give me here.
It's League of Legends.
That's fair. That's fair enough.
Riot Games, a music label that makes a video game, is dipping their toe into the television market on Netflix. No, it's pretty good. And without giving any spoilers, they're setting up more than just 2 storylines. They've set up, I believe me and my buddies counted, I believe they have set up 9 storylines in 3 episodes. In 3 episodes, they have set up 9 storylines, and there's a couple things going on. I'm like, okay, that's not a champion, that's not a champion, that's not a champion. That one's not either, but I would love to see them make that one a champion. I will say there is one person we have not seen do anything without giving a spoiler. This is not a spoiler. They're a hench person, and every time there's something going on, they get held back. And one of these days, they're not going to get held back, and we're going to see some bomb stuff come out. And I'm waiting for it. That's my favorite character right now, but no spoilers. I'm not saying anything else. But Ethan, let's talk about this draft we're looking at here.
I was going to say, getting held back is Kenan Rise, Victor, Nar, Nocturne, and Camille. We've got some big boys there in the top lane. Cho'Gath, Darius going at it. And hey, same for the jungle. Sejuani, Volibear, little preview of the mid lane. Ziggs. What are we thinking so far? A lot of beef up on the top side and quite a bit of damage from both mid laners.
Yeah, no, the mid laner's going for damage. It seems like Ziggs can play any lane these days. Last week we saw Ziggs at ADC. Now we're seeing a mid lane. But like you were saying, a lot of beef in the top lane, a lot of beef in the jungle. Me and you have the benefit of seeing the draft live, so we know there's more beef coming as well. So it's just one of those that going to be a slower paced game, I think.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's going to be slower pace. I think that we're going to see some interesting positioning here in team fights. It's always vital when you have tanks to really position well around them. There's a whole bunch of damage here. It's like, well, let's go. We've got an opening on the skirmish, but with the Darius, with the Sejuani, with the Cho'Gath, with the Volibear, with the Leona, and with the Rel, you really have limited opportunities to start your engage. You really only want to go in on one of these 4 squishy damage dealers, Jim. So finding an opportunity, finding a window might lead to a lower kill game here early on.
I think what I'm looking at here, you're going to have to combo. It's going to have to be a combination. Example, you hit a Cho'Gath knockup, you're going to have to put him in the Viger Event Horizon. Have to. That's the only time anybody's going to slow down long enough for Viger to get the Event Horizon around a significant number of people. Then if you get him in there, then Rel's going to have to go in and get a mass stun. That's what you're looking for, is that kind of combo. On the opposite side, you've got the slow Sejuani. Yeah, she's throwing the stun out there, but it is a slow as well. Try to mix that in with Leona's Solar Flare and try to leave that open for Fortune or Ziggs to maybe even combo their ultimates and just try to drop all the damage at the same time. But that's what we're going to be looking at. There's no one push button start combat. There's a couple of push button end combats, but not a lot of one button engage coming out here.
Yeah, the Sejuani and the Leona there over on Hood's side really going to act as the go buttons, as the catalyst for this team. And Jim, we kind of talked about off air. They're going to have to use those go buttons effectively because if you don't get going here early on, ESU, the Warriors, well, they are going to outscale you come late game. Vigar, Cho'Gath, both going with infinite stacking into the late game. Volibear, Jin also hit pretty hard come full items.
Yeah, no, and we look at it all the time, like who's going to scale, who needs to go for the early win, what are the win conditions, and I'm not seeing a lot of huge win conditions. On the side of Hood. I see a strong team comp, but I'm not seeing a defined win condition.
Yeah, they definitely are going to have to focus on winning team fights. I could see the Darius getting out of hand here early on. Misfortune, one of the stronger ADCs right now. In fact, in my humble opinion, I think we're seeing the two best ADCs in the meta right now, Jin and MF going at it. So those two are who I'm looking at. I've seen a lot of great Ziggs play. I've seen nary a Ziggs carry Jim. It just doesn't usually pan out. There's no mobility in the kit. It's just kind of tough to win on a control mage that doesn't have any way to really maneuver and get out.
And their biggest problem is going to be is that ESU doesn't have to fight them. ESU can play a defensive, and I'm going to call it boring game, and they will win. They can play a boring lane phase. They can drag lane phase out 25 minutes if they want to, and it doesn't matter because every minute this game continues is another minute. ESU's like, yep, just tick that clock away. Scale, 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 scale.
Yeah, I think the Warriors are going to do one of their best James Harden impersonations where you kind of dribble your opponent to boredom in between the legs, just not moving, crossover, crossover, crossover. And just when they slip up a little bit, that's when you go for that dagger three. That's when you really make your move. So I couldn't agree more. The Warriors have built this composition that allows them to make a few mistakes early on. There's no pressure for them to really win early and get their lead early because they can always fall back in the late game. With that being said, they can't get too complacent because that is where Hood can come in and snatch away game number one in this best of three.
But you can be defensive without being complacent. You can, especially when you're sitting here looking at a Volibear in the jungle. He's a dive jungler. Let's be honest. Like Volibear does best in the opposing line. So he's going to dive in. So if they get too far under tower, if they push just a little bit too far, you're going to have to worry about a bear coming up from behind you and pushing you all the way under a tower into a spot you don't want to be.
Notably, both junglers really get their ganking tools come level 6, right? Both those ultis so good. Volibear can just turn off a tower for a little bit, find the hostage, go boop. And Sejuani, as we talked about, a lot of CC in that ult, he's able to just lock down opponents for a while. So keep your eyes there on the levels of the junglers because once they hit 6, no laner across the map will be safe. I think there's a lot of pressure put onto these junglers, Jim, to get their laners ahead come level 6.
And the thing is, Sejuani doesn't need her ultimate. Sejuani has the stun built into her kit already, and it stacks with allies' melee autos. So going up topside, with the Cho'Gath, they can stack a stun really early. Sejuani doesn't need 6. Let's be honest, she really doesn't, and her W is a displacement already. So you're already talking about a little bit of forced movement in a direction you don't want to be going. Cho'Gath knock up into Sejuani displacement into being stunned could spell the end of the day for Darius in the top lane early.
Yeah, and speaking of that Cho'Gath there on the top side, what do we make of this objective control with that bite smite combo? That can be so deadly when you use the ulti to really take control of objectives. Do you think they're going to be able to secure both these Rift Heralds early on?
If they want them. If they want to fight for them, having that extra ability in there, absolutely. You shouldn't lose that fight because basically it's an extra smite, basically, is what it is. It's not, but it is. And you can basically, at that point, smite at a much higher level, ensure you win the smite fight. Something I want to point out, Slink on the Darius does not have Ghost, which I'm thrilled about. Top laners need to have teleport, especially in this current meta.
Yeah, top laners do perform well with teleport. However, Darius is that one where you do traditionally, as you noted, see Ghost a lot there, right? So
You do. I
I don't
just
know.
don't like it.
I do like it because if you get ahead, it's so tough, right? You can't run away from the Darius when they have Ghosts, and I mean, there's just nowhere to go in general. So we will see, especially because you know you have to win early. I may have erred on the side of Ghost just because that teleport cooldown is so long, but hey, we'll see. If it comes through in the objective control, you will have a little bit more to play with. Split pushing with the ability to come into those fights and really swing the momentum back your way.
And I think our producer said that we're going into game here. So let's get going here. As you see all the new turrets, the new Nexus, the new inhibitors. I don't mind the inhibitors. I'll be honest. I don't mind the inhibitors. I just don't like the turrets.
The turrets. That's where you draw the line.
Yeah.
All right, it's good to know. We've got Hood College taking on ESU. Coming out for Hood on the left-hand side of your screen, the blue team, Slink, Bronklith, Rainbow Madness, Sharito, and Bubbles for the Warriors. Undefeated at 7-0 as we see a little level 1 action. We've got Moose and Juice in the top side, Swiper, Intellectual Ape, Nolden, Voided, and Zack Attacks on the bot side, Jim. We are in for a good one.
And while we've got a little break here, I'm gonna have to get it out of the way because one of us was gonna go there. I'm getting it out of the way earlier. Swiper, no swipe.
Yeah, that'll weave its way in later on. Don't steal all the thunder from later in the cast. All right, we gotta save something for the end.
I don't want to hear it later. I got it out of the way early.
All right. It's officially off the table. Everyone mark that one on your bingo cards. Swipe or no swiping has been said. I don't want to hear anyone missing it later. We do see jungles both starting on their red buffs. Jim, what might this mean for the early movement in the jungle?
They're both on tankier champions, so starting red buff, not a problem. Personally, I myself like to start blue buff on the Sejuani. You're going to use your abilities to clear the camp, so having them on a shorter cooldown just helps you clear faster. But you really on Sejuani can go either way, so it's not a problem to go red buff first, just not my preference.
I'm very intrigued to see this bot side matchup here. As we said, these are probably the two strongest ADCs in the meta right now, at least if you ask me. Leona, far, far better than Rel right now, much better engaged. However, Rel's disengage is pretty solid. Get the W popping off or getting back onto the horse. I do like what Zack is doing right now. I prefer to stay unmounted. I think that remounting is better to get the flip over the shoulders, see some action here. Level 2 on the top side. Moose and Juice getting bullied by Slink, and that's exactly what you have to do if you're playing the Darius in this matchup.
You know, and we talk about disengage right there. You just saw Moose and Juice with the knockup for the disengage. It's a great tool no matter how you're using it, whether you're using it to get in on your opponent or to get them off of your back. And used very well right there to buy some time and get themselves a little bit more space.
Nice grab right there. Moose and Juice with the bleed. Slink going to back off. Moose and Juice doesn't have to use their flash, so they're pretty low. Slink has them right where they want them and should be able to just free farm this wave right now. Corrupting Pot is remaining in inventory here on the bot side. There's the Zenith Blade coming through. First blood right there. Beautiful play by Bubbles to get the engaged. Sharito just is going to have to settle for the assist.
And a great move there for first blood, but like you said, it did go on to Bubbles on the Leona. Not exactly where you want to stack that early money, especially in a game where you have to win early.
Yeah, look at Moose and Juice here, Jim. It's a tough time when you are an alien. I mean, it's pretty much a dinosaur, right? And you're just getting pushed under tower by a strong man. Like, this is just a tough place to be for the Cho'Gath.
I mean, it is Darius. Come on now.
He's just a dude, right? Like, I mean, this is a voidling. This is a monstrous being. Darius is a guy. Like, he's strong. I'm sure he hits the gym. Like, he could bench me, but it's scary. He's a ganker in the mid lane. Intellectual 8 might be in a little bit of trouble, but is able to sniff out the Sejuani before any harm is done. Do you see Swiper here looking for something in the bot lane? Bubbles going to respond up and see it. We do see the jungle rotating over, and that's some good team play to try and secure Scuttle here, I believe, and get the Volley Bear out of a position to gank. You gotta love the teamwork early on here from the Warriors.
And we were talking about Moose and Juice being pushed in, starting with the Corrupting Pots, was able to get himself back into the lane, healed up, and not down any farm. I'm sorry, down 2 farm at the moment. That's basically nothing this early in the game. So Good use of the items there by Moose and Juice, keeping himself in lane and just slow playing it. All 3 lanes right now for ESU, slow playing it, knowing that they don't have to win early. They have time.
There's no pressure for them to do anything, and yeah, some great mental game there from Moose and Juice, just taking it slow, taking a deep breath, saying, you know what? I got a little bit thrown out of lane early. I'm going to use these corrupting pots and climb my way back into this. And yeah, trailing about a wave right now, down 7, down 6 farm, but fought back into it, now letting the wave push towards Darius' side. Still just 1 kill on the map, and I expect this to remain pretty low kill early on, just with how big the health bars are across the board. The only exception could be there in the mid lane where, you know, Igar Ziggs, one gets a hold of the other, could turn ugly quick.
Yeah, I was not expecting one of the tanks to be the first blood. It was just a little bit of a mispositioning by Zac Attack on the rel that led to it. Otherwise, yeah, other than the 2 top laners, we haven't even seen that many health bars go that low.
Yeah, also just flashed straight back from the Zenith way. Didn't try to go to the right or left. You know, it's like Indiana Jones. There, you're just running straight. The boulder's coming at you, you're running straight. You can't find the left or the right. So not an ideal flash. Yeah, led towards that tank dying first, but right here is what I'm expecting. A lot of slow play, a lot of farm. Builds are looking pretty standard right now. Nothing really jumping out to me. The only thing I might watch this bot lane is if Bubbles wants to go in for a kill, it's going to be when this Jhin steps up to CS on the reload. That's going to be the ideal time to try to find a Zenith player in the bot side. We'll see if Bubbles wants to go for it. They are nearing level 6. They are a level up on Zac Attacks here, who did find that first death.
Looking into the top lane, Moose and Juice backed. Slink did not. Slink stayed picked up, I think, 3 different waves. However, they are definitely at an item disadvantage at the moment. So we'll see if that works in the favor of ESU. Moose and Juice also roaming a little bit. I think they just took the scuttle, maybe, possibly. I know they just control warded in the river there. I would like to say, though, you know, talking about the Prometheus school of running away, that's fine. You're correct on that one. However, let's not give my man Indy a hard time. He was running in a tunnel. There was nowhere else for him to go.
That is fair. I was going to say Prometheus School of running away from things. I wasn't sure if enough people had seen Prometheus, so I had to play the audience. Swiper going here, playing towards the bot lane, trying to find Shirito. There's Zac Attacks with the Hex Tech Flash. Not going to find anything else there.
You know, people might not have seen the movie there, Ethan, but everybody knows the meme.
I'm glad that the meme has far surpassed the box office importance. Top side here, Moose and Juice getting the knockup. Slink is a level up despite being down items and using that level to great advantage. Bit of a trade right there. Moose and Juice, good knockup. Gotta be trouble for your Slink. Moose and Juice does have the ult, and there's the ult to return. The flash, tick, tick, tick on the bleed, and they're both gonna die. Mutually assured destruction on the top side.
Oh, unfortunate there. Unfortunate both ways. They both were looking to do something tricksy there, and they both paid the price.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think Moose and Juice had ult yet for that. I believe they devoured a caddy to get that first stack going, so didn't actually have the ult for that engage.
Did not.
That kind of hurt a little bit. You may have been able to end that one just a tish sooner and gotten out with your life, but it is what it is. A trade on the top side, and that's going to be better for the Darius here as they hadn't backed, and they're already even. So going back, getting those items, got to be a little bit scared if you're the Cho'Gath here.
Oh, no, absolutely. That's what I was about to get ready to say, is that with a 20 CS lead, Moose and Juice was waiting for Darius to back so that he could catch up on farm, and then they mutually died. So Darius got the free back he needed, and now he's just up. He's just up 3 waves with nothing negative to show for it.
Yeah, if we were in solo queue, that right there is where Darius types in all chat, quick back, comes back to lane and gets right to work against Moose and Juice. And we said we expect this Darius to do pretty well here early on, and Hood College needs to do well across the board early on if they want to get in against this highly scaling team. The Blazers just don't quite have that oomph, that punch late game. There's Cinderella here, Jim. They've got to get home before midnight, and there's a pull. Moose and Juice duking out with Slink. Slink, good positioning right there. Ulti not quite up for Slink, looking for a little bit more. Gets the auto, stacks up yet again, but not going to find anything else. That bleed will do quite a bit to Moose and Juice. Yeah, Bronclith right here. So can they bait Slink? Moving back, nothing found just yet. We'll keep an eye on the mini map here. Moose and Juice, and here comes Bronclith, who is level 6. They do have ulti up, going in, and there it is. This is most likely going to be a kill. Want to give it over to Slink here. Good positioning, walking with Moose and Juice. There is the ult. No flash available. wouldn't have helped anyhow. Big kill on the top side.
Huge kill. One thing to note, if for those who don't know, if Sejuani uses that ultimate, they can no longer stack for their E stun. Their E stun is disabled against targets they have ulted. So it's an all or nothing shot there to use it as the engage tool, because you're actually denying yourself use of a ability later on in that fight.
Yeah, and they do hit it, and that's what's important here. Now, the Leona actually rotating up to help right now, and if that was known by ESU, I might think they might be trying to go in instead of Rel backing there, but no such luck. Jin just going to be solo farming here, kind of maybe backing up on the tower like, where is this Leona? I'm not quite sure. No vision of that. Great early game here, Jim. Hood College really taking advantage in the part of the game which they need to. We know they're not the scaling team. We know they have to find their win early. We know the Intellectual Ape could be in trouble here. Bubbles just hits the Zenith Blade, can't quite find it.
Yeah, unfortunately, there, we were talking about ESU being able to take both rifts because of the ultimate coming out of. That was weird.
Oh, good flash, and this is going to be so easy for the Jin ult to hit off Zack Attack's ult. No Void going to get that kill. Brockcliffe going to try to get Scuttle, but that's going to hurt not having your ADC. Dragon is up right now, and it'll be the first one of the game. Event Horizon coming through. Intellectual Ape not finding anything else. Nolan Void, you got to be careful here. Brockcliffe coming in. Volibear on the top side of the river coming through. Nolan Void running. Brockcliffe looking for the kill. One more auto might do it. Doesn't quite find it. Sticking around for the fight. Here's the Volibear ulti. Throw it down. Brockcliffe 6 feet deep. Fire gets a kill in the mid lane. Bubbles next on the chopping block, but here comes Slink. Got an axe to grind, and Viper looking like a nice target. Not going to get anything there. Nolan Void finding a little bit of CC on the backside. All in all, the Warriors find 2 for nothing.
And there was something weird there in the bot lane. I thought I saw Fortune start her ult, stop, and restart it. I'm sure I saw it incorrectly. It just looked very weird. But the entire thing there started with great positioning coming out of Nolden Voided, just stepping out of the bullet time and allowing Rel to get in there, hit everything they needed to hit, and then just finishing it up with the curtain call, doing what Jins do and standing in the back and saying, no, I got this, boys. Calm down. We're fine. And then the fight that ensued just went every way possible wrong for Hood College.
Yeah, ESU's positioning really led them to a great win right there. And is this a lane swap? Ziggs on the top side, Darius mid, maybe just for a wave, and now it looks like they're swapping back. I was about to say that would be an interesting decision because I don't think Darius can really get in close on Vigar. Regardless, doesn't matter. It's not what's happening. Zack Attack's no Void. Volibear in the vicinity yet again. To note, Jim, Drag was not taken as a result of the last fight, so still on the table. These teams still gravitating towards the bot side, looking for Leona. Gotta be careful out of position there. If you see on your minimap, Silence here on the top side. Moose and Juice looking for Slink. Doesn't get the knock up to go. Slink just pushing that wave under tower. Wants to further their lead against this Cho gap. Viper coming in, knows that they aren't seen there because of the scanner. May have got picked up in lane right there.
You know, you're talking about the lead that Darius has, and Darius does have a gold lead, but they're actually a level down.
They are a level down, and Rainbow Madness nearly finds the kill there. Intellectual Ape, good flash. You know, I've been very impressed, Jim. Rainbow Madness hasn't gotten caught in one event horizon yet. Vigar's not been able to start that CC chain that really gets the rest of the combo to go, and that's the reason that this Ziggs is only 0-1-0 and not worse, right? We've seen Intellectual Ape toss out a few event horizons. You know they've got the damage right now. They are first full item in. It's really great microplay so far by the Ziggs.
It is, and the one death the Ziggs has was to the win fight button that Vigar has. And just got a little bit low, and Vigar just got a little bit too close. And just push button, walk away, drink latte, you know? Win fight.
It's just that easy. Dragon going to go down here. Hood College, they are on that one, and that's what they need to do. We talked about them having a lack of win conditions. Well, Drag Soul could be one of those win conditions. Adds quite a bit of gold on average per player. Viper here going in. Big blast cone toss right there, but they're all coming over. They are hungry for blood. Slink, they're going to have to settle for the flash. Instead, Moose and Juice going to find the knock-up. Nothing else coming there. Viper going to say, hey, don't want to pass around this way next. May as well pick up the scuttle while I'm here.
And Ethan, did I miss the Rift Herald being dropped?
Oh,
I'm not seeing it in inventory.
I don't see it either. Maybe mid, that tower is somewhat low, but I don't recall it being dropped either. That's a good note. It may have been forgotten about.
That is the one notification that as a spectator you do not get.
Yeah.
Which is weird, that you get every other notification in the game, not the Rift Herald drop. I think we missed it. Maybe our producer saw it, he'll let us know if he saw it, but neither of us saw it, but that is not in inventory. So hopefully it wasn't forgotten, because if it was, there was a lot of work for nothing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, the mid tower is suspiciously low, so my instinct says they probably dropped it there, but I don't see it. So you could be right. That may have been forgotten about. We did see the Sejuani pick it up, and we know they did it. Bronco's looking for something on the top side here. Moose and Juice may be in a bit of trouble. Here's Bronco coming on through, has the ult available, but decides not to do it. Good recognition by Moose and Juice, able to get back in time. Has that deep ward in the river just in front of Pit there. Oh, Zach, don't get caught out here. Takes a bit of damage. Bubbles not wanting to go in on that one.
No, gotta pick your moments there against a heavy tank like Rel. You gotta pick the moment, because once you use your abilities, then you're all alone. And if you're Leona, your Zenith Blade takes you in. It's not like Blitzcrank pull, which brings them to you. You've committed with that Zenith Blade. So you really have to pick your moment, and you really have to know that your ADC is going to be right there with you. I don't think the wave was in a proper place at that time for that Zenith Blade.
Yeah, I absolutely agree there. It's a one-way ticket with Spirit. You don't bring much with you, but you are there, and you got to pick those moments carefully. You see Volibear once again kind of hovering around the river on the bot side here. Big demo on that first tower, and here comes Swiper to the bot side of the map, just running it down. Are they seeing a little bit back up here? Sling up the top side, going into Moose Juice. Big knock-up right there. Slink sidestepped at first, but watch right back into it. Moose Juice will use that ulti to get a stack and just try to save some farm under tower here. Getting a bit stronger, taking tower shot there is Slink. Does have ulti available. Nothing more going to come of this fight. And once again, mid lane here, we see both junglers in that bot side river. A lot of dancing around this Drake pit, around the bot side, but not much being done.
And it looks like a Rift Herald play maybe here.
Yeah, they're moving to the top side of the map. They pop the Scribe's room. They know Sejuani's back. Zig's backing right now. Teleport coming on through from Hood College to apply some pressure on the top side to make sure they get it. Sharito picks up no void right there. Completely missed it looking at the mini-map, but that is a big, big kill.
Oh, no, they knew Rel wasn't there. They played it perfectly. They juggled the aggro off the tower. Bubbles started with it. Bubbles walked out. Sharito took it. And they were just able to tower dive Jhin under his tower. Nothing Nulled and Voided could do about it.
Yeah, not much you can do as the Jhin there. No mobility when the Gale Force is down. So that is what it is. We're all knotted up on the scoreboard. However, the Warriors do hold that Rift Herald advantage right now. Wouldn't surprise me if they try to find a play for it mid lane here. Try to even it up. However, cracking the top tower could be good, kind of open up the map for your Cho'Gath. Darius becomes less of a threat with a consistent wave pushing, so we'll see where they decide to do that at. Bot lane, once again, Jim, the junglers can't keep away from the bottom half of the map. It's like a magnet. They're just drawn towards it. They're always lurking around down here. Next Dragon up in about 50 seconds.
Well, and this tower should go down. No, they're not going to play for the tower. They're going to back up. I would like to point out that they took the Rift Herald. They did not pass the kill over to the Cho'Gath. I would have loved to have seen the kill there pass to the Cho'Gath, just to get him even bigger, get him going.
Oh, Bronco coming over the wall there. Zenith Blade's going to miss. Bubbles taking a lot of damage. There's the Altia on the back line. Curtain call. Bubbles, you might be in trouble, but it's Swiper who's barely holding on the backside. Zack Attack going to go down here. Give that kill over to Sharito. They do. Intellectual 8 hits the R button and says bye-bye to Bubbles. They trade 1-for-1, support for support. Dragon on the map in 10 seconds. Good roam, good match. The mid laners, bit of a chess match so far in this one.
Yeah, no, that was really good roaming through the jungle there. You saw that they had a lot of vision set up. Broncliffe had been doing a good job of controlling vision on the blue buff jungle there, right by bottom turret. And they basically walked through darkness and were able to dive in on that. And then with all of the tank, they were just able to tank the curtain call while they were doing work in the back. And then, unfortunately, Intellectual Ape just able to look over the wall and go, oh, I guess I have a little bit left of my latte to drink. So sips his latte, hits the R button,
Walks away.
with cash. Walks away with cash.
Money secured in the back pocket. Zacatec's here in the River Clearing Wars. You got to give all the credit to Hood College here. We talked about that getting out early. Maybe a win condition could be the drag soul. They're halfway there. They're up a kill. They're up 4K gold, which is a decent amount at this stage in the game. I love what they're doing. Send Rainbow Madness topside to make sure this wave is still pushing in. They're never leaving this Cho'Gath alone, Jim. They're not going to let the Cho'Gath just farm up. We'll use the ulti there to get a stack, but they're just continually trying to bully this topside, not letting the scalers getting going.
It's what they're trying to do. I mean, the Cho'Gath's still decent farm. He's not fallen behind too badly. 115, it's not terrible. I've seen a lot worse. Something to note, unfortunate on the side of Hood College, it's the Mountain Soul, is the soul that they will be trying to get, and that doesn't help them for a quick finish. They had a 50-50 shot of getting the Infernal Drake. Infernal would have been massive with that damage buff early, but unfortunately for them, it's going to be the Mountain coming up.
Yeah, it doesn't give them the oomph of team fights, but it does give them some survivability, and I will say that Drexel scales favorably off of max HP, armor, and MR. So with all these tanks, they're going to get pretty big. I mean, even Leona with this soul is going to be a sizable tank. Like, really going to feel like they've got some tankier items. So this could be good buying time for your damage dealers. You just have to keep the rest of the team off of your back line. If the MF can find the bullet time, if the Ziggs can find the damage, they may be able to make some noise here. And on the top side, returning the favor here is this Rip-Tailed Rainbow Madness. You're going to have to let this one go.
You see, as this tower is about to fall here, I'm just worried that as tanky as you can be with the infinite scaling on Viger, his win fight button probably still going to win fights. So if he can just delete somebody off the jump of combat, you're going to be in a 5v4 the entirety of the game.
Yeah, it is going to be really hard if Intellectual Ape can find those picks, can find those kills. So we're going to see, and once again, I think that dodging through those event horizons, not allowing yourself to get locked down, is going to be a big start for team fights. And especially if you're Hood College, you can't allow any dumb picks. You have to come in even or up in numbers on each and every team fight. Moose and Juice taking care of that ward right there. We do see Hood College trying to push in mid lane a little bit here. They're clearing those waves pretty quick. No objectives on the table, at least none that you really want to take yet. A very young Baron Nashor on the board, but minute 45 to that next drag, Jim.
Now, a big item purchase there. Archangel's Staff picked up by the Viger. I'm sorry, Seraph's Embrace picked up by the Viger. My apologies. But I want you to guess. Guess, and I just looked. I don't want you to look. How many stacks do you think the Viger has right now?
15.
You know, Viger stacks work a little different, right?
Jim, I'm more focused on this bot side matchup as Intellectual Ape does get a kill. It's every time you kill a unit with not the ult, with the Q, right?
Killing a unit with Q or hitting a champion with any ability.
Oh, 52.
100 and well, they just got that kill there. They are at let me recheck because they just got 180. They're at 180 stacks right now.
That is a whole lot of evil, Jim. I don't feel safe with that on the Rift, and neither should Hood College. Here comes Brocketh on the backside. Came in with a lot of oomph and is now finding the ult. They're going in their target. There's the bullet time, but Zacatec's going to be out of there. They use a lot of ultis and they don't find the support. My question is, why are you going in on the support anyhow?
I think it was just because Zacatec was improperly placed. They saw somebody without any support, and they said maybe he might have enough to get this done. Zacatec, though, just really tanky at the moment with the chem tank.
Oh no, Bubbles. Bubbles, what are you doing? Gonna go down, and the flash of the wall doesn't hit, and there's the volley ulti. Swiper says, hey, we might get something out of this. Broncliffe, you may be in trouble. Swiper not finding anything else yet. There's the flash coming through the CC, but good stuff with the bomb pack coming through. Drag is on the map, and this is big for the Warriors, Jim. They're able to delay Hood College's win con, as we talked about, where they're able to delay the only thing that Hood College really has to grab onto, and they themselves get a little bit tankier in return.
And the Cho'Gath there was given the Drake. So Cho'Gath gets another stack of his own, gets even bigger. he's becoming a big chunky boy. You know, I'd like to point out, Ethan, you gave Hood College a bad time for going after the tanky support, but it's what ESU just did, picking off bubbles there, and they turned it into a Drake. So I don't think it matters who you go after as long as you have the numbers and as long as you can take them down quickly.
To be fair, I think Bubbles is in a far worse position, almost face checking that bush. But yeah, absolutely right. CSUDH is a little bit too far away and has a little bit more ability, right? Because you can pop that W to get off your horse, giving speed boost, or if you're already mounted, popping the W gets you a little bit of a jump. But regardless, you're right. The outcome is Hood College not finding a kill, not finding the drag, and ESU does.
And interestingly enough, extra kill on the side of ESU. However, 3,500 gold lead right now for Hood.
And it's the farm, Jim. Look at the top lane.
Just the farm. Oh yeah.
Look at the jungle. I mean,
top lane,
mid's
jungle,
even.
ADC.
Everywhere but mid. Everywhere but mid.
Everywhere.
We said that mid lane was a bit of a
farm. If you're a laner at home, if you're a kid at home, farm. Practice your farm game. Unless you're just a terrible support main like me, farm. Learn to farm.
Last inning is a big key. We've talked about how the mid lane was more of a chess match. Every other lane looking like farming simulator for Hood College, and they are winning right now. Something brewing here in the mid lane, Jim. Could be a bit of a team fight to kick things off. Then Horizon, gonna find one there, and it's gonna be the ADC. Not what you want if you're Hood College, losing out on Sharito, one of your 3 sources of damage with the Darius there on the top side, but they're gonna go for no. Okay, they're not doing Baron for 1 second. Look what they're going for. They're looking for the Darius, maybe just making him get off that push. I was about to say would have been shades of Becker and Champlain from a year ago, a 26-minute Baron.
Yeah, no, that would have been an early Baron. I think they were just forcing the Darius back there. That was a moment. I don't know if Intellectual Ape needed to use their win fight button there. Sharito was going down. That was not mandatory. And if they keep that in their back pocket, they might have been able to push that fight a little bit more. But with Viger blowing their entire complement of abilities, you kind of have to back up when all of your damage is taking a break.
Yeah, it's tough when you throw the whole kitchen sink at them and then you've got nothing left to throw. They do end up getting the ADC, but they can't do much with it besides stopping Slink from pushing. They're now forcing this wave right down Main Street. Moose and Juice clearing waves pretty quickly. They're able to hold, looking for a knock-up, not going to find anything there. These teams want a team fight, Jim. They said, you know what, we may have queued up for a rank game today, a bit of collegiate 5v5, but it looks like they want to play ARAM. Oh, Slink, the big knock-up right there. Oh, coming in, Zack attacks, one and all, curtain call from the back line. Blam, laying it down. Oh, but there's the bullet time. Sharito with a whole bucket of damage, and they empty it onto the Warriors. Only survivors, Intellectual Ape and Null Voided, and they are going to the Baron.
Unfortunately, their Intellectual Ape not there for that team fight. Came in late, had to dodge a Sejuani ultimate that wasn't even aimed at them. They had to dodge just a random ability. Took them an extra second to get there, dropped the Event Horizon, nobody got caught in it, and they were able to avoid the W as well. So, Intellectual Ape, not as much damage as you would have hoped for coming out of the Viger, and it really showed there as no one fell on the side of Hood College.
Intellectual Ape does grab the TV bot side, though, and will trade the bot tower for Baron, trailing 4K gold. Hood College trailing 4K gold. The Warriors are here. Hood College, they've got to push this advantage in. They've got the Baron. Next Dragon is up in 40 seconds. They've got to push some waves out, get the tower maybe, and then fall back on this Dragon. It'll put them on Soul Point, and just like that, Hood College right back in the driver's seat for this one early on.
Something to note, both top laners have TP, Rainbow Madness in the mid lane on the Ziggs with it as well. TP advantage on the side of Hood. But Cho'Gath currently pushing waves top lane can still get to the Drake fight if he chooses.
Yeah, and a great use of time pushing the waves top side. Gonna able to get a little bit more CS and make sure that you're not being crashed in on. Great positioning here though by Hood. They took priority as Swiper teleport coming in here from the Moose and Juice was right on Swiper. It looked a little confusing here, and they may try to find something. Slink, the pull over the wall gets 2! Oh my gosh, this Darius is insane! Another big bullet time! The curtain call still available. That's a lot of damage. Moose and Juice, what can the Cho'Gath do? Not much for the time being. Broncos coming in and gets deleted by Intellectual Ape. Slink goes down next. Sharito, what do you have left in your bag? Looks like not much. Stuck their hand in and came up with nothing. The double kill going on to the Jin. Rainbow Madness, the only one left alive. They're going to get the scuttle and a whole lot more. No reason they don't take this Drake.
And that's exactly what we talked about, Ethan. You had it. You had it front to back. You got 2 pulled over the wall. You deleted 2 members of ESU, and ESU still won the fight. ESU's 2 infinite scaling champions, Viger and Cho'Gath, just said, oh, it's a 3v5? That's fine. Hold my beer. And just Viger over the wall, dropping abilities. Moose and Juice coming down right through the gates as Cho'Gath saying, I'm here, shoot me, I don't care. Ended up getting an ultimate kill with eating, I don't even see who he ate. Ate somebody in just whole. Their health bar just disappeared. And all of a sudden, you got Rainbow Madness running away from a fight that, all in all, they should have won.
They do wait to take the drag, though, which is interesting because Broncos can steal now. Doesn't do it. It goes over way too late. Broncos, what are you doing? That's not going to end up well. Full time over the wall. Ziggs ulting as well, but just going to waste those Rs. They're not able to find anything else. Oh, there's a CC. Slink, lucky to survive that one. And Hood College, they go late on the drag, responding to ESU in turn going late, and nothing really happens. They do still have some, or Bear Muff just expire, it looks like, so they don't get anything from that big one team fight, Jim.
And let me say, I got 2 things on that. Number 1, I think ESU baited that steal attempt. I think ESU waited knowing that they could sit there in the Baron Pit and just wait to bait in Roncliffe. Number 1. Number 2, though, did you notice that bullet time caught a lot of people for most of the duration, and they did not care? The tanks are tanky on the side of ESU.
Yeah, once again, this game looking like a cattle ranch. Whole lot of beef. Intellectual Ape, Nolan Voided, Sharito, and Rainbow Madness, the really only exceptions, but those health bars are looking pretty thick across the board here. We're getting to that point of the game where Hood College has to put the money where their mouth is, or they're going to lose the scaling battle here, Jim. They've got to find some fights here in my mind pretty soon, and they have to find it with numbers. They should be looking for picks right now, warding up the jungle, lighting up, but it's just the opposite. Look at ESU's vision there on the bottom side of the map. Absolutely insane.
Insane vision. And just the size of Cho'Gath. If you haven't looked at him lately, take a look at the boy Cho'Gath. He's coming out of the jungle here. He's a mob boss. He's a raid boss.
He's looking bigger than those ugly new towers, I'll tell you that much. Ziggs trying to push him off tower here. And they're just going to start the siege, so this is pretty smart. They do have a lot of damage there with the Ziggs. That tower, bye-bye. Here's a TP coming on through, but I don't know why you do it right in front of the Cho'Gath. You know that's going to be stopped. Intellectual Ape does get the kill, and this is a losing team fight here for Hood in the mid lane. Broncliffe nowhere to go except 6 feet deep. The Warriors, they might lose the tower, but they win the team fight. No neutrals on the board, so they're just going to have to push out waves.
And yeah, no, I have no idea why that team fight was picked. Way too much sitting there. And I've been keeping an eye here on the stacks. Viger up at 345 stacks. His AP currently sitting at 1100.
Slink, we'll see you later. Got caught in the vent horizon. That's going to be all she wrote. There's a lot of healing coming through. I don't think it's going to matter. Slink out the backside. That's fine. You can just turn around and get the tower. Here's the curtain call. Slink got nowhere to run. Second event horizon. Not going to hit. And that does. There's the ace. And can they just end here? They don't really have the wave. They're going to find the header, and they are going to back out. Respawns coming in from Hood College, but ESU, the team that was going to win it in the late game no matter what, starting to win it a bit ahead of schedule.
I don't think it's that far ahead of schedule. The way the meta is right now, 33 minutes, you're at the end of the mid game, the start of the late game already, especially when you've got 350 stacks on your Viger and the Cho'Gath is the side of Rhode Island.
I think in a little bit bigger. Might be you combine Rhode Island and New Hampshire, or maybe we're getting there. That is one big boy, has the chainmail as well. I mean, that's just a scary target that you're de-incentivized to hit. They're in the Baron now, Jim. This is going to be game. There has to be a stand here. Hood College has to get on this. They've got to get on in a hurry. Event Horizon used a little bit early. That could go in their way. There's the root. Bullet time going to be a bit off the back of Pit there. A shutdown gold. The Vigar does go down. Shirito still alive. Shirito, you've got to win this fight, and you're doing just that right now. Shirito turns it around. Rainbow Man is still alive. Another one falls. Moose Juice, you're going to go too. Nolan Boyd, the last one alive. Shirito trying to run them down. MF does get that speed move because they get excited. No, Boyd gets the root. It doesn't matter. There's the ace from Hood College and a big old pentakill for Shirito.
That might be absolutely what turns this around right here. Penta onto Shirito. They were at 3 and 4. They were sitting at 3 and 4 before that fight. Now they are 8 and 4. I think they might have caught a couple of shutdowns in there as well. I'm gonna go back and look.
I think they gotta be ping and dragon. Jim, why aren't they warding? Why aren't they warding drag here? This gets them on soul point.
I don't think they're worried about warding. I think they're just gonna go for it. But there was a huge shutdown there, a 700 gold, so a 1,000 gold kill. So I think that was about 2,500 gold there onto Shirito, which is massive onto your carry ADC at the moment. I was about to make a crack about how Musa Juice was bigger than the Baron, and then all of a sudden the fight started, and it looked like it was over, and Shirito just turned it all around.
Hood College is going to get the drag here, but I don't know if they deserved it. They didn't get it on early, and I think ESU would have had a shot because, yeah, they won the team fight. They got the kills, but noticeably, Shirito didn't back. Shirito was just chilling with all of that gold, just as strong as the last fight. I think with some better positioning, ESU could have took that drag, but Hood College going to benefit. And ESU said, you know what? Didn't get the drag. We might go right back on Baron here. They are just baiting out at the moment, getting a little bit of vision. Are they actually going to do it here, Jim?
I think this might be a bait. I was looking Misfortune, Shirito on Misfortune, 0 to 100, bought themselves a collector and a BF sword. One back, full collector and a BF sword. They are going to be massive now in these team fights.
Slink here dropping a ward, tried to grab that scuttle. Pretty shrewd play, doesn't find it. Bubbles, oh no, you're dead. Can't find anything. There is the R, the intellectual ape won't have the R here for the fight. Here's Shirito, the one hope for ESU, and they're gonna go on to Shirito. There's the flash, Zack attacks on it. Here comes the rest of the cavalry shutdown. That's huge. I don't care if it went on the support. It could have went into a cannon minion for all I care, but there's the pull over the wall. The Darius said, hey, not so fast. Zack attack going low, not gonna die in the backline. Finally goes down, but they're gonna lose 2 for their efforts, and all they find is the support Rainbow Madness. You might be next on the chopping block. Swiper looking for it. There's Moon Juice. Nolan Void not going to find it. They forego the Baron. They're running it right down Main Street. All gas, no brakes. Hit the NOS button. They are coming for that Nexus.
Bubbles going to be coming up here. Might be the only thing that slows them down. They will have the Solar Flare available.
Rainbow Madness might want to get back in base, regen some mana, because your ulti is up soon. It's going to be able to clear a lot, and here they just go in, but going to get deleted immediately. Rainbow Madness, you got to get a little bit of mana there, friend. Ulti up soon, it's not going to matter. ESU wins a wild game number 1, just for good measure. Intellectual Ape sending their chess opponent 6 feet deep. The Warriors, Jim, they look good.
I would like to point something out here, something very interesting. Until the last kill on the board there, Hood College had a gold advantage the entire game. Until the last kill on the fountain. And the game ended with a 300 gold difference on the side of ESU. That's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. It was late game scaling, and that's all it was. And I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'd look at their kills. They have a 9 kill differential, and they only have 300 gold extra. What? Go farm. Go take some objectives. What are you doing?
Yeah, Shirito, the hero they needed, and they found it for a little bit, but great engage there, right? You got to give all the credit to the Rel, the flash ult, the rest of the team came on through, because otherwise, Shirito might be able to turn that game around, and they're going to probably be leaning on Shirito in the next one, so hopefully that MF makes it through, hopefully that Jid makes it through, because Shirito's mechanics were on point. They need the rest of the team to come on through in game number 2. We're going to get right back to that action after a quick break. Welcome back to game number 2 between Hood College and ESU. The Blazers taking on the Warriors. Jim, game number 1, the Warriors took it in pretty convincing fashion. What are we looking at here for game number 2?
I think we're looking, and it's going to come down to pick ban, just like game 1 did. And I agree with our producer. Wow, my camera looks terrible. I got to try to fix that on my side because we all know it could go better than that. It looks like a Mario 8-bit character here. It's
The goatee
super
still looks great,
pixelated.
though. The goatee looks fantastic.
The goatee's going to look fire no matter what. The
Yeah.
It's going to look fire. Here in the pick ban, I mean, we talked about it. Game 1 was won in the pick ban. I mean, talking about Hood having a goal advantage the entire game, and it didn't mean anything because they lost the pick ban. So let's see if maybe Hood College can win a pick ban here and then go into the game with an advantage.
What are you looking for them to quote-unquote win a pick ban? What are the elements are you looking for a winning team out of the pick ban, and is it a Graves top lane?
You have to have a win condition. Like I said, their last team was great. Top to bottom, it was a great comp, but you didn't have one specific win condition. Whereas ESU said, if the game goes past 30 minutes, we win. We're going to farm, we're going to win in that order. And Hood College was just saying, we've got strong champions, we kind of synergize, we're going to try to win team fights. And they picked good team fights, they just couldn't win them because of the scaling on the other side. So looking at the top 3 picks here, Graves, Sejuani, Syndra, I'm loving it. You got damage and crowd control coming out of Syndra, you got a lot of crowd control out of that Sejuani. You've got a completely different look coming out of Graves. Going from Darius to Graves, you're giving your opposing laner a lot to think about because you no longer have to go in. You can sit back a little bit, play a little bit of that longer game, ranged top laner, which everybody complains about. It's just going to be a completely different look. Then again, Intellectual Ape locking in Vladimir because the Viger got banned away. I don't mind Vladimir, but he's another one of those champions. He has to scale. If you can jump on him early, he's not going to go anywhere. And if you can stop him from getting into the puddle, then you can delete him fairly easily. All his survivability comes from being able to get into that puddle. Did not ban away Sharito's Fortune or Bubbles Leona. I think that's going to be a problem for ESU. They've already proven that Hood College's bot lane is really good with that duo. I don't know why you wouldn't get rid of that unless you are super afraid of the other stuff you banned. And then on the other side, Lucian Braum. Can you think of a more iconic duo in the bot lane, Ethan?
I could think of ADCs that I'd rather play. I actually think that Lucian, not a great pick, not just for the meta right now, but also just in general, right? We saw how well the scaling worked out. Why are we pulling such an audible here? Going to an ADC that has to win early, right? I mean, Lucian's a little bit like Grogu, like Baby Yoda. Like you gotta be babysat by your jungler. That big scary bounty hunter's got to be in your lane all points in time for a little bit. You got to get spoon fed before you can do anything. I'm just not a fan of Lucian past level 3 and beyond.
Hot take. I'm going the other way, specifically because he's with the Braum.
Okay.
Lucian Braum, great combo. You're gonna stack Braum's passive super fast. If either Sharito or Bubbles gets out of position, they're going to take a mountain of damage. And late game in the team fights, you're going to get stuns very early and very often.
It is ridiculously easy to proc Braum's passive on Lucian, right? Due to Lucian's passive, where they play off each other well.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's an iconic duo.
It is iconic. Why. Jim, I know, but I just always scratch my head when I see Lucian, especially Lucian mid. There's just
I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it. You heard it here first.
Big Lucian game.
Making a call. Lucian Braum carry.
What's the over under 9.5 kills? 9.5 kills
carry.
over under.
Lucian Braum carry.
Over half 9.5. What are we doing?
Those two as a duo.
Yep.
As a duo will have over 50% of the team kills.
But is it over under 9.5? That's what I need to know.
It depends on how long the game is. A kill number for an ADC fluctuates based on time of game. I'm saying percentage-wise, Lucian and Braum will have
15.
more than 50% of the kills.
More than 50.
More than 50% of
Oh,
the kills
if I
combined.
was a betting man, I would put all my Twitch bits on it, Jim. And I've got 15K bits in the NECC channel here. I don't
Unfortunately,
know.
though, as we're NECC casters, we're not allowed to bet on the
I know. Can
NECC.
we talk about that? I want to put some money on the outcome of these games. Not some money. I want to put some bits on the outcome of these games. Come on, like DraftKings has esports on there now. What is the rules for collegiate esports betting, huh?
Probably the same as NCAA betting. Don't do it if you work for the NCAA. Winter Hunter, I don't know why you shouted my name in chat, but how's it going? Sorry, I just looked up and saw my name thrown out there, yelled, and I know who he is. My producers try to tell me who he is. I know who he is. I just don't know why he yelled my name. So thank you for yelling, though. I'm here. Love to be
Jim
here.
is indeed here. We're heading into game number 2. Should be a good one. The Warriors up on the Blazers 1-0. Jim, just looking to pick some bands. Do you see the the script flipping at all? Excuse me. Or are the Warriors going to take this one in a 2-0 sweep?
I mean, I'm looking at you've got a win condition on the side of ESU. You've got a Yorick, so you've got a split push, and that's gonna win.
That's it.
That's your win condition. You have a Yorick for split pushing, and if you're looking at the side of Hood, who is gonna go 1v1 that Yorick?
I mean, Graves has a shot, right? But you are right.
No pun intended. Whereas Hood playing for the team fight. Hood is 100% playing for the team fight.
Yeah. We see the teams pulled up there for a moment as we wait to load into game here. Hood, they're trying to do the same thing as last game, right? They're trying to find the catalyst, trying to find a way to win a team fight. They got to win before this Vladimir gets scary. The Vladimir scaling, I've seen it far too many times in solo queue. I've seen it far too many times in matches like this. I think we've seen it a few times, not this year, but last year. The inaugural season of the NECC, we saw a few Vladimirs get out of control, the puddle, you get the tools, you get the Zonia stopwatch. There's just too many things to get through, too many hoops.
Yes, we are also ready to start, Mr. Producer in the back.
And welcome on in here shortly to game number 2. The Blazers taking on the Warriors. The Warriors on the right-hand side of your screen, the red team, they are up 1-0. Jim, take us away. Oh, take it. The baton has been handed.
Wow, we didn't talk about switching it up. But no, it looks like both teams just looking like they're going to sit on the respective side of the rivers. We might get a ward over the wall there from Broncliffe. And but it looks like everybody just going to take a nice slow pace on this one. A little 5-pointing, and everybody's just going to take their own jungle camp, and we're going to get started here. You threw me with Okadoke there. You thought you did such a good job in game 1. I thought you were going to take game 2 as well.
Oh, come on. Sharing is caring here, Jim. Early on, my eyes are drawn to Intellectual Ape, who is going on with that Dark Seal to kick things off. They're confident in their own ability to stack that up a little bit early on, maybe end up with the Magi's come late game.
And that's such a hit or miss on the mid laner. If you go Dark Seal, you have to get a lead, because if you don't get a lead, it is wasted cash. We see Braum hanging out mid lane a little bit there. I think he was just hanging, chilling, maybe looking for the invaded red side, making his way now toward the bottom of the map. Gonna take the blast cone over, gonna get himself a little bit of the leash in there for Swiper on the Volibear. As we will have both junglers starting on the bot side of the map.
I'm gonna say it, Jim. I think they should have invaded. I think Braum, honest to goodness, is the best level 1 support. You have 2 forms of CC, right? You've got the slow on the Q, and then you've got the passive kicking in. I don't see a reason not to invade there.
I agree, except for Leona's instant stun on her Q. And the fact that I'm going to disagree with you that the best invading support is in fact Nautilus.
That is a good counterpoint.
But as we're going to see, just easy farming here in the bot lane. And you see Nulled and Voided doing a little bit better job here early with the farming. And he's playing way back. Zack Attack buying him a lot of space. Zack Attack paying for it. by getting, tapped out a little bit there. But otherwise, just doing the yeoman's share of the work, keeping Nulled and Voided in a position to just take easy farm there in the bot lane. In the top lane, as we thought it would be, Graves early farm lead ranged champion into a melee champion. Junglers even 3 camps apiece. And the mid laners really dead heat as well. So I don't want to call it a boring start, but a very economical start here for both sides. As we look at Moose and Juice trying to go in here on Slink in the top lane. Swiper here as well. He got the stun. So Slink flashed out of the way, got stunned for his trouble anyway. Not going to get away as the circle will come up. Going to have to use abilities to jump out. Burned everything there. Was able to get away though. First gank away of ESU, unable to find the kill.
Yeah, the Warriors looking for it, but Graves just so mobile with that rollout there. Zenith played that one, going to miss on the bot side, but I do like what they're doing. So you do see Sejuani there on the top side, kind of ran up, probed it out, felt there on is there a potential for a counter gank here. Didn't find anything. Luckily for them, the Graves does survive here. Jim, look at the mid lane. Double-digit CS lead for the Vladimir, and that's the champ that you expect to lose here early on. The Scaler, we've got some action here on the bot side, Jim.
Yep, Leona did go in there, but nothing came of it, so no harm, no foul. Is Slink going on Moose and Juice here, put into the circle there, but unfortunate, no other damage coming in from Moose and Juice's Yorick. I'm sorry, not Garen. Graves just gets to walk away. Like you said, though, it was a big wave pushed there by Intellectual Ape. However, Rainbow Madness coming back, grabbing a wave of their own. So it's right back to even there in the mid lane. So just a strong push from Intellectual Ape on the Vladimir. But Rainbow Madness says, no, anything you can do, I can do equal, if not better, and gets right back into the thick of the farm fight there in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely a great start there for the Vladimir, but Siddur coming back into it. Also interesting, we talk about the Dark Seal. On hyper-scaling champions, I just find it interesting to take because you're not looking for that aggression early on, right? So you got to figure that's not really going to be stacking as Zenith Blade coming on through here.
Zenith Blade in was bubbles, did a lot of damage, but had to pull back. They didn't get everything they needed on Nulled and Voided, who's sitting behind the tower very low. Unfortunate, no bullet time for Sharito, so they can't sit back and just try to dump the damage. And it looks like they're going to be able to clear off the tower and back as ESU's bot lane.
Gank here in the mid lane. Watch out for a Swiper. They've been waiting in this bush for quite some time, but Intellectual Ape can do nothing but push the wave here. Now going in, just kind of bad timing there on the Gank. They were looking for it, and even worse timing when you consider that waiting in that bush gives up the dragon.
And not only did they give up the dragon, they didn't know they were giving up the dragon until right there, Intellectual Ape hits the vision marker, and they see it just as it falls. So, unfortunate they're on the side of ESU that they gave away a Drake for free. In the top lane, we've got more trading going back and forth, evenly matched up there in the top lane. It's going to get really interesting once the Maiden shows up there when they both hit 6. That lane is going to be perma-pushed, I believe, into the tower there. Slink going to have to farm under his tower. In the mid lane, Intellectual Ape has not backed yet. They might back after this wave here. They're trying to freeze it, but they're not going to have the best amount of luck there. As Rainbow Madness finally gets back to lane. And both bot lanes have backed as of now. Noon Quiver into Serrated Dirk as Slink goes in here onto the Yorick.
Slink is taking this opportunity to move in, but Moose and Juice just going to be able to back out. Not much action there, Jim. Once again, this Vladimir scares me. Up 10 CS, hasn't backed just yet, and we're going to see what items are bottom first back here, how aggressive they're going to be. We know that Stopwatch is somewhere in this build. How early will that be bought? That's, once again, going to let us know how they are approaching aggression. A lot of pings on the top side here. They may try to find something as Graves moving into the top side of the map. Both junglers hanging around the mid lane as well. Syndra getting sucked in. This is a solid bait here in the mid lane, Jim.
Solid bait. Unfortunately, Bruncliffe was in the area but didn't get moving in time. Intellectual Ape gets first blood there. If you're Hood, that's not what you want to see. The hyper carry getting the extra gold from first blood, getting 2 stacks onto that Dark Seal, especially when Bruncliffe was in the area. They got caught up finishing up the Rift Scuttler, though, did not make it in time to save their mid lane.
And there it is. We talked about the Darksteel, but there's 2 stacks for Intellectual Ape, and they're up a bit more gold. They're still up 14 CS, Jim. This could be a tough lane for Rainbow Madness. Playing this very strong control mage. Syndra's so good right now and is able to do a whole lot, but can't do much when you're down this much this early. Loose and Juice, you got to be careful. Slink's still holding on to that ulti.
Now, the nice thing for Syndra, though, is that going from mid to late game, if you farm and you keep farming and you keep farming, you're going to still become Syndra. You're still going to have all of your abilities. You're still going to have your push button, clear a team if need be. So top to bottom, you're still going to get there. It's just going to take you a little bit longer. And their problem with minions with farm has disappeared now, as finally a back out of Intellectual Ape bought Rainbow Madness the time they needed to get the farming taken care of. As we look to the bot lane, still just trading back and forth here. I think Hood getting a little of the better side of the trades here. And we talked about how good Shirito and Bubbles were in game number 1 on the Misfortune and the Leona. However, Nulled and Voided playing much better on the Lucian, I think, than he played on the Jhin. And we look to the top lane and we see the Maiden is out. And the Maiden doing work up there, but Graves, as a ranged top laner is up probably about 2.5 waves over Moose and Juice on the Yorick. But, not a lot going on so far. We're 9 minutes in here, Ethan. Not a lot going on.
And I think that's going to play the way of ESU. We know this team wants to go late. They've got the Vladimir, right? They've got that split pusher, Loose and Juice, who really benefits when the game goes later and team fights are happening. We will see if Hood College tries to make a move here, because they're the ones trailing, not in gold. However, that one's still knotted up. You got to give credit to Hood College. As a team, they can definitely farm, even when they're down kills. We saw it last game. We're seeing it here now. Alt use there, just clear wave. Slink going in. Moose and Juice may be in trouble here, Jim. Alti, there it is. Not quite enough.
Yeah, Moose and Juice got lucky there. Graves, Slink on the Graves made a great play. And here we go. Broncliff coming under the tower, trying to tower dive onto Zacatak. And there, good move by Zacatak. And the transfer of aggro on the tower. The only thing keeping Bubbles alive. But here we go. Intellectual Ape coming down from the mid lane, looking to maybe, and they themselves can't get over the wall.
They dropped the
Blast cone taken. Broncliff able to dash over as well. Unfortunate there, because Intellectual Ape could have otherwise had a double kill. What a great maneuver by Broncliff to dive the tower there. Stops the back from Zacatak. Zacatak nowhere to go. Pants around their ankles. Just goes down under tower. Might have been better off, instead of trying to run, staying under tower. Leona, I think, got out by about half a Teemo, got out of aggro range. Tower went over, and the last shot went on to Broncliff instead of Bubbles. Everyone lived. And just unfortunate there if you're ESU.
Did Intellectual Ape not alt Bubbles there? Or did the Hemo Plague miss? I figured after a few seconds that we were going to see Bubbles go down, but stayed up, stayed alive. They're going to get the Dragon off of that. So at the end of the day, I mean, no harm, no foul, right? You do lose the flash from Bubbles, but not too massive of a loss, Jim. If you're Hood, you got to be pretty happy with that exchange. They did masterfully juggle the aggro on that tower. I thought that was a little aggressive with Broncliff going in, but with Shirito and Bubbles really bringing the cavalry, bringing the reinforcements a few seconds later, they absolutely played that beautifully. Shirito and Bubbles backing off just really gave Null and Void that false insecurity and caused them to back under tower. And, well, the rest is all history. Gold in the pockets for Hood.
And we're seeing another neutral objective being taken there as Hood takes the Rift Herald. 3 neutral objectives have gone down. None of them have been contested. A dragon both ways, and now the Rift Herald. And you got to start asking yourself when somebody's going to finally contest. One of these neutral objectives is Rainbow Madness has Zacatek on the Braum coming up, able to get back out of the way. Moose and Juice got to get out of the way themselves here, but it was bait as Swiper comes in. Slink now is the one running away as they're right here, but Broncliff is here, the counter gank coming in, but Slink too low. Slink going to have to try to go around the back because he was too low to just straight turn around. And I think everyone's going to walk away from that one, Ethan.
Yeah, very nearly. Broncliff, great sensing right there. Another scout will be coming through. Rainbow Madness trying to find Intellectual Ape. I don't think you want to fight Intellectual Ape here. Going into the puddle. Intellectual Ape does use the ulti. The Hemoplague is dropped, and that's going to be all she wrote. You don't want to fight when you're down, Jim. But going back to that topside gank, great counter gank. They do end up dropping the Herald, getting a little bit of value out of those plates on the top side. I really like the way the Broncos is playing right now. Even though they don't find a killer on the top side, they were there and they keep the top laner alive.
You know, unfortunate for Rainbow Madness. They had everything set up for when Intellectual Ape came out of the puddle. The problem was they died immediately because that was all set up. I think they were waiting on a cooldown, but that could have been the end of Intellectual Ape. A couple microseconds either way on that one.
Yeah, very close. The one thing you will notice that Broncos does not do damage, right? We saw the coming in, and Zack Attack going in here. Null and Void. There's the ulti. A lot of ultis exchange. Bolt time on the backside. Shirito might be in a bit of trouble. Zack Attack is going to be the first one to go here. If they do, shield put up, and support going to die for their ADC on the back, and a bit too aggressive from ESU.
Just a bit too aggressive there. They had a decent engage, but Shirito's ultimate just put down too much damage. The Braum ultimate did knock her out of it, but unable to do so before half of it had already dealt damage. And a kill there, I don't know what happened.
Real magic act. Now you see me, now you don't. I didn't think they were in range for anything. That was quite the occurrence there. It must have hit with what is that? Not the Q. The Q's double up.
The make it rain.
Yeah, make it rain maybe that distance, or double up if it does kill the minion, maybe a bounce and we didn't see the minion go. One of those two happened.
Bubbles Ignite is on cooldown. It could have been an Ignite that got them low, and the double up could have found them off the minion. Good call there, Ethan. As we look in the top lane, and Slink's still pushing this in. And Musajuice in trouble here. Their tower goes down. They have the ghouls out though, so they have a little bit of a front line for themselves. Throwing the ghouls forward. Now Slink's the one in trouble, but I think once again it's just going to be a walkaway there. Intellectual Ape goes in under tower. Not going to get all the damage up. There it is.
Tick, tick, boom on the Hemoplague. That's beautiful. Intellectual Ape absolutely dominating this mid lane matchup. We question the Dark Seal, and they are showing why it's paid off in dividends, Jim.
Swiper coming up here. Slink, oh, nowhere to go. Absolutely perfect gank timing by Swiper. Slink, nowhere to go. A man without a country, no flash. Abilities on cooldown. Just basically fell to his knees and prayed on that one that he'd get back to Fountain in one piece. Once again, Nulled and Voided, that's the second time we've seen them blow their ultimate to clear minions off of tower. And now trying to run backwards. Zack Attack able to jump to Nulled and Voided to get out of danger. However, the tower is going to fall. And once again, even though the kill count is higher on the side of ESU, the cash is all on the side of Hood. 3,000 gold advantage at the moment.
Nulled and Voided with a beautiful micro play there. The flash into the dash, avoiding the bullet time and the Sejuani ult keeps them alive, and that's going to afford them to be able to contest this dragon, or maybe just straight up take it on the face. Sejuani not in the vicinity. We don't really see good positioning from Hood in general. They may just be able to take this one.
And once again, so far, Hood just letting it go. They have vision on it. I wonder if they're actually going to fight for it. Here they go. Zenith Blade comes in out of bubbles. Broncliffe comes in as well with the dash. Zack Attack going very low. Dash Attack goes away. They're going to get the Polar Bear as well. So both members of the bot lane getting a kill, turning around. They had aggroed the Drake onto their back and just going to end up taking it here as the teleport came through on Slink, and a 2-for-0 on the side of Hood College.
And don't forget, they get the dragon as well. Hemoplague never used by Intellectual Ape there, and as a result, their damage output not doing a whole ton. They got off the transfusion, they got off the Tides of Blood, but they couldn't find the Hemoplague, and Hood College, they're going to take full advantage and push in this mid lane. They say, you know what, Intellectual Ape, you've been bullying our mid laner far too long. Not just one, but four big brothers showing up to stop the bully.
With that being said, Moose and Juice taking the top tower, and the split push might be beginning here for the ESU top laner. Backing here, this will be their completed item off of this back, and it will be Divine Sunderer. So get ready for a little bit of split pushing coming out of that York. We all knew it was coming. Now we just have some confirmation. As
the Mistwalker is just such a strong tool, as you pointed out early, and the Maiden of the Mist, right? There's just so much damage coming through in the split push. And yeah, like Jim, you pose this question and pick some bands. Who's gonna go fight him? Like who's going to the top side?
yeah, I mean, we talked about Slink early could do it with the Graves, but it's getting to a point where no one can 1v1 him. There is no 1v1 answer right now for the York in the top lane. As Hood is saying, we're going to go for the second Rift Herald.
I like this play, Jim. They realize that they can't skill the late game. They're saying, what can we do right now? Doesn't look like there's going to be much of a fight over it. Maybe a late swiper ult over the backside. But it doesn't have ult. Yeah, nothing's going to happen here.
Yep, no, that's just a free Rift Herald. So second Rift Herald goes for free. Rainbow Madness playing with the Maiden there in the bot lane. Moose and Juice kind of hanging out. I don't quite know what Moose and Juice is doing up there. And another ultimate here from Nulled and Voided as trying to get away from Rainbow Madness. Rainbow Madness says, you made a mistake, brother. You made a mistake coming down here. What are you doing? This is my lane now. And Rainbow Madness made Lucian pay. Nulled and Voided, though, using those Lucian ultimates to clear minion waves, trying to buy themselves space and time. I would love to see them using those more offensively in team fights.
I'm just going to say the Jhin was more effective last game. Once again, I'm never a big fan of the solution pick. I don't care if it's with the Braum. I mean, it just needs so much hand-holding in my mind, and it just never quite feels worth it. On the other side, Rainbow Madness getting a much-needed kill right there, getting a little bit of gold in their back pocket. They have to feel good about that one. I don't even think they had to use Scatter of the Week to get it. It was just a straight Dark Sphere right into Unleash Power. They had the damage. Lucian Squishy had no way to escape, and big kill for the mid laner.
They did use their Ignite to get it. That was the last tick. As we have 3v2 up here in the top lane. Broncliff gonna get caught. I don't think there's any way Broncliff gets out of that one. Able to throw out the ultimate though, but the Hemoplague will take out Slink as well. So Broncliff, seeing that their own end was nigh, tried to slow the enemy mid laner, unable to get enough slow down though, as it's 2-0 the way of ESU, and this might be a 20-minute Baron.
No way. Are they going to do it?
This might be a 20-minute Baron. They are aggroed on the Baron. They're going to go for it. They're in the dark. They're 100% in the dark. Hood does not know they're there.
Games are won and lost with risk, Jim. What are you willing to put on the line to win games here in the NECC? And they're willing to put the entire game on the line. Scatter the Week coming on through. This Baron is going to fall. Intellectual Ape, they're in the ADC. Shirito going to live. Have to be careful there if you're Intellectual Ape. They do find Shirito. Rainbow Madness Bubbles, they might be caught off. Huge Scatter the Week.
Shirito, no way they were surviving that one, as it was way too late that Hood College said, oh wait, where are they? We have no vision anywhere. And Zacatec was sitting in the bush, able to give his team all of the knowledge they needed, and able to tell them, no, stay on the Baron, take the Baron. Absolutely the right call there. 20-minute, 19-second Baron. Find me a faster one. Somebody find me a clip of a faster Baron take. That was about as early as that can happen. Shirito dying on the back end was just poor for Hood all the way around. Something to point out, though, is that Hood still has a gold lead here, Ethan, and I still don't know how.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were all studying economics. I know that is not the case, but it sure does feel like, hey, Shirito does study business admin, as does Slink. So there you have it. Bubbles, she is a psych pre-med major, so not quite finding the econ, but you know, this support doesn't need to find all that gold. Jim, looks like we got a fight brewing here.
Bubbles.
Big Scatter of the Week just kicked things off. Oh my gosh, Jim, the damage!
Bubbles went in, huge Zenith Blade there, got them some crowd control into the middle of everyone. Another Zenith Blade as they'll set one up for Shirito. 3-0 at the moment. Problem there, as we were chatting about the everything else going on, ESU aggroed the Drake. ESU was taking Drake Fire Breath while they were being attacked, while they were aggroed. And this is going to be a huge turnaround here for Hood, as they're going to get the Drake, and they're going to force a lot. Oh my god, the damage coming out of Slink there on Nulled and Voided. but they're going to force stuff here because they have the Baron as well.
Yeah, they lose Baron on 3 members, so we'll see how much of that Baron actually plays. And see, Nolan Void still has it on the bot side, able to clear out a little bit, but big drag take. They don't suffer too much after losing out in the big Baron fight, and you love to see Shirito get in on the kills. They're 5, 1, and 3. We talk about game number 1, Hood College. Their sole hope lay with Shirito. Shirito popped off, had the big penta, they weren't able to save Shirito. Their front-to-back positioning just wasn't good enough come late game. Can they amend for their mistakes in game 1, Jim? Can they build up around Shirito and find the win here?
And that's what they're going to have to be looking for. And I did misspeak. Thank you for correcting me. What I was trying to say is that ESU, having the Baron play, you'd think they would have tried to push with it. And you have Moose and Juice on the York, arguably one of the best split pushers in the game. And you had Baron, and you decided, we're going to throw it away at this Drake fight, and then you don't even get the Drake. So, unfortunate play there by ESU, like you said, losing Baron on 3 members of the team. And let's see what Hood can do here. Hood's still with a 3,500 gold lead, a 2 tower lead, a 2 Drake lead. Hood, in every category that matters, has a lead right now.
Yeah, they are up. Once again, they don't have the Baron, so buff remaining for, I imagine, a little bit longer. I don't have the timer up on my screen for maybe 30, 40 seconds, so if they can do something with that, doesn't look like it's likely. Hood College has really wrestled this game back under their control, Jim. You see the 20-minute Baron, and you think things are going poorly, but hold on just a second. The resilience that they've shown has been truly impressive so far in game number 2.
It's been huge, and the big difference at the moment, Shirito 5-1. They didn't start 3-4 this game. Shirito's starting 5-1, so they're already a presence. They don't have to wait to be a presence. As Slick here, doing their best. They're doing a really good job of 1v1ing the York in lane, keeping them there, and they're not winning the slow push, but they're keeping it at a very slow pace.
Yeah, and they are managing that lane control very well. My eyes are drawn to the mid lane. Something is brewing right here. Bubbles, Shirito, Rainbow Madness round. They don't see Swiper, Zack attacks.
Broncliffe came in, and there it is. The multiple stuns. Shirito on the killing spree gets Zack attack. Misplaced there was Zack attack on the Braum. Got hit by, I think, 3 different stuns. Somebody put a clock on that one on the clip. Tell me how long Zack attack was standing there, you know, sitting and spinning, nothing going on, nothing he could do. As Slink taking a lot of damage here, the ghouls coming in, Slink having to burn the flash, still falling, and that will be a 1v1 kill there for Moose in Juice. Gonna have to run, though, as the rest of the team coming hunting, trying to avenge their fallen comrade.
Yeah, here's the back, though. Looks like they will be able to get out clean. No conflict coming of this, just a whole cloud. Actually, not even back and just TPing top saying, hey, you know what? If we're going to split push, let's split push then. Demolish, going to be procced right here. That's a whole lot of damage on the tower. Next wave coming on in. Doesn't have anything from the mist, but it's going to able to just get that. Doesn't even take a tower shot. So right there, gets the solo kill on the bot side. TP's top to get out of danger, says, you know what? While I'm here, I might as well get the tower too.
You know, and that's what we were talking about. You know, having a win condition and then using your win condition. Moose and Juice knew we had to leave, knew there were people coming hunting for him, but it's like, I don't have to back yet. I've got teleport. Let's go get something else. Let's do more. Waiting for the next team fight here, though, as there's a congregation from Hood in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're looking for action here, Jim. They know that they're up. They can feel it. They're up 3k gold. They know their ADC's in a better place. I mean, I don't know if you even really count Lucian as in this one. I mean, the farm is there, but down so many kills. Does have that Gale Force, but still working on that second item. Look over to MF. 1, 2, 3 items complete, and the boots to boot. 26 minutes into this one, Hood College definitely in a better position they were in game number 1, but Intellectual Ape still terrifies me here, Jim. They nearly catch him out, but don't quite get a scatter of the week. Not going to find the target.
Going in. And it's all about Intellectual Ape here. How many they can get, but they will go down. Slick got a kill on Intellectual Ape. York takes out the Syndra. Graves gets a kill. They're trading back and forth faster than I can commentate. It's a 3-for-3 at the moment. Slink trying to kite his way away here. Bubbles will go down, as will Slink. And the tank on the side of ESU getting them through that fight right there, Ethan.
Way too much health. I mean, you saw Bubbles. She was on the backside trying to CC, trying to do anything to help the Graves. And yeah, Moose and Juice Swiper turned around, right-clicked once or twice. You're gone. We're going to move on, get this Graves. Dragon next on the chopping block, Jim, with one fell swoop. This gold is looking pretty close to even. And although Vladimir is losing a lot of stacks, still has 2 on that Darksteel and has just completed their Zonia's Hourglass. So that death that happened right there, not going to happen in the next team fight. They're going to stick around for quite a while longer. They can play much more loose, much more free, maybe a bit more reckless.
Something to note, however, couple of completed items on the side of Hood. Graves' big item completed, the Bloodthirster. Now while he's kiting, he's going to be gaining back a lot of health. Grudge completed by Shirito on Misfortune. And I don't know if they had it before or just got it now, but you see Morella Namicon on Syndra as well, getting rid of some of the built-in healing. Unfortunately, as much as I wanted to see it, Nulled and Voided has not had the greatest game here on the Lucian. 0-3-4, even in that big team fight, couldn't do more than just a couple of assists. So let's see if he gets going, but no, I think this one's gonna get good. Gonna get good here, Ethan.
I'm not going to say I called it on the Lucian, but I called it. Intellectual Ape, they're looking for an opening, Jim. That is one scary, scary character right now. You don't want to run into that Vladimir, but wasted ult there, that might hurt this team fight, Jim.
Absolutely. Zack Attack looking for the engage, hit the R button a little early on the Braum, and it looks like this might be a tower dive here, as you see Lucian ult coming out, Zack Attack shielding in the front, Slink gets the kill onto Zack Attack, the shield did nothing, the goggles, they do nothing, my eyes, they're burning, as Hood trying to push forward here with the one-man advantage, they get a stun on to the Intellectual Ape on the Vladimir, who immediately goes down when he comes out of the puddle. Graves takes out the Swiper on the Volibear, but the late kill, the Hemo Plague, will pick up Shirito, and then York coming in, getting a kill as well. Still, it's a 3-4-2 going the way of Hood. Slink still looking for more. Rainbow Madness in the back still, full health, trying to do a little bit more. They lost Broncliff, though. Had to back up, had to go looking for some health somewhere in the jungle.
College directors, college coaches listening to me, I'm telling you, Lucian is not worth it. I don't see it. Did you see the ult in that fight? Did you?
All right.
It did about as much as a feather. Jim, I could grab 2 feathers, drive all the way to Iowa, and do more damage to you than I just saw on that Lucian ulti. Absolutely nothing coming on through, and stayed alive to the end of the fight, but just wasn't doing anything. I'm telling you, at this level, I'm not a big fan of the Lucian pick. We talked about Austrian as well. I'm not a huge fan of the Varus pick either, especially Jin wasn't banned this game. It worked so well last game. The curtain call, the positioning, the front to back. Why not just go right back to it, Jim? You know, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches may be boring, but golly, if they don't hit every single time.
I think chat will be with you on that one, Ethan. I think we might see a chorus of hashtag Coach Jim is wrong in the chat. Terrible call on my part. I was really expecting more. Slink fighting here with York in the bot lane. Slink doing lots of damage. Gonna turn around, try to take out the Maiden with the help of Broncliff here. And in the mid lane, Intellectual Ape going in with the help of Nulled and Voided. The ult there not catching what it needed. However, Intellectual Ape, the Hemo Plague, going to take out Shirito. Huge pick there on the side of ESU.
Can we just talk about how absolutely dumb Hemo Plague is? There's that moment, if you're a squishy, after you get Hemo Plague, where you're just standing around and you're like, yes, I know I'm about to die. There's nothing I can do about it. And then you're just 6 feet deep. This is a free Baron Gym, much like their first one at 20 minutes. There's going to be no contest. They're going to be able to get this one for absolutely nothing. 0 APR, absolutely free.
And finally, they have a gold lead in this one. As hopefully they'll get more out of this Baron than the last one, but it looks like they're going to go set up for Drake. Looks like they will be going to set up for Drake here. You know, similar to the ZXs being drawn, if you're a squishy and it's on you, you just kind of go, yeah, no, it's over. Start shopping. You have no reason not to start shopping because there's no way you're surviving unless you have yourself a stopwatch or a Zonia's.
Yeah, just nothing you can do, and I do like the immediate go to drag. You can't let them get soul. You've got to set up for this one. Tower will go across the map. The real question is, where's the engage here? Scatterluke on the backside. That's not going to be enough to get it going here, Jim, but here comes Broncliff.
Broncliff going in, will get a stun onto Braum. Braum already had the shield up, however. Lucian gets pushed back out of the fight by Rainbow Madness. First one to fall, though, is the Vladimir, but he 3 will fall on the other side. 4 will fall on the other side now, and it's probably going to be a clean sweep. Slick trying to run, trying to kite, not going to happen. Triple goes to Moose in Juice, as once again, a good fight started there by Hood, but ended by the beef of ESU.
ESU just so hard to take down right there. You saw a great scatter of the week, pushing the Lucian off to the side. The game changer there for me, Zac attacked shield, and it was already up when the bullet time started. Shirito, they stared down that shield and said, you know what, this is still a good time to bullet time. It just wasn't the move right there. I don't quite know what juice Moose and Juice is sipping on, but I want some. They are playing phenomenally, Jim.
Unfortunate there, very unfortunate, because they got the stun down on the Braum moments after the shield came up. If the stun comes down before the shield comes up, that's a completely different fight. Intellectual Ape has died, and I think the last 3 team fights, however, done their job, taken Shirito out of each of those fights. On that one, the kill did go to Swiper, but all the damage came from the Hemoplague. They know on the side of ESU who they have to take out in this one if they want to win these fights, and it is Shirito.
Absolutely, it is Shirito, the only one doing a whole lot of damage. Rainbow Madness can do a bit, but you're only killing 1 or 2 targets, and Shirito has the opportunity with that bullet time, if they stay alive as well, just with the damage MF is doing, to take out a whole team. And we saw it last game with the pentakill. ESU is making sure that the only way that Hood College has back in the game isn't being allowed. Shirito has nowhere to go in each and every one of these team fights, and it's only getting worse. Rabadon's soon to be built in Intellectual Ape. You see those 2 rods in inventory. This one's getting ugly. Hemoplay is just going to start deleting 100-0 these squishies.
And you see Moose and Juice on the top side, finally going with some split push action here. That means it will be a 5v4 in the mid lane if they decide to fight this out. Looks like Rainbow Madness going over to try to stop the split push. I don't know, with a 2-level disadvantage, I don't know if that's who you want over there for the 1v1, but they need Slink so much in these team fights right now that Rainbow Madness has to be the one, and they're just going to try to wave clear here. They'll back Moose and Juice off because of the wave clear available on Rainbow Madness, and it was just a huge back moment for ESU. So what could have been a 5v4 or 4v4 team fight just into waves getting cleared, as Hood knows they have to pick the perfect engage, otherwise they're not going to win this next game.
And they need to win this next team fight. They're not going to outscale this Vladimir come late game. But, Jim, there's one beautiful thing going in their favor. Infernal Drake. Slink, Shirito, and Rainbow Madness become absolute monsters with this. On the flip side, ESU, it's over. It's actually over. If ESU gets the soul, Intellectual Ape, too strong, Nolden Void becomes a real champion again. And guess what? Those tanks are doing a fair bit as well. The whole game will be decided in the next 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Soulless game, Rainbow Madness. Oh no.
Whoa!
Has to stopwatch.
Whoa!
You can't die. You can't afford to die right now. Is going to be able to make out, but using the Zanya's going to hurt. We'll see how soon that one's back up.
Yeah, and the Maiden doing work up there, finally taken out by Shirito, but just escorting the minions and the ghouls to tower. Look at the tower falling. Moose and Juice is in the bot lane.
Oh,
the
no.
Maiden doing work. You get split push 2 lanes as the mid tower goes down as well. 6 towers to 4 on the side of ESU, and it's going to be maybe a tower dive. Intellectual Ape got really close. The ghouls come in onto Bubbles. Bubbles taken down to half. It's a 4v5 here. Hood has the numbers. They have a Lucian pushing mid lane. Nolden Void is saying, hey, if I'm not going to work in the team fights, I might as well do work in the mid lane while they leave me all alone. Tower goes down in the mid lane, and now Nolden Void can just walk away. So, baiting for a team fight in the bot lane, Nolden Void said that's fine. Nolden Void going top. There's a bait still here in the bottom lane. It's a numbers advantage for Hood, but they can't go in because of everything going on here. And Lucian's just going to push in the top lane. The ghouls come in. Look at the damage coming out from the ghouls. Look at the damage coming out from the Maiden. Bubbles goes in on to Swiper on the Volibear. doesn't seem to matter, and deleted, absolutely deleted was Rainbow Madness. Slink coming in, Slink will get a kill. Intellectual Ape into the back now.
That's it.
Unfortunate there, he goes into gold as another kill comes out for Moose and Juice. Slink will get the kill on to
Look at
Vladimir.
Nold! Look at Nold!
Oh yeah, Nold and Voided
Look
on
at
the
Nold!
backside. We were talking about it. All he had to do was split push once everybody else was on the bottom side. Nold and Voided took out the mid tower, went top lane during that entire fight, did nothing but attack objectives, and now he's looking maybe going for the inhibitor. Gotta leave though, he will get destroyed by Slink on that Graves. And just absolutely oh, and here it is. Oh my god,
gone.
great movement there. All of the
The
movement
drag is
ability.
up though, and some
Yes.
teams gotta go for it. We do see Hood
It's a
might be an
2v2.
opportunity here. Hood,
It's
you've
a
gotta run.
2v2.
They're gonna trade Baron here, Jim. The TPs are coming on through. So Joel being handed over to Hood College. They're saving grace. They're one shot. They stared down the scalers and they said, you know what? We need superior drag control. They
And
are.
wait a minute. Graves has a teleport. Is there anywhere for him to teleport up by the Baron? Oh, there's not.
There is
Oh,
over
that's-
the wall. Oh, it's not soon enough. Over the
Oh,
wall
they're
by the blast
so-
cone.
That was so unfortunate. He had the teleport. I don't think he knew, though. I don't think he knew. They didn't have vision on it. But no, that was such a good team fight for ESU in the bot lane. Buying time. Nold and Voided might not have been able to do anything in a team fight, but he could absolutely do stuff with, a cup of coffee and a work crew to take out every building objective on the top side of the Hood base. Something to note, though, Hood now has money marching to them, top and bot lane, in the form of super minions. As the Maiden will go down, extra money there as well.
Oh.
Swiper trying to go in. Good flashes used there, getting out of harm's way was Rainbow Madness. The last inhibitor will go down. Baron empowered cannon minions not going to go away.
There it
Stack
is.
attack once again with the shield up. Stops the bullet time. Slink will go down. That might be the end of
That's
it.
game.
Slink really was trying to carry this one on the side of Hood.
Oh my gosh,
Cerrito
Intellectual
goes
Ape.
down as well. Intellectual Ape just going ham as another kill. This one going on to Rainbow Madness, and that will do it as Yorick, with all of their destructive capability, he might have just one-shot the Nexus. And that one ends in a really, really fun way. Unfortunate, Slink just got deleted early. I think they finally realized that Cerrito was going to do damage, but if the bullet time got caught on Brahm's shield, that Slink was the one they had to pick first, and they absolutely did.
And as far as it goes in Navigators Yellow, the Warriors end the year undefeated, 8-0, sitting on the throne. They are ready for whoever comes at them come playoffs. Jim, I will say, this Hood team is one of the better fundamental teams that we've seen. You can't get too far behind if you're playing on this Hood team. Their farm is up to snub. Their objective control is great. Jim, they got to do their homework. Their micro's great. Their macro's lacking. Their picks and ban is severely lacking. Now they didn't pick the Lucian. That sin is not on them. But I will say that they need to figure out their picks and bans. You hit the nail on the head quite a few times. Where's your objective to win? Like where is your win condition? Where's the player? Where's the champ? Where's the strategy we can point at and say, when this happens, we win the game? It didn't happen for them. It couldn't. They didn't pick it.
You downed on their macro. I thought their macro was great, personally. I thought their macro was right there. I mean, they ended up with Soul. You can't have bad macro and get Soul, Ethan. Come on now.
They did give up 3 Barons. I don't know. That's tough.
They did get Soul, and they had a lot of Rift control in game number 1. And also their use of vision blocking. I mean, how many times did they tower dive successfully just because they denied vision and no one knew they were coming? I'm not going to ping them on macro. I think the pick ban is where they lost it. They got Fortune Leona. That's a great duo in the bot lane. They didn't have an answer to Intellectual Ape today. They had no answer to Intellectual Ape. I thought Slink played as well as a Graves could against a York. 100%. Best Graves v York I've seen in a while. I didn't think it was going to go that well. Honest to God, didn't think it was going to go that well. And it did. Who knew? And Broncliffe did good work, using all the tools that Sejuani had, did everything they could in that one. But like the first game, Viger has a win fight button. You are automatically in a 4v5 every fight because Viger's just going to delete somebody. Same thing, Intellectual Ape going in with the Hemo Plague and just saying, you there, yes, you, please step forward. You don't get the fight today.
Yeah, Rainbow Madness was definitely the big key, I think, for ESU, the Warriors, right? I said it was a bit of a chess match in the mid lane, but as it turned out, I think I think that maybe Rainbow Madness was playing chess and Intellectual Ape was playing target practice with a rocket launcher. Because that's what it looked like. The Vladimir scaling, great damage. The Hemo Plagues were on point. The Vigar scaling, lots of damage. You don't have to be on point to hit that ulti, as we've talked about. ESU is going to be a tough team to beat, Jim. I do think Hoods, as we said, picks and bans, definitely we agree there. I think their macro play could use a little bit of fine tuning. They did give up 3 dragons as well. That was a full dragon match. Both sides had 3 going into that soul. So a whole lot of action. But regardless, we should be excited for the playoffs. We should be excited to see how far Hood falls. This puts them at 5-3. They were tied for second. They probably won't end up second. But there was a number of teams already at 4-3 that were hungry, chomping at the bit. So keep your eyes peeled on the NECC's website. Keep your eyes peeled on the NECC's Twitter. Keep your eyes peeled on this Twitch because we've got another fantastic match of League of Legends after this one. Stick around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. It's already quite late, but let me tell you, we've still got 2 series on board here tonight to finish out our regular season here. up next, of course, we've got Eastern Kentucky Maroon versus Midway University. And we'll get into the specifics of why this one still matters for the both of these teams as of yet. But for now, I am your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joined once again by my lovely random minion caster. Go ahead. For the staff at home, as you can probably tell, RMC cannot be heard currently, so we are getting that underway.
Okay, I think I'm back now. Finally, it's
there you go.
Yeah, sorry, it just had to give me a minute and 5 seconds before minions spawn, right? That's the timing there. But we are now back into it, and Zephyr, I'm here to tell you why this one matters here. We've been in Navigators Yellow for the last 2 series. We're still here.
Yes, sir.
And this one matters more for Midway than Eastern Kentucky Maroon. Eastern Kentucky Maroon have punched their playoff ticket. They're making it no matter what. And I believe with a Holy Cross Crusaders loss earlier in the day, Eastern Kentucky can't move further down. They can still move further up. But Midway, as you can see right now, is just below the cutoff mark. And even if they win tonight, it's not guaranteed. But they do need a win to keep their hopes alive. They will need to win this series. And ESU Warriors B will need to drop theirs for Midway to make it to playoffs.
Right, and the craziest thing is they're both currently playing as it stands right now. So hopefully, as this one moves forward, we'll definitely be able to update you on the standings for ESU Warriors B, because that has heavy precedent regarding the impact of this series right here. Because if they, of course, lose, as RMC has stated, then the dream is still alive. The hopes are available, but they still have to win this one. They can't just quite drop it, right? Either way, they're still set in this position, and it's led them all the way here. So hopefully this draft phase will put them in good footing for what is their last shot.
Yeah, and talking about this last shot here, Midway, they've been a team that struggled quite a bit this season here. And to me, the sickest part of it all is that they've come close quite a few times to winning games. They just can't quite seem to finish here, and that stings the most. So they just need to fix little things to push them over the line. Their mid laner, the GOAT, has been the big carry for the team, but it's not been enough. And the other lanes need to step up. Top side, Fuel the Truth. Bot side with Yogurt Bomb and Aaron Axe here. Aaron Ann, pardon me. Here, they're not quite enough to pull them over the finish line. And right now they need a secondary carry lane. So I'm looking forward to seeing what adaptations they get, where the secondary is going to be coming from.
And then the other end of the field here, Kentucky Maroon, we've already discussed it. Punching definitely kind of on the midweight here within the Navigators series. They themselves, they've got a major carry up towards that top side in Zach. And here has performed quite adequately. But on top of that, we've also got YT Jumper pulling the strings here across. So both of them, they set up those plays, engages, and have made the impact that has fueled a majority of their wins. But, with series like this, albeit this doesn't particularly matter for where their standings may be, it gives us a light that will show us how they might perform coming into playoffs.
Yeah, and they want to be going into playoffs with momentum, with wins as well. And Zephyr, we are into picking bans, of course. You can see the bans coming through. The Vladimir ban coming through from the side of Eastern Kentucky on blue side. Honestly, a little surprising Midway hasn't played that. I think that's a holdover from the last match that we just watched there.
Understandable.
Yeah, true. After watching those Hemoplague pops. And I love the fact that they get the Yone for Azakan here. They're looking for the carries. And we touched on the fact that, hey, their top laner is one of their big carries, top lane and bot lane. The side lanes for the side of Eastern Kentucky Maroon, the weaker sides for Midway, actually.
And I'm okay with Midway pulling out all the stops here. The response, though, is good here in the poll, or my apologies. The response here is good in the sense that they've got that long-range advantage to pull through with that cannon. And even still, if you don't come out on top of that lane, while Yone is, of course, scaling, you play towards those team fights, which we do see Midway setting up quite adequately for, whether it be the hard... No, actually, it's all single-target hard engage by Silas, Ash, all of them.
Yeah, well, you've got the cannon, Sicing Motion, and there you go. There's that AoE
that's AoE,
you're looking for. Yeah, from
what I mean.
It's bookended. True. Yeah. So they have a ton of CC on this team, and I actually really like CC for the most part. It's easy, and it's strong at all stages of the game. I don't care how strong your AoE is, how big your wombo combo is, who your biggest carry is. If I've got enough CC and you can't move, we win that fight anyway. So you can see Midway, they've drafted themselves that sort of composition. Now, the Sylas to me, I like it. I'm not quite sure when in the draft they picked it up here, but there's good ultimates to steal. The bullet time to chain in with those AoE CCs. You can use it with the Yone as well to engage in with that Stolen Fate sealed. Need single target, you can always steal away the Unleashed power. And for the side of Eastern Kentucky University here, Maroon, their comp is not as strong in the team fights, but that's not how they usually win. They're giving Azakan in the top lane a bit more agency for him to carry. And Villayama here, now Villayama is someone who impresses me because apparently he's a father of 3 in college and still playing League. I don't know how he has time to get all of that done, but he does it. And you
keeps it straight somehow.
Yes, that's how he does. And you pick a Syndra for him. He's been struggling a little bit in lane. Syndra's a lane dominant champion, can go toe to toe with Sylas here. And you're just kind of trying to control the top side, get that Yone in isolated lane. Your bot side's going to be fine, and your bot side's going to be answer some of the team fighting. The Seraphine there isn't necessarily for engage. The Encore is more to disengage this Leona, this Kennen from getting in there.
Right. So what you're setting up here is Kentucky's got a level of control that should provide here in what is supposed to be Midway's kind of explosive start. Their reign where they're looking for those casual picks, whether you put them towards, say, this Sylas in the mid lane, who hopefully will find them, because in my personal opinion, that doesn't look too well once you get to that late game if you haven't found your footing. But that level of disengage for Kentucky will be the deciding factor. We talk about bleeding a lot here on the desk, and this is one of those games where that kind of comes into it. I know, I feel like a broken record, but it does have its merit, okay? When you look at Syndra, Misfortune, Seraphine, there is definitely scaling potential here with that zoning control. Once you get to some of these major objectives, you got a very, very strong front to back in both Volibear and Yone, how he can spread apart or split those team fights. And once the damage then falls through from Villayama and Darth here in the bot lane, great. You have found your success. What they can do is level out this control, give 3 kills over to Sylas in another game, vines down those rotations into the bot, a quick, assault and battery, and suddenly it is a wipe here, and you never really are able to find a foot back in.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if that game plan you laid out for the side of Midway here, Zephyr, is exactly what they aim for, because we already said the GOAT has been the big carry for them, and Dinazi on this Vi as well, single target, right? If you target that Syndra, you get your main carry ahead and let your carry the game. That said, I would like to see some attention top as well, because while Fuel the Truth hasn't necessarily been the big carry for the team, and the Kennen might not necessarily be picked to dominate the lane against the Yone here, Yone is a little bit weak in the early game. Kennen is ranged into this melee matchup. It is advantageous, and Vi has a lot of burst damage built into her kit. If the GOAT's already winning his lane by himself and doesn't need any more help, go top, shut down the enemy, big carry on their team.
Well, I will say, even if that early game level of control doesn't come through here from Midway, they still have the opportunity to play through that top side that you did just bring up. So there is some reason to find their way up there inevitably, because we'll put down that Yone, but hopefully we'll put that Kennen in a nice place where when it comes to those major 5v5s, when they do inevitably come through, then he hits a whole lot harder, able to find his impact, get towards that backline, slicing Maelstrom, set this one up, and give this team a lot more control that they otherwise wouldn't usually had here, because I really do feel like while they have such a heavy potential for pick, if they aren't able to kind of properly put that damage out towards the mid game, great, your windows are gone. You have major tools that no longer have any impact, and your level of siege, poke, whatever it may be, however you want to describe it, is kind of non-existent, especially when in comparison to what we've set up here for Kentucky.
Yeah, the damage. Yes, Zephyr. That is something that we haven't touched too much on here, and I do want to quickly touch on that.
Damage?
Yeah, damage for
Midway.
Midway.
It's a broad
here.
concept.
Yep, and it's a little bit lacking here. Sylas needs time to scale. Ashe is not that big damage carry, unfortunately, and Kennen, very item dependent, needs that sort of 1.5 power item power spike to come through before he really starts to pop off in these team fights. So Midway here, yes, they've got a lot of CC, but they do need to be careful about their damage compared to Eastern Kentucky, where Misfortune's got a lot of base damage loaded into her kit. She's got pretty high scaling for an AD carry, at least in the first couple of levels, and Yone as well. That's going to be a huge damage spike. Seraphine's an interesting one. She's actually got a lot of base damage in her kit, coming off of levels more than items. So I think Eastern Kentucky are going to be pretty okay without having too much items, but Midway needs to make sure that they play around their item power spikes.
Well, backs against the wall here. Midway University, their last chance to prove it. And even if they win, they might still not even be confirmed here. You're joining us for game one. I'm still and going to be for hopefully not just the rest of the night, but this series here. Your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, once again with Random Minion as we finish out our regular season.
Yeah, and into the game here, Zephyr. Let's just quickly run down the teams on the blue side for game one here. It is going to be Eastern Kentucky Maroon here. Azakan in the top lane. YT Jumper Gamer 122 in the jungle there. Villayama in the mid lane. Darth Voldemort, like that name, as their AD carry, and Water Wizard 13 as the support.
Right in here from Midway University. Feel the Truth. Denazi MW, the GOAT. Yogurt. We'll say the full name, Yogurt Bomb 24, and Aaron and here. Just give them their full stepping as we lay out the red carpet here for one last walk for both of these teams potentially. Well, not Kentucky. They'll be around for a few more weeks. Hopefully here. Playoffs will swiftly be decided. And it's only 3 weeks. We go from straight, I believe, quarters, semi, instantaneously.
Yeah, each division has only 8 teams making it, right? So it is quarters, semis, finals going.
It slaps through quick.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if which teams actually make it through, and that's what Midway's playing for, right? That's what we're watching, and right off the start, both teams are taking this quite seriously. We're not seeing any level 1 shenanigans coming through. Both teams starting bottom side of the map here, and that's actually a little bit interesting to me because generally, right now we're seeing a lot of sort of cross map plays. Wherever the jungler starts, they're going to gank opposite side of the lane, opposite side of the map. Pardon me. And trying to gank that top side for Jumper here feels a little ambitious. Yone doesn't have that much damage. And I expect to see the Kennen kind of win out that lane. So it feels like a responsive gank. Whereas for Denazi here, that's potential kill territory. And in that 2v2, I'm going to favor that Kennen Vi initially at any rate.
Well, I would hope that the rotation that's coming through from Jumper is set up to warrant that level of expression there from that buy. You don't want to see Nazi just swiftly find that way into lane, and then there's no response to be had by Volley. Suddenly you've lost a little bit of the control on this Yone, who already needs so much to find that kind of damage scaling that will push this team towards their victory. So I always like to call it that kind of shadow jungling here. And if you're able to match for a scuttle, maybe find a rotation up Yama or some priority if you do have Zakian pull that one back in, then great. It works out.
Yeah, and talking about that scuttle a little bit, because we talked about the top lane. Mid lane, that's where I think the scuttle is going to depend on when both these junglers are looking at it. But bot side, root lands?
That's a good source of poke. Wow. One more auto, and that would have been it for Yogurt. We never really talked about the level of poke and control that can be found in spot lane. I know you discussed the, kind of scaling control comes with, but just right from the get-go, the lack of damage here found from Yogurt, something to be contested against. And while yes, Arn Ann is scary, the disengage, it's just as potent.
Yeah, not for that minion. Goat probably would have gone in, but to your point about this bot lane here, Ashe Leona is actually a pretty strong early game bot lane here. You get a lot of poke from the Ashe, and then you've got the all-in threat from the Leona here. But the problem, it's less about the Seraphine and more about this Misfortune here. Misfortune's so strong in the current meta, it's so hard to trade into her. And 1-2 double ups land, and that laning phase kind of is over. That's what we saw right there, the double up landing to get Yogurt kind of low, and then the root coming through from Water Wizard for the engage. Now, if that happens 1 or 2 more times, Yogurt and Aaron Ann are just going to lose all control of this bot lane, and you don't want to see that happen, because level 6 for Ashe Leona, that's massive kill threat, and you want to be able to hit that level 6 on fairly even ground.
Well, for now, even ground doesn't seem to be finding its way forward. We take a look, and there's already a 10 kind of minion deficit, a wave and a half here put behind for Midway University. And I'll be honest, I'm not really looking for major success out of this Ashe Leona lane. It's how they impact these kind of pick control when we get to the fights later on. They don't as long as you've got that enchanted crystal arrow flying through, the solar flares down, congratulations, you're putting in the work that is necessary here. What I do need to see, though, from Midway University, which is something that did surprise me, was the fact that Snazi didn't look to find any rotation towards that top side, actually split through the mid found her way bot, of course, secured that scuttle there in favor of Dragon, and now has gone back to the full clear. Could be setting up for getting the official Sultan battery to kind of lock down and make sure you have a secured gank. But in the face of needing early scaling to be found on both that Sylas and more so to put those who have a wash ahead of them behind, I'd like to see a bit more early rotation.
Yeah, fully agreed. And Azakan didn't even drop a ward topside. It has zero vision score whatsoever. So that top was highly gankable. Azakan was overextended, but Denazi just never quite looked up there. And Feel the Truth right now is paying the price of that. That's not what you want to see early here. We've touched on the fact that Kennen should be winning with the range advantage before Yone gets to skill up. That does invert once Yone gets, 1 or 2 items. Or at the rate they're going, when Azakan hits 6, it looks like there might actually be kill threat here.
Kill potential now on the board there for Azakan, and you have to respect this lane here, and that's only going to continue to balloon this Yone. So Nazi needs to find a way up there at some point, or at least into this mid lane. For now, though, the impacts are already coming through, and this is kind of what I mean. It's ticking time bomb, but to go, quick follow-up, unleash power. No! It's not enough to secure the kill there. Must have been just a sliver left.
Yeah, we could barely see the health, and the corrupting pots were running. Viliama used the corrupting pots as soon as he realized that the goat was going in, and that's one of the unfortunate things about Sylas here. You can steal the Syndra ult, but Syndra ult, the reason why there's zero counterplay is because the sheer amount of burst damage when you've got the orbs lined up, when you've got enough of them. But in this case, the goat doesn't have the ability to put down those orbs, so if Viliama's not spamming Q, your damage is kind of low, and while it certainly hurts that you didn't get the kill, the GOAT didn't expend that much to get it. The flashes were traded, and the GOAT continues to be able to maintain pressure here with that teleport coming back full health, full mana.
He's the only lane that I would say is finding good pressure. We take a look at the lead, and without any kills on the board, it's already sat at 1,000, most notably that top, and especially the bottom lane now. Darth, we talked about what was 10 CS ahead. That is an insane 30 now here in this Misfortune. Constant poke, constant control, laying out a supreme level of potential. When you talk about, like, look at these roots that come out from Water Wizard, there's not much opportunity for Yogurt to ever step in and kind of find a way through, especially when you just, you don't have the damage to match.
Yeah, and this is not one of those series ever where we're likely to see very even games, because the team strengths are almost diametrically opposed. Midway plays through their jungle mid duo a lot. Eastern Kentucky Maroon play through top and bot a lot. So it's kind of a battle of strengths and which side's carries can pop off easier, can carry harder. And I think Eastern Kentucky just have the slight edge because they've got 2 lanes which are projected to win here, which are winning right now, whereas Midway only has 1. Now that, of course, could change with Denazi's interference, and Denazi did power level, is now level 6, has that Assault and Battery.
There we go.
Hopefully we see that first gank start to come through.
Well, for now, it's a Slicing Maelstrom in the top lane. I don't think that was the best of calls there, especially knowing that the recall and the pullback to the Spirit was always available there for Azakan. So that's a major ultimate no longer in play, especially with any major objectives. But you know what? Rotations, those would be the big one here. We talk about levels, the leads, the control that could be found. Well, hold the thought.
This is diveable.
Jumped her, could easily find a dive into the back. One quick Stormbringer, turret disengage, gets the immediate stun RNA. That's the flash bolt to follow through there. Response and the stun, but it is going to be Aaron Ann finding the way out here.
Yeah, good on Eridan to actually be able to pull them off Yogurt there. I was worried that they just dive Yogurt right away, but the positioning, the distance Yogurt had from the turret kind of forced Jumper to make the decision, do I go for the dive or do I stop the turret here? Oh,
that's bad, but it's looking good for Midway.
No, Truth!
Don't step in, Feel the Truth. Oh, the little rat that could there comes out alive. A response now found for Nazi. Maybe would have liked to see the kill here, but hey, that's great. That's jungle pressure. That's the kind of pacing that we need to see, just to see it continue.
Yeah, and you know what, Zephyr, I don't care if the kill goes over to Denazi or Feel the Truth. I'm actually okay with it going to Denazi because Denazi can spread the joy, spread the love a little bit better.
Spread the joy.
I was worried for Feel the Truth, man, because I don't know if you saw the health bar at the end of that fight after Feel the Truth went in. I didn't. There wasn't a health bar. Should have been dead. And now Denazi trying to start up this Herald here, taking a lot of damage, TP.
Teleport in, 3 members. The GOAT there with response. Chain this one
Oh,
out. A nice scatter the weak, but no damage to follow there from Viliami. Body block. Very nice from the GOAT to make sure that they can't capitalize. But the problem is, you've leashed the Rift Herald. You've given that major objective up.
Little bit unfortunate there, and Denazi thought, okay, I've got some vision control here, but unfortunately, if you look at the ward situation, Eastern Kentucky Maroon had the ward in the pixel bush. They knew what the attempt was right there, and Viliama's TP coming in, that was just icing on the cake. It's actually very unfortunate that the Scatter of the Week didn't get the stun onto Denazi, or Eastern Kentucky could have snowballed the even further. But as it stands, both early objectives in the hands of EKM here. And in another minute and a half, they can drop that Herald, get plates, get pressure, and get the rest of the team set up for secondary.
Jumper, we've seen him favor towards the spot side here, and it's really one of the only lanes that I would say provides for this squad here. But if you want to throw that Rift Herald down towards mid lane, especially with Dragon being up in just a minute or so, play around that kind of split pressure, then that would be good as well. As we have heard, though, from RMC, the oohs and ahs, no, they're not quite fireworks, but it is a blown flash out of Yogurt.
Hey, man, I had sound effects. There were nice light flashes. They're basically fireworks. Mid lane.
Ooh, the GOAT. And this time around, Unleash Power actually going to put out 3 balls, do the work, hopefully, of more than just one there. And the GOAT now in a good place. This is the main carry, the mainstay that we wanted to see find success here for Midway.
It is important to note, though, that the GOAT did expend Flash and the hijack, or the hijacked ultimate there. So neither will be available for that Dragon fight. And as bad as that was for Viliama, EKU is going to be okay with that, because now they get to set up for this Dragon here, and they'll have all their big ultimates still ready to go. And remember, Yogurt Flash Burnt. I'm not sure Yogurt hits level 6 and actually gets the Enchanted Crystal Arrow in time for this big fight.
We talk about windows. Those windows are the mainstay or the hinge here for the fight of Midway. For now, though, Jumper not going to expend it towards the mid lane, wants to secure the bot. I don't know if this was entirely necessary, but you know what? Gets the turret done, keep the pressure on the board. That first turret still works out either way.
Yeah, and if anything, the ideal play right there was Darth and Water could just start rotating. The moment Herald got dropped, they're good to go. Yeah, and, well, they're still going to get there. They still have the ults available, and upside?
A little bit of a trade, but odds and poor of this Dragon. Yeah, I would not be more than sure. Midway should not step into this one, but hey, that's 2 drags down, already favoring more here for EKM. Feel the truth, back in. A Zakan taken low there. A quick response from the big skill, an under turret. He's gonna go down as well.
Was that necessary effort? No, probably not. I mean, Asakan was kind of out and safe right there. You dive back into the turret, but hey, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Turret disabled mid lane.
Ooh, good response from the hijack. GOAT in there. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to find its way with a Solar Flare on top of Jumper. Salt Battery deep. Wizard trying to run away here. A nice heal. The shielding provided by the Seraphine, and Nazi finding its way in with no damage to Behold's going to punish him as a result. So 2 major carries down here for Midway as this wave's going to keep pushing.
And Darth just gets to step up right now. All the big ultimates blown. You do still have to be careful of that Zenith Blade, but you do have Cleanse available. And huge props to Water Wizard in that last fight, in that last dive. The 2-man catch with the Encore onto Yogurt and Aaron Ann stopped a lot of the immediate follow-up from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And the 4-man shield and heals coming through from Seraphine. Denazi was looking for the extra kill, but that shield completely messed everything up, and Denazi found himself alone in the middle of 4. Nobody dying immediately, and well, the Vi right now sat on a serrated Dirk, Amp Scepter, and a Longsword. Very, very squishy. No tank stats to speak of.
Right, and we talk about the opposite end here from Kentucky. The front to back has come through in full force here. You top it off with that Seraphine, and it's even worse there. Most of the expended damage in CC thrown straight onto Jumper, of course, for being under turret there, but that's not what you directly want. You're not putting anyone, when you talk about Viliama or Darth, in a poor position, and as a result, while they were taken a bit low there by the Assault and Battery finally coming through there from Denazi, at that point, when you have so much of everything expended onto Jumper, there's nothing else to work with.
Pretty much, and Jumper can soak, right? He's a nice.
He's fine. He doesn't care.
use your ultimate there as the Volibear, you get even tankier. All that fur, all that beef absorbing more damage here. And now because that first turret is down in that bot lane. Okay, I don't know what you call it. This is not beef, bear meat, whatever you want to call
I'm sorry,
that.
now I want to know what the official word for a bear meat is.
I'm actually
Bet
kind of
my
curious.
dad
too,
would
yeah.
know.
If somebody wants
would know.
to pop that in chat, I'd be very curious to know what a bear meat's called.
Deer's venison, so that's Lilia.
Yeah.
Alistar's beef.
Yeah, I mean, sheep is mutton. No, Zephyr, back to the game. Don't get distracted by meat. I know we're hungry here.
sorry. Gotta throw a joke in there.
Arrow
every once
goes
in a while,
down?
but, oh, cleanse now. It's expended. Chain to follow through. Goats deep, but a
the
nice
encore.
response. Finds two there. The Everfrost and enough damage to find both 80 carries out here. I was about to say Azakan was looking for it, but he couldn't find it either.
Okay, and that was a 1-for-1
One for
trade
one.
there for the 80 carries, but you can see how much more Midway has to expend for that, and Villayama just got free push in bot lane the entire time. If Villayama had shown up, probably would have been able to change the fate of that top side as well. You can see EKU taking over as well, and right now, the point I was trying to make before he got sidetracked by Bear Meat here is the fact that EKU can start rotating their members up. The GOAT who had the winning 1v1 no longer gets 1v1. You send the Misfortune, you send the Seraphine into mid lane. It's a 2v1 in the mid lane instead. And right now, Villayama is probably comfortable enough with a 4-level lead to handle the 1v2 against Yogurt and Aaron Ann here. So the pressure is on Midway to try and make plays. And we've been waiting for Denazi to make it. But if Denazi can't make it, then the other thing you do is you shove out the long lane and you start moving Yogurt and Aaron Ann to other lanes for ganks instead.
I mean, the game's not set in stone as of yet here, but looking at that bot lane, that is something to behold. Try to come back from here for Midway. And while, yes, we discussed the level of setup that can still come through from just the ultimates alone, you're competing with a heavy source of the same response from Darth and Water Wizard. Now, though, the GOAT, no, not quite landing the initial CC shot, and then that's going to be no follow-through there, so nothing to find. Oh, they tried to land CC, but once again, that's Spirit on Yone. You're not going to get much out of it.
And honestly, I felt like that was one of the best opportunities for Midway right there.
Right.
When you can find a catch like that, you need to pull the trigger, because if not, you're falling behind. The poke in the mid lane right now, Aaron Ann's kind of low, and once again, Feel the Truth taking one-sided trades.
Continuing to
Goat?
do so. Goat, though, finally
Oh,
with
great
response,
catch.
taking the hijack there to find a successful kill there in response on to Darth Ulmer. So stepping up a little bit too far forward, quick rotation definitely gives Midway a little bit more pressure back here, especially with Dragon on the board. I'd like to see rotation. I know they're waiting for Denazi to come down here, but they have the numbers advantage.
Yeah.
They don't
You
have
can start
TP
moving.
on Field of Truth, though, so they have to be careful.
I don't think you need it, because you can always deny the enemy TP with your Sizing Maelstrom. The GOAT getting a good trade here, and okay, now everybody's here. They can start up the Dragon with relative safety. For the side of EKU, they don't have the vision, so Jumper
There's
probably
like
won't want to jump in blind. Yeah, exactly. You're fine with that, and really good play from Midway. That's what you wanted to see, them just pulling the trigger. They're down 5,000 gold, but with the amount of CC they have, if they're the ones initiating fights, if they can CC chain, all the gold lead in the world doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. And you're right, and that's kind of what we just discussed. As long as you can kind of pull the trigger, say on literally the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Yogurt, great. Job's done. You have someone like Gogurt follow through there. The problem is when you don't have, or my apology, not Gogurt, the GOAT. That's
Hey, man,
hilarious.
if Yogurt keeps pulling the trigger and landing the Enchanted Crystal Arrows,
You know what? It's a
Gogurt's
combo.
fine.
That's their official Wombo combo name, the Gogurt.
Hey.
Either way, the question is when you don't have the GOAT. Because I'm telling you right now, full 5-man front to back, where Kentucky's comp excels, he will be obliterated in seconds. There is so much damage, so much heal to dissuade the hard backline kind of launch that he's looking for, that once he's out, I don't know if Midway has the follow-up, because every single kill or successful stride that they've taken has come from the GOAT being in great position.
That and the fact that Eastern Kentucky is not grouped up, and they actually probably don't want to group up
Not
too
yet.
much. They want the split push from Azakan. They want the split push from Villayama here. So as long as they're split, there is an opportunity for Midway to pick and punish. Herald getting dropped. What is this TP? It's so deep.
It's a very deep TP, but
Oh,
no follow-up there. Feel truth, I actually
Okay.
enjoy him. The little bit of restraint saving for potentially 5-man on the Slice and Maelstrom, but hey, TP down, I guess, from Viliama.
Yeah. And this
Hurt as
turret-
well, going to go out here. Yeah.
Yeah, not for very long. And I'm actually really surprised Midway didn't just go on that. They have all their big ultimates up and available. And the nice thing is, even if you miss the Enchanted Crystal Arrow on Viliama teleporting in, if you mess up the timing, you'd probably hit somebody on the back end
Probably
anyways.
someone else.
Yeah, and while you might not want to go on that someone else, it does also stop the rest of Eastern Kentucky from engaging onto Viliama. And you saw Viliama was scooting out of there. As soon as he arrived, he was zipping right out. And Eastern Kentucky have just completely conceded the mid lane. I'm a little bit surprised here. They might lose the turret.
Possible
Probably
pinch.
will lose.
We're going to see that bullet time thrown out right early there. Looking for a Zakan. Oh. Sealed. Tries to get onto Yogurt. The damage is
Working.
enough to secure the kill. Slicing Maelstrom now to put Viliama in their place. But hey, one in response there. You don't lose turret. Technically, it's Kentucky coming up.
Yeah, and this is how Eastern Kentucky are going to want to play their fights. A little bit loose, a little bit messy here. Just drag them around. And Azakan not being punished now 2-2-0 with that Immortal Shield Bow is allowing him to engage what feels almost recklessly here. He's able to go in. And for Midway, I respect that they're holding a lot of the CC and the ultimates to try and stop the engage. But I think when you see Azakan going that recklessly, you just need to punish it. Smash him in the face with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, with stunts, with Solar Flare if need be. It's very telegraphed where he's going to go when he snaps out like that. Find the individual kill. Because if you're not punishing this, Azakan becomes a poke champion. And he just keeps going in, poking you out, comes back out with the Immortal Shield Bow, heals up back off the minion, full health, ready to go for the team fight.
For now, though, that level of kind of regression here from Midway, not being able to pull the trigger, will come back to bite them. While they found a little bit of success through playing through the GOAT, now we're beginning to see that kind of 5-man setup, especially with something like the Baron now being on the board here for major objectives. Actually, I take that back. They're going to keep putting a Zakan in that side wave, of course, with the TP available. And I honestly don't think there's about anyone who can respond to this Yone at this point, coming back there with Immortal, now the Mortal Reminder as well there. There's not much you can do in that regard. For now, I'd say another minute or so. Next contest, Dragon here. Midway, they've got to find a pick prior to, or else they're just going to lose that as well.
I'm actually really curious now, Zephyr, whether the GOAT would actually be able to lane into Azakan. I feel like the Silas might be able
More
to.
Reminder, no.
True. The healing cut is pretty massive,
healing
and the GOAT
cut's
doesn't
pretty
have
big.
it yet. Yeah, but I feel like that's the best sort of person to face off there. Viliama, great scatter of the week.
There's the assault. There's the slicing Maelstrom. The picks that was needed here from Midway. That's Viliama, your big mid lane carry. You're still going to have to contest against 2 if we're talking about Dragon, but it's a nice sight to see.
Yeah, it's a numbers advantage if you're rotating down right away. Oh, okay. The GOAT can lane against Azakan. Needs the help of a turret, but the GOAT did manage to do it. And the reason why I want to see GOAT matching up against Azakan here is look at everyone else on the side of Midway, right? Everybody else is strong in the team fight. Okay, maybe not Denazi, that's a single target, but if you can find, say, Darth in the middle of those fights, it's going to be worth it. And you've got the Kennen, you've got the Leona, you've got the Ashe here, potentially come and make this. But Kentucky, they're starting this up, and GOAT getting zoned out.
Immediately zoned out. Fate Seal no in. The Solar Flare going to miss as well. A massive bullet time to set this fight up. Yogurt the next to go down there. The flash from Azakan finds the knock up to fall through on Feel of Truth, and the come through from Jumper secures him now too over the wall.
Away.
Aaron and the next one to be found. Gonna find safety under turret there, but that's already 3 members coming out for the count, and another Dragon there secured.
Yeah, Feel the Truth, unfortunately, no slicing Maelstrom in that fight did use in the top lane, and you kind of need those for the big team fights here. If you could get a 4 or 5 man slicing Maelstrom, that would have potentially turned the tides, but didn't come through. And Aaron Ann missed a Solar Flare, but I actually respect the attempt there. That was what I was calling for, right? Go for Azakan if you see Azakan. If the slicing Maelstrom wasn't up, you probably weren't going to win the fight anyway. So if you can shut down this Yone, who's got a 650 gold bounty now, that's still gold in your pocket and a means for you to come back. But as it stands, they're down 9,000 gold now before Baron's been done. Arrow not going to find anybody going to go all the way through there. Fairly short cooldown. Yeah. So
And
Midway
we'll
can
be back
afford
up.
to chuck rocks.
Chuck rocks there. That's a good way to put it. For now, though, it brings major questions here. We talk about this bot lane lead, and I do want to touch on it because I believe we're 4 CS away. A Flame Horizon imminent here for Darth in this misfortune. Let's count it. 1 and one more. Oh, no. Yorger's going to catch that whole wave. My point is moot. But you get the concept here. The damage that is being provided in these team fights in comparison. You talked about it earlier. The fact that you have winning lanes for both the top and bottom comes back to hit so heavily. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. I thought the lead in top was huge. That is a 4K difference in the A.
Definitely. It's more about the bot lane. Yeah, because I mean, just look at the CS differentials. One is an almost Flame Horizon. The other is like what, 55 CS differential here. And props to Yogurt actually for having that big a deficit and still being relevant in this game. 0-3 and 2. That's pretty decent KP considering they've only got 6 kills on their team, and a lot of it is kicking off the enchanted crystal arrows. So I appreciate what Midway have done with the picks here. They kind of went, okay, we expect Yogurt to struggle a little bit in lane, so we'll pick you something with utility instead. And that part of the comp has worked out. The part that's not quite working out is this top lane Kennen. Feel the truth, not able to have that big team fight impact just yet. And we talked about maybe lacking damage becoming a bit of an issue. It's showing right now. I don't know if they can find enough damage to take down Azakan through that Immortal Shield, but whether they can kill Villayama and Darth at the same time as well right now.
I think there was a moment roughly like 10 minutes ago in this game here where you had the perfect setup for Midway to pull 5v5 and not have to worry about that lack of damage and just play through. The wide-scaled ultimates, you go in with the Slicing Maelstrom, and you should have been able to find those major carries. The problem was this squad never really grouped up. Major props to Cyan putting constant pressure, not only top, but now on this bot side as well, so that you have to put one into him at every single point here. When I see potentially response, of course, he's going to get that recall back there, so definitely safe. But that's the problem. When you're constantly forced to evade that in particular over and over again, what was that period where even with the lack of damage you could find kills is no longer there, because at this point you may be able to pull the trigger. Sadly, we didn't get to see it last fight because the Slicing Maelstrom was already expended, but I'm willing to bet you come this next one, even if there is a massing Slice of Maelstrom, the follow through won't be enough. They might find one. I will give them that. They might find one because their composition is great for that with the level of pick that they have in their individual windows. But after after those are expended on that one, hopefully it's someone good, then the return from Kentucky is too much to handle.
Yeah, none of that matters if they lose Baron right now. Because once Baron comes in, it's always like, oh, Denazi's already gone, Smite's gone.
Don't have Smite, don't have another. Both the GOAT and Denazi down, 5 members with Baron for Kentucky, and they walk this one out.
Yeah, mid lane only with the inhib turrets right now. They're just waiting for the minions to catch up. They're going to empower this particular siege here. And keep in mind, siege cannons with Baron buff outrange turrets. So if they can physically block the poke coming in from Ashe, they can start the siege early and start chipping away at this inhibitor turret.
Slicing Maelstrom, the only major window up and available to defend something like this, but you still have roughly 15 on the go. If they go for the dive here, they at least secure the inhib, and if kills are found on the mid-wave, then that is it. Either way, they get this inhib, pull back, go for drag that they've already... No, they're already on top.
Already on it.
Jumpers there. My apologies. And you've secured Soul, Baron, and the like here. Okay.
Yep, you just reset, go for the next turret. You still have another 2 minutes here on Baron as well. That was peak efficiency.
Yeah.
Cloud Soul picked up means they can run faster back to the lanes. And Zephyr, Eastern Kentucky University, they're showing off why they have the position they are in. They are a very, very strong team. They know how to close games out. And finally, by the way, bot lane, we do hit the Flame Horizon. I have a note from our producer that not everybody knows what the Flame Horizon is. So in case you don't know what it is, let's explain it to you. Flame Horizon is when you've got 100 CS more than your lane opponent and whoever you're matching up against. It's named after a Korean top laner back in the day on, I think it was CJ Enters Blaze, called Flame, who was known to be so lane dominant. Most of his games, he gets 100 CS differential over his opponents, hence why we call it the Flame Horizon.
Flame Horizon. Imagine being legendary to the point that your name is immortalized. We talk about Insect, Flame, some of the big ones for now.
Captain
I will
Jax.
say, One last team fight. Teleport coming through here from Field of
Okay.
Truth. 5v5. The wave is in no position to behold here for Kentucky. Liama stepping
coming.
so far forward there, but yes,
Super.
as this wave crashes in, this might be the end here for Midway.
Okay, Midway. I mean, they can still kind of wave clear it. I think ideally you're waiting for it to start going under your turret, and you want Eastern Kentucky under those two turrets before you fight. If not, I just don't see them finding a good angle, or maybe if they can find the flank into the back line here, because you can see the poke's still good on Water Wizard, it's still good on Dark, it's still good on
Zakin's
Villayama.
crashing this other wave.
Oh, yeah, they're just ripping
I was
you
wondering
apart.
why they were being so reserved. It's because they've got one member on the side. All right. Two down, Fate Sail, there's a Zakin,
Okay.
to pull the trigger, bullet time deep, the damage isn't quite there. Field of Truth is going to find 3 with the slicing Maelstrom, and
Stopwatch.
even in the face of a good CC chain, a double encore, and the damage that comes through here from Kentucky is enough to stop Midway in their tracks. Game 1 here, finding its way for Eastern Kentucky Maroon.
Oh, Zephyr, that was a brutal closeout to watch.
Yeah.
And huge props to Eastern Kentucky for how cleanly they played that. I don't think there's any point during the game where it's kind of like, oh, maybe Midway's really got a good chance back into this. It was just systematic dismantling. That said, Midway, individually, there were good moments there. We touched on Yogurt Bombs or Gogurt Bombs, good Enchanted Crystal Arrows coming through. The Go Signal, that was solid. Aaron Ann's follow-up, solid. Field the Truth actually had a really good slicing Maelstrom at the end with the stopwatch.
Yes,
Caught
he did.
exactly who he needed to
Late,
catch. Yeah.
Well,
right at the end.
26 minutes too late to have a good slicing Maelstrom.
Down
Okay.
was it 13,000 gold? But hey, if they can do that sooner, I think Midway, the comp kind of works. You just need to be pulling the triggers sooner, making the more proactive plays with this composition.
Right. I think the solution is one of two directions here for Midway. Either if you go into a game knowing you're going to draft for the 5v5, then play around it, right? Especially when your window is so small to work with during that mid game, because there was a point, I brought it up in game, where this looked absolutely wonderful, and then that point was far long and gone there. So it kind of goes back to the level of proactivity that you're looking for. But in the same sense, we never even got to see them grip up as 5 until literally the last base defense there. No major objective, no Baron, no nothing here for Midway. So if you're going to draft something like that, that itself has to change, not just at the beginning, but throughout the entirety of the game. Otherwise, if you are looking to play around those solo lanes being bolstered to the point that they are kind of independent enough to put pressure down in their own right, then draft for it, okay?
Yep.
If you want side lane split out of something in the top lane, Kennen isn't your go-to, okay? You need something with a much more harder advantage. We talk about those Fioras, those Yorks that we got to see last series that worked out so well, right? That is just one lane. We can talk about it all the way down here. If you want good mid jungle combo, then that's what I need to see, right? If bot lane's going to be more reserved, then go for it. Go for something heavy safety, heavy enchanter even, because that Leona wasn't putting out enough to really make good use of it, right? Those are my two directions for this squad here, but it's an absolute, especially if they need to see themselves to any kind of victory.
Yeah, definitely. I think the top lane I agree with completely. You change that up. The Leona, I think you leave because Leona Ashe, that's fine. And honestly, getting Flame Horizon at this point, I don't think you're looking to play through your lane. You don't get much safer
if you're
than
not looking to play for
Leona
the-
Ashe
no.
necessarily. But top side, definitely. And I want to point out that Field of Truth got counterpick. That Kennen was the last pick in draft. It was R5. And they opted for the team fight. So you're 100% right. You pick the Kennen, go for the team fights. If not, Field of Truth has lane dominant picks, things like the Urgot to come through, things like potentially Volibear if you're just trying to neutralize the push to come through. There are options here. The big question to me, more than the picks, is just how comfortable is Midway feeling about the lane matchups now that they've had one game against Eastern Kentucky here? Do they feel like, okay, we can afford to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head in the lanes, or do they go, okay, no, we're not confident. We think Azakan split push is too dangerous. We blew target bans to the top lane a little bit, and we don't think we can ban him out. We just need to play for the team fight instead.
Either way here, identities being found for Midway and dreams now in the hands of being crushed there as Kentucky looks to close this one out. As for this one on desk, we're going to be taking it to a short break as we make our way towards that second lobby. Stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're still bringing you Series 3 here of EKU Maroon versus Midway College. If you're just joining us, we came off of an incredibly dominant victory here from EKU Maroon in the face of the dreams of Midway, still hoping to keep their playoff chances alive. And I will update this one. It's still there. It's even more so there now. It has been confirmed here in the Navigators Yellow Division that ESUB just came off of their loss. So if Midway wins, they actually have a chance here to find playoffs.
Yeah, their fate is in their own hands now, Zephyr. No excuses. And they have gone to the blue side in this game. The teams have swapped sides now. We touched a lot about how or what we wanted to see different coming out of Midway. And I'm very curious to see what they opt to do here, especially now that we know they can actually control their own fates here. So far, the bans, I mean, the Yone ban is new. The Nasus ban, they're continuing to focus out Azakan a little bit here, but the Yone makes sense because Azakan was unstoppable on the Yone. My fear, though, is that Azakan has been playing a lot of Irelia, a lot of Wukong as well, in addition to the Yone. So many picks that he can carry on.
Right, and that should provide here, given that his pool is as wide as it is, and what we saw from that Yone, if he continues to level the aggression in these side lanes and keep the attention of Field of Truth, that will be difficult. And as you've said, Wukong X out there. Set up for heavy engage, Jumper's Volley Bear to support that, as well as give it an even further front line here. Its composition has already got its dive set up, as well if it's going to be front to back. On the other hand, though, it's looking like a lot of comfort from Kentucky.
Okay. You know what? I'm actually for Midway. A lot of comfort, and I respect Midway. I respect it. You know what? You're down. If you lose this one, you're out. It's not just you're out of this series. You're out of playoffs here. So comfort, I respect. You go to champions you're good at, and you try and carry from there. The other thing I'm seeing so far is carry potential in every lane, because bot lane definitely is going to have an AD carry, right? So there's damage down there. You pick the Mundo, the Warwick, the Irelia. All these are champions that can pop off and take over a game. My fear is what I'm seeing from the side of of Eastern Kentucky here. The Orianna, sure, doesn't do too well into the Irelia. That's not a good matchup for Vilyama. But Azakan on this Wukong can now threaten your front and back line here. Jumper's Volbear looks so clean last game. And it just doesn't feel like Warwick's going to do anything to deal with this Volbear. And it's going to be dicey to try and find this Wukong as well.
There is a small period here where the early game favors Denazi to find potential setup in each of these lanes or take it the 1v1 to Jumper. But past that, we talk about dive, a level control, and team fights. Warwick does not show up many of those weaknesses. The Drain Tanks just have not been doing well in the state of the game. And if we talk about engaged junglers, while Warwick has that infinite duress to provide the single target kind of pick, it's not enough in comparison to others that you could find success through. Either way, big scaling bot lane secured here from Kentucky within that Jinx, as well as the Morgana, provide a little bit of safety on top of the lockdown here, but it's into the face of Yogurt now, breaking out of the chains, a bit of the mold, gonna go aggressive with that Ezreal, and I don't know, after what we saw in game one here, you kind of need a whole switch up. I mean, it would have to be literally maybe even putting like a whole different player out onto the Rift here, because if you're on that Ezreal, you are looking for a level of aggression and carry control in the bot lane that you have to find agency on your own right? And if you can't do that, the Ezreal pick doesn't work.
Yeah, get out this fermented yogurt, bring in the milk bomb, fresh milk, right? Yeah, part of the milk gang, Zephyr. But no, I agree with you. I mean, I do think, though, that the Ezreal pick was a response to what you were calling for, right? Like, you're talking about carry potential. Ezreal has more carry potential than Ashe, and Yogurt has played a lot of Ezreal in the season as well. Ashe most played at 5 games, Ezreal second most played at 4 games here. And we were touching on the fact of comfort and of carry potential in every lane. That is carry potential in your bot lane. Ezreal and Vel'Koz, lots of damage. My biggest problem with that is less about the playstyle and just more what they ended up picking into. That's a Morgana on the other side. Morgana is going to negate a lot of what Vel'Koz brings to the table. Hell, it's going to negate Infinite Duress coming out from D-Nausea as well if you put it on the right target. And for EKU, they've got a very strong team fighting composition with great scaling, with strong strength even in the early game. Literally, their only weakness is the first maybe 7 minutes of the game. And after that, they're online and good
They're
to go.
online.
Midway, on the other hand, as much carry ability as they have, it's not cohesive. Everybody wants to do their own thing pretty much. And at best, you've got people charging in. You've got Feel the Truth, Denazi, the GOAT going in, Yogurt and Aaron Ann staying back and trying to pump out the damage from the back here. But if Azakan finds a way into the back line, nobody, absolutely no one is going to be peeling for Yogurt and Aaron Ann here. And for an Ezreal, Wukong is mobile enough that even with that arcane shift, you probably won't be able to get away.
And in the face of that, that's just Azakan, right? We look at something like
True.
Darth on this Jinx or Villayama scaling through on the Orianna. Once it gets to that mid and late game, those are two heavy picks that will provide enough damage. Even if you don't find the initial engage that you want here from Azakan, congrats. You've got the damage to provide on those that he has found, or the potential CC say something like that Shockwave to follow up that will secure it here. So there's a lot stacked up against Midway. The only kind of win condition that I can see for this team here is if full aggression, full level of success in the early game, and then they're able to keep this composition split here. Because I really do feel like team fight potential from the side of Kentucky will always play into favor. Even if they're put behind the 5-man that they've drafted for themselves is absurdly strong, right? If you're able to keep split, like we saw from Azakan, if GOAT can replicate that, say on, say, the Irelia to keep these plays pushed and put the pressure down, great. That is a level of control that kind of gives some flexibility over and back to Midway here. I don't see really anyone else on the side. I mean, you can make an argument potentially for Mundo, but we both know together that that's not really the level of damage or the level of control that you're going to be able to take in anyone here and can be quickly punished out in these sides. So maybe the 4-1 here, but the direction, it's tough. I mean, you said it yourself. They all kind of want to do their own thing here. And we talk about that mid-late game where you try to find something cohesive for the team. They're not looking to work together.
Zephyr, you're reading too deep into it. Keep it simple. Like Midway just want one thing. Win. Yeah, exactly. Win. Just win your lanes. That's all they want to do here. And you know what? I do like the fact that GOAT has Irelia here. Yeah, well, because GOAT won last game, right? And this time you've got the winning matchup Irelia into Orianna here. If GOAT gets ahead, I think that's going to be the bright shining light because GOAT can then kill the Orianna, threaten the Jinx as well. You are mobile and slippery enough to get into that back line. So for Midway, it's all just about their laning. Can they survive the lane? Or no, sorry, not survive. Can they win the laning phase?
Can they win?
Need at least 2 lanes to win. If they have 2 lanes, they have hope. If not, like you said, all your big brain analysis on Eastern Kentucky, that's valid. All of that will kick in. Big team fights to come through. Ball delivery systems here, scaling from Jinx, Azakan diving backline. All of their nightmares will come true if Midway cannot win at least 2 of their lanes.
I'm going to put a bet down here. If we don't find success in any of these 2 lanes by 10 minutes, I think it's over. I think it is very clearly over for Midway because this composition does not do well playing into itself. And if by 10 minutes, they go draw even here against Kentucky, I think it's over. Already right off the bat, Yogurt's have to blow both. I mean, at least it's the Ezreal. Arcane Shift kind of provides in its own right a level of safety, but still, you don't want to see an early flash blown.
It's fine. It's okay, Zephyr. We positivity here. I mean, it is into a Morgana Jinx lane. The flash isn't going to save you. I'm actually a bit more worried that Yogurt ran the heal instead of the cleanse because heal probably isn't going to save you against Water Wizard's Ignite here. And the fact that Morgana bindings last for eternity. Ideally, I'd have liked to see the cleanse because Yogurt just wants to survive it out with the damage. But look at that invade coming out from Eastern Kentucky here. They blow the flash from Yogurt and they know that, hey, they're going to be defending bot side. They get a very, very deep ward here. They're going to be able to track exactly where Denazi is. And they're trying to make sure that Azakan is going to be safe in this top lane. They want that extended 1v1 top.
Well, for now here, that doesn't bode well for Denazi. We talk about Warwick. It's that small window of early aggression that provides. You look at lanes like this mid wave where the GOAT has easy advantage over the Orianna. Flashback in with the Ignite. Is it enough damage? Remember, it has that corrupting potion. And yes, the heal does come through.
Pains ever. Just one more auto there, and Gold went into melee range. Just needed to auto one more time before putting down the Ignite, or even, yeah, actually you want to auto first because Ignite has longer range. And Villayama doesn't even burn the flash. So, sure, TP gets expended, but that's both of Goat's summoners here, and now Goat is open potentially for the ganks to come through. You saw how much Goat had to trade, how much health he had to burn to get Villayama down, and you're just on that one corrupting pot left. Villayama still has 3 stacks plus biscuits.
At least Jumper isn't one of the better early kind of junglers to find support into the mid lane here, but even with a rotation from Azakan, that's enough.
That's a flash!
My gosh. They blew the flash and found the kill there. Azakan, we talked about it. This is a mainstay in his pool. The Wukong finding the 1 kill early. Not good, random.
I still have hope, Zephyr. We're not down and out for midway just yet here. And as you point out, familiarity with the champion, but also the fact Conqueror versus Grasp of the Undying, right? You run Grasp for short trades. You don't want to go extended with Conqueror. Jumper coming in now.
And then Denazi's over on the side of the river, going to be spotted out, but Goat's taking the low already there. Bit of the dash in the response to Denazi trying to step up. Only going to be able to find a little bit of damage from the Villayama, but overall there does protect that one.
Really well played from the Goat, actually, to break ankles there. Jumper, I mean, if you had stayed in place, you were dead there. But Blade surging to the minions bought enough time for Goat to get out. And that was what we expected to see come through, right? You blew your flash. You've got to expect the enemy jungler is going to be out for your blood. And the fact that Goat could turn that right there with no sums bodes well for Goat, at least in the early game here. Aurelia can get far ahead enough. You've got the kill pressure at 6. And if you get 1 or 2 kills in this mid lane, you can go 1v2.
Darth here putting the hammer down. I know it doesn't look like it. It's not aggression, but controlling this wave, keeping it constantly frozen under the turret here as Water Wizard stepping up constantly to kind of provide the zoning control here. You pick that Ezreal because you want to find success here, and playing like this will never bode any level of success. You're going to quickly find yourself outscaled by Jinx, which is, let me tell you, not a very hard thing to do. You hit, what is those 2, maybe 3 on the item power spikes, and you're done. You're essentially full menace here.
Yeah, and Darth also ran Cull, so will come up faster. Villayama still has flash.
Still has flash available there, but doesn't even have to use it.
Wow, the nerve on this man.
Yeah, I was about to say, a lot of restraint to be found there. If there had been like a Blade Surge available, I know he gets the read, obviously, from the initial one, but say something like that wasn't, and you're not as smart or attuned regarding the cooldown. Yeah, I mean, let me just say it this way. If it was me, I would have blown flash there because I don't understand the game as well enough when I panic.
Zephyr, at least you've got the reactions to blow flash. If it was me, I'd just have died. But thankfully, it's not us, and it's Villayama there. So
there you go.
No teleport to get back into lane this time. And as much as we're saying that bot lane's looking really dire for Yogurt Bomb with Darth getting ahead, the same can be said of Villayama in the mid lane as well. Yeah, I mean, the call, like I said, will stack up as well. But mid lane, the GOAT can do the exact same thing, can take over. And I think in the mid game, mid lane's more important because that gate keeps your jungle and the objectives as well. If GOAT can get far ahead enough, I want to see them go for early objectives. The Nazi will be very healthy taking these objectives. And as long as the GOAT has priority here, Villayama won't be able to respond and help out. So always be a 2v1 situation.
For now, though, Azakan already back in to expend that Cyclone, and even in the face of the CC passive there, still finds a successful kill now on the Field of Truth. That is 2 here in favor of Azakan. And now that we start talking about those 5v5s, that kind of mid-control you're discussing, when you see these rotations come through, hey, Villayama may not be able to provide enough, but Azakan can.
Sure. And as long as Azakan has teleport there, that means he can also reach the dragon. So suddenly your mid control kind of gets answered a little bit by this top lane. And Azakan, he's getting the plates. I mean, he's gotten 2 plates as well. So that's more than what the GOAT managed to find mid lane. This Wukong is becoming a problem. He's out of mana though, so has to recall. And I'm curious to see if he teleports to help go back to top lane or whether he holds it to help.
This is the best bet for midway if they want to try to find team fight, but they don't have the available setup. You had a reset from Denazi coming through there, no available rotation, even in the face of no kind of teleport from Azakan going to be really available there for the initial fight. Midway wasn't set up. For now, though,
Okay.
Vanguard's Edge, Villayama, the flash finally
Flash.
coming out
TP.
there. Feels good to save it for this long. And now Azakan with the teleport,
Cyclone.
remember, doesn't have that Cyclone available. Isn't going to be able to find the kill there, but it just goes to show how all the little things that have added up in the early game come back to support Kentucky.
Yep, and it's buying a bit of space as well. That's the flash blown from the GOAT again. I expect to see repeat ganks coming through from Jumper here. And Jumper, once he hits 6 as well, can start looking to dive. Oh, beautiful sombrero. Now that's a party.
Oh, Villayama. We were talking about keeping the pacing up here from the GOAT in our favors towards this Irelia, and it's quickly shown to GOAT that, no, come on, just go in. You know the flash isn't... He doesn't have infinite duress. It is 8 minutes into the game, and Denazi does not have infinite duress yet.
Whoa. Both junglers don't have their
both
ultimates.
junglers do
Jumper
not.
just got his. So, to be fair to Denazi, what you gonna do? You can't actually reach the mid laner in time. And honestly, that's on the GOAT, right? The GOAT knew exactly what he was running into there. You knew that Shockwave was still held and available and opted to go in. Does that change the mid lane? Honestly, no. The GOAT still is expected to win it. Exactly. I mean, you're down a level. Irelia's still going to control that. The big question mark in the mid lane now is just how much vision, how much safety do you have? The GOAT doesn't have any wards right now up in the sides, and Jumper can come in. Azakan can come in. I want to see even Water Wizard just roam up and look for some nice poke there. If you land a bind, it might be enough to go for a kill.
We sit at 9 minutes here, and this is where my bet starts coming back into play. You
One more
talked
minute.
about it. Two waves should find success here. If you're going to play for comfort, if you're going to play for those side kind of carries to look for your win condition, you need to be having a good game. Already, Yogurt Bomb, we take a look back here. 35 CS down in the face of Darth. We've got scaling coming out there with the culling going to be available. The GOAT, even the best one out here. There's that infinite duress. Finally a response. That's the kill, and that's the one winning lane for Midway.
Yep, first kill found here for the side of Midway. The question is, what else can you get for it? Denazi looking down to the bot here. Yogurt's baiting.
Denazi's in.
It's fine.
He's set up. This is
You already
enough.
used the
He's
ult,
got
though.
into the blood to seek that one out. The fear's going to come through there. Dart Boldman now on the
Okay.
run. Flash
Good
forward
flash.
from Yogurt. Gotta land the last little bit with the poke, but unable to do so. But hey, a laser gets the job done. How about it?
Okay, and out of seemingly nowhere, 3 kills across the board here for Midway. Well, Zephyr, we're 10 minutes, and sure, I won't say the lanes are winning
They're
yet,
winning,
but
but
they ain't losing.
they ain't
and
losing.
Still fairly even right now. They're going to be able to pick up the Herald as well, and this will be the first objective that Midway's going to find this series. This is massive for them, and I love that they're playing around their mid lane. Villayama?
Should be safe for now there. It's got to be careful. I mean, we talked about it. GOAT still has control over this wave. Gonna step up, keep the autos thriving there. Remember, it doesn't have that Blade Surge in full force as of yet, but once that's back up, good dive here.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that
that's
stun.
stun.
If that stun lands, I
If
think
that stun
Villayama
land,
dies.
that would have been that would have been dead. Gonna
Even
still
under
throw
turret?
in under turret anyways
Ignite.
with the ignite, and hey, still finds it there. Still finding it.
Okay, Goat's starting to come online, and now the question becomes: can Azakan try and match Goat a little bit here? Unfortunately, okay, there we go. I think Goat's impact there was a little bit too strong. Broke our stream for a second, but we're back in. Herald dropped immediately after being picked up, and I like what Midway's trying to do. If you break this mid lane turret, if you unlock Goat, that's when Eastern Kentucky are going to have problems trying to find an answer to this Irelia.
So the setup here is now available. You've got dive control available for Midway. They can get there, or they can enact vengeance, what they need to do so on Villayama or Darth whenever you pull the trigger into these major team fights. But those team fights still need to find their way forward. We talk about that dragon being up next 15 seconds. I want to see full rotation. I want to see Midway proactive, pull to it early rather than later. You already actually have priority in this bot side. Get the job done. Villayama's on the top side. This should be heavy notion that you may want to find your way down there, especially knowing that if you've been keeping track, Villayama doesn't have teleport available.
Yeah, and the interesting thing as well is that basically you're trading Wukong for Orianna ult at this dragon right now, right? And Field of Truth also doesn't have teleport, so it's a 4v4. And normally you want the Orianna because Shockwave is a bigger teamfight tool, but Azakan's ahead, and Azakan's ahead in levels as well. Winning the 1v1?
Able to very succinct find his way in there. Field of
Juliana!
Truth, though, in his own right, not
What the
respecting the passive. The CC not going to come through with that shockwave. As a result, hey, Field of Truth steps up, finds his first kill of the game here, and Villayama, kind of the weakest link out here for Kentucky, fueling the gold, the return here for Midway.
Okay, but GOAT losing mid is pretty important here. And I feel like Eastern Kentucky, they're just picking their shots. Snipe! Oh! Just barely off the screen, barely off.
It was a good
of the
predict
goat
either
there.
way.
It was pretty close.
you were
Now,
close.
diving? And they
This
dive.
is a return. The dive we've seen last time around,
Taking
that
too long.
wave's way too low, though. They may crash this next one. Oh, they know
Yeah,
he's
but
there.
they
know
have
he's
vision.
there.
Yeah,
know
they
he's
saw
there.
Jumper come in there. And honestly, I thought they were sticking around was very, very risky. I mean, you can rotate for Dragon, right? Azakan did win that mid lane after all here, but you need to be quick because GOAT's coming back. And once GOAT gets there, well, Dragon becomes a lot dicier.
Dragon definitely dies here. Giving up pressure, though, towards the top side puts Field of Truth in a very nice position to find a return back on this Mundo. We talk about Mundo kind of being that stat check champion. Once he's tanky enough, there's not a lot you can particularly do to face them, but he does just simply absorb. He doesn't have a lot of the follow through, I would say, to capitalize or put some of your carries in the weakest of places. But, you know, a lead to behold there if he keeps a sidewave response available as Villayama's still up there. That kind of splits the composition from Kentucky, which was one of the few ways they did say Midway might win. But GOAT now on rotation. Vanguard's edge.
Great
Villayama's
read.
dead.
Yeah,
No
just
chance.
great rotation, great read coming through as well. And I'm actually surprised that they're rotating GOAT out of that lane because Field of Truth was having a field day up there. Does great into that Orianna. But I suspect what they're trying to do is get that first turret gold onto the GOAT instead. And I appreciate that. Field of Truth also having a better time against this Wukong just because
Now he is.
he's tankier. Yeah, well, even before, right? We saw how quickly the GOAT gets chucked down. The GOAT is too squishy right now to deal with the damage that Azakan's bringing to the table. Whereas Field of Truth ain't going to win the lane, but he can at least try and soak it a little bit, get the minions, get the experience. And one nice thing about the mid lane is that it's so short that you're forced to have short trades. And we already touched on the Grasp of the Undying being better for short trades compared to that Conqueror.
Well, the big question is now as Gank comes through here, can they find Azakan? Infinite Durus not landing,
the clone.
spend it on the clone instead. Either way, it's
Can they
putting
find it?
Azakan low enough. Goes back in with the clone and a shutdown. Now on to Field of Truth's belt there. A fantastic return. And Jumper, once again, still can't find a dive here in the bot lane.
I don't think Jumper has really found, like, I think there was one gank into the mid lane, which couldn't quite find the GOAT, and that's been about it from Jumper. It's time gone, and it's a good thing he didn't. GOAT was waiting in
Yeah,
the wings
GOAT's
already
there.
here.
Goat could find
Wizard
more.
Has flash.
I like the shield. Going to make sure that Goat can't find the CC available, but it does force Arth finally out of this lane. Goat actually doing probably the best thing that you could do here now, spreading the wealth, right? You find
Yeah.
success in that mid lane, and you've seen his impact towards the top side, obviously, to respond, of course, to Villayama again, which is not too much different, but giving a little bit more flavor back over here towards Yogurt Bomb. I will still say, there is massive leads found in both Azakan and this Jinx, who we have yet to really discuss or see its impacts. So you've got to question it. But with the Nazi, Field of Truth keeping
no
this one
turret.
up, and Villayama also going down once again there. Hey, Midway's not looking too bad.
Yeah, Zephyr. We're 16 minutes, and they've got themselves winning lanes here. Literally, the only lane not winning is that bot lane, and even there, Yogurt will skill up. Aaron has done a great job on this Vel'Koz 1-0-1 here. That one's useful, and that's why we have not been talking about Eastern Kentucky's advantages, because they're not able to leverage it just yet. Azakan looking for the
Azakan.
1v3.
This is not the move, buddy. Far too aggressive
Oh.
there. Gonna expend the clone, but hey, the
Vanguard's
Vanguard's Edge doesn't have to touch you, bud.
And Herald up and available. Midway gonna claim their spoils here. You already took that top lane turret. It's an extended lane. And Eastern Kentucky just need to start respecting a little bit that long lane there. It's not to your advantage. Shove the wave out, lead. shove the wave out, leave. Don't ever walk past that outer turret without a ton of wards below you. You've given up so many kills, and now Midway up to 3,000, almost 3,500 gold with Herald in their pocket. There's only one outer turret still remaining for the side of Eastern Kentucky, but not all hope is lost. EKU, they do have the 2 dragons in their belt. They still have scaling. If they manage to just, stop losing all these
Just
kills
don't
right
take
now.
the 1v1.
Exactly. If you just sit back, farm up, your Jinx goes up. Viliama, once you hit that 1 item power spike, that's all you need. Shockwave does a lot of damage on just 1 item.
The question is whether that can be enough to stop the front that is Midway. The GOAT was the problem to begin with, and that was kind of a question that was like, yeah, I might be able to take the 1 carry, but playing into the face of everybody's still far and more difficult. But now the Nazi feel the truth's back online here. And while Yogurt might not be looking too great, you still have to respect that belt cost. So coming into these team fights, it's not as much of a guarantee what was maybe 5 or 6 minutes ago when it was just the GOAT in success.
Oh,
and
Azakan's so
turn
far out
again.
again.
Already too far forward. A quick infinite Durst going to be stunned through here. Tries to rotate out, but remember that CC is going to be useless. Feel the truth with another kill.
Darth?
They're in the mid lane. Darth, now Water Wizard. The spot lane's rotated up, and now they're punished. 2v1. Can't even survive.
Yeah, EKU is not getting the memo right now. I like that they're trying to go for
get
this,
it.
but this is so dangerous. If Goat rotates down, both Viliama and Jumper are probably going to... What? Yogurt?
Okay. Flash expended there from Yogurt. No longer going to be available. We've got the array coming out maybe a little early. Dragon secured for Kentucky, but they're going to lose both tier 2s here in the face of that decision.
I still feel like EKU shouldn't have been allowed to pick up that soul point.
That was maybe a little bit more safe than what should have been guaranteed, but I can't say that Midway loses too much out of that one. They are put in a place of soul point where they're going to have to respond to Dragon now, especially if they don't want the Mountain Soul will provide for their squad in terms of keeping them healthy in these layer team fights, which is, if you're on such a heavy lead, you don't want that. But still, hey man, damage on the Nexus top, tier 2's found. You're still leveling control here on that top side and mid of the map. For now, though, another engage. A good knock-up found there by Aaron and Flash from Jumper Game. Remember, Yogurt Bomb does not have Flash available.
That's one.
As a result, Azakan finds one. Cyclone to knock
That's
up
two.
another. That's 2. Azakan put behind for quite some time, but still a response
Another
to be
one.
found. Built with the one of his own.
Yeah, and Goat's gonna keep on pushing because there's no point. If you can trade inhib for outer, you take that, and also you're just not able to respond to this bot side push right now. Feel the okay, Darth. I was gonna say Darth and Water Wizard. That top lane is bait, and I don't know why Kentucky keep going back to that top lane. Leave it alone. Don't push past. TP from Fuel the Truth to respond to this bot side push here. It's a 1v2 for now, but wow, Azakan starting to lose that 1v1.
Feel the truth. Stat check all day long here. Scales incredibly well with any and all tank health items that you put on him. Able to secure now both the secured that mythic as well as the completed Thornmail. There's a lot to deal with when we talk about this Mundo here, and I'm surprised. Usually the 1v1 for Mundo doesn't work out this well, but a lot of feeling of the other side might come back to bite there. Gonna get the reset on the timing for that passive, but Blast Cone, that's gonna put Jumper and Azakan in a good spot.
I don't know if I'll call it good. It gets them out alive. It gets
That's
them out
good. Alive is good. At this point,
Alive?
Feel the Truth and Denazi been finding way too many kills there. All right.
True. Any day you don't die is a good day. I'll give you that. But they do lose a lot of pressure.
Teleport.
Being called down from Azakan. They're looking for
this
Yogurt
is
and Aaron
good.
again.
Already far too forward here. Yogurt and Aaron and could be caught out there. Remember, Cyclone, that's up. Finds the first initial knockup. A shockwave to behold. Now to Aaron and gonna make it 2 once again here. Give that one over to Viliama. Exactly what I want to see. Putting Kentucky back on the field.
And they don't lose anything elsewhere. Mid lane was pushed out enough that Feel the Truth wasn't able to apply pressure. Goat looking for that top side. And granted, Goat can 1v1 anybody, maybe even 1v2 most people. But Kentucky sent 3 people up there to protect this top lane turret. It keeps it alive. And Zephyr, we're past the 20-minute mark. if Midway can't push into the base, if these inhibitor turrets are
Right.
proving too tough,
Exactly what I was going to talk about.
go for Baron. Baron's up right now, and Eastern Kentucky have no vision topside. They focused everything on the bot lane, trying to protect this outer turret. And even if they do show up at the Baron in a 5v5 right now,
They still
the
win.
comfort picks, yeah, they're far ahead enough. Goat's a huge threat. Feel the truth. Might feel the truth, but he won't feel much damage from what Eastern Kentucky have. We've seen him tank the people before. He can tank them again.
Right. I will say you are now kind of you are playing into the scaling potential of Eastern Kentucky, and it's a ticking time bomb, right?
Mhm.
You are in such a heavy lead here, but this composition's weaknesses will show as this game continues to stride forward here. The 5v5 works very well for Kentucky, and as you start contesting these major objectives together more and more here, Midway, while their comp will shine, I will say, until 30 minutes or so, eventually after that point there, the scaling damage that will be found out of Darth and Viliama will be far too much there. Already now sitting on the 2-item spike there for Darth. No one's really, you found a few kills on the Jinx, but you haven't shut down the accumulation of gold. This is an earlier Flame Horizon found this game against Yogurt in the last, right?
Yeah.
It's still a massive lead.
It's absolutely huge, and that 2-item power spike for Jinx is where she really starts to come online as well here. We've not had Yogurt Bomb really contribute to a lot of these skirmishes and team fights for Midway, so we've not seen the ADCs really come into play just yet here. So if you can keep the GOAT down, if you can keep Darth alive, I think is the big win con for Eastern Kentucky right now. I do think at this point they actually might be able to start winning some of these 5v5s.
Definitely a place that's available here. I still want to give favor back over to Midway. I really do think GOAT and Feel the Truth, I mean, just the whole top side here. Let's just say it like that. The whole top side here is far too dangerous to step into a fight, especially with the lack of vision that is provided. They do have a nice clear there as Azakan's going to start this one off. Emil in the air, and the Cyclone Infinite Durus in response there. True Star Rise, the laser continues to burn out. Jumper gang
one
deep with the
Darth.
storm gang, but Darth
Refiring.
is kiting. Darth continues to pump this one out. The GOAT taking lower and lower. A massive shutdown found, and the Jinx
Let's go!
that's finally showing up rewards Kentucky for their patience.
Eastern Kentucky, that was the big question mark. That was the fight check we wanted to see, Zephyr. And I told you, if the Jinx stays alive, man, 2-item power spikes all you need. 10,000 gold after the fight. Now, the second richest person, and you saw, GOAT is struggling to reach this Jinx right now. That was exactly how Kentucky wanted to play it. You don't care who drops. Everybody can die as long as Darth stays alive, and it works.
Right.
They can win fights. They've got Soul now, so now they're tanky. That gold lead is now only 1,000 apart, and Soul alone is worth more than 1,000 gold here. So Eastern Kentucky, they might be down kills, but they're up in the game right now.
Eastern Kentucky now, we've been questioning that Jinx, and it's finally come through. Watch for this back. You're going to see a massive influx here with the next item picked up. And, oh, they don't find full completion there, but it is going to be a little bit more of that penetration, going to continue to shred Midway here in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, if you already could shred them before, right? You can do it even better now.
This is even worse.
and it's percent armor penetration as well coming through on that last whisper. So it's going to hurt, Feel the Truth. It's going to hurt Denazi. Goat as well, who's starting to pick up armor. You can cut right through them. The other thing that I kind of want to see come through from Eastern Kentucky is a bit more heal cut. Yes, you have it from Azakan, but Azakan's diving the backline. It's not being applied to Denazi and Goat, who are the two who have healing right now on the team. So ideally, Water Wizard, if you could pick up a, something to cut a little bit there. Azakan though, and he get out.
This time around might be able to do so. That fear not quite landing out from Denazi. The chase ensues. I love the cleavers keeping this one in favor, and that's the way that Midway will push themselves to victory. They can keep finding picks like that. They keep the numbers advantage in their favor. Team fights look a whole lot better. They just need to pull the trigger afterwards too. At the face though, that they don't really have the windows available now from Feel the Truth or Denazi.
Yeah. And note that Midway right now don't feel comfortable doing Baron,
Bot lane.
despite the fact that they found Azakan there. Yeah, and they're just ignoring this. They're trying to force this top side. I guess inhibitor for bot is worth.
I question the decision by Viliama here because Midway can walk this one down. It's 3v4, and they're going to drop an inhib as a result.
5 seconds on Azakan. I think they're just waiting for that recall.
I don't even think
or
they
that
get inhib.
resurrection.
Okay. So, in a sense there, technically, you're safe. Kentucky weren't punished out as hard as I would have expected for the lack of numbers that were on the Rift there, but, you know, definitely not something I would like to see in the future.
Oh, Azakan, not again. You just respawned.
Oh, remember, he's got that Cyclone available, though, to pull the
Oh, the
trigger.
backup, the
Denazi,
TP?
Infinite Duress back. Remember, Darth can cut
Okay.
through just as much. Now the TP there,
Oh,
expended
no.
field. The truth, the next one to go down, doesn't even have to explode with those ultimates. And while the heals keep them alive for that much longer, a double kill is still found either way onto Darth. With that jungler down, as RMC has stated, it is Big Baron. And oh no, those resets could not have come at a worse time. Kentucky take this, no problem.
They don't have a choice. Two shot coming across here. Can it snipe? Oh, it was a good attempt.
It was good timing,
Unfortunately
too.
not. Yeah.
No damage,
He was blind. Yogurt did that blind. Huge props to Yogurt for trying, but yeah, it's just they had to recall. There's no choice. The moment that front line's down, Midway can't actually walk into the Baron pit and contest. And on that push, I was thinking, you got the kill. Why not Baron? Well, you can't do that because as long as Darth is up, trying to take Baron's really dangerous. And for Kentucky, because Darth is up after that fight, you saw how quickly they took Baron down. They've got Soul. They've got Baron. Kentucky, the one thing they kind of don't have is turrets. And now that they've got Baron, all those turrets, that's freestanding gold. We're about to see this gold deficit explode.
Now sitting at 3 key, going to continue to balloon here, as RMC says. And you look at some of the carries that have been put behind for the time being, starting to kind of shore up that weakness. Notably, Villayama here, the main crux and what could have been Kentucky's defeat very early on, coming back. Got the Ludens off the bat there. Now Zoni's going to reset, find even more support here in this Orianna. That's not only going to keep Kentucky in good place for these team fights, but actually provide a lot of the magic that will be dangerous for Midway to step into.
Yeah, because Midway right now, a lot of their resistances are geared towards physical damage. The only person with magic resistance is really Feel the Truth. So Williama can step forward, do that damage, the surprise damage perhaps, to catch, this Mundo off guard. Well, not Mundo, but I mean the Warwick and the Irelia off guard here. But Eastern Kentucky are still playing on a knife's edge here. Yeah, that big butt here, Zephyr, because their base is not safe.
know.
If they lose a fight here, if they get aced, Midway can end the game. So while the fights certainly do favor Eastern Kentucky, Midway can still look for picks. They found Azakan multiple times. If Darth ever steps out a little bit too far, it could be the opening Midway needs to just close this out and take us to a game 3.
The problem with that, though, and I hate always bringing it up when it does come alive, is you're playing for mistakes. And when you start playing for mistakes, the game is already out of your hands, right? When you have to look for a major step out of, say, someone like Darth, my apologies, being too far forward, a split push gone awry there, that is hoping that the team that you're up against is not playing to, their major wing condition. I don't see that out of Kentucky. Front to back is the name of the game, and they've been pulling that one off in every single series that they've played this season here at the NECC. For now, though, with Dragon on the board, a massive triple Cyclone found by Azakan. The rest of the concepts up, Feel the Truth in the backline, but it doesn't matter. Azakan still found 4. Villayama going to go down here as the GOAT's here to punish this one out. Next is Azakan trying to keep that damage alive as the Dog Surge comes through. War Wizard unable to survive. The GOAT now chunking, but Yogurt stepping up may be able to keep this one as Azakan into the clone finds a response of his own. Feel the Truth, the only one left alive here for Midway, but with everyone down, hey, that's an Elder, baby.
Yeah, Baron didn't net them as much as they would have liked. That they got inner turrets, or outer turrets, pardon me. They even really cracked the inners, but Elder will definitely fight them, because these two teams do like to fight now, and Eastern Kentucky get the confidence to start pushing in. That last fight, I think Midway had the right idea, zoning out Darth, and Darth barely got any damage down in that fight. Feel the Truth was actually pretty healthy coming out of that as well. The problem is, what did you have to expend to do it? Because they were so respectful of it, you could see that Azakan gone to the back, burst down Denazi right off the bat. Yogurt got, it was Eranan who got burst out really early as well. And then, sure, Darth is out of the fight, but the rest of the fight is still a 4v2 or 3v2 situation.
And the sad thing about that one was Yogurt, the entire time there, had full reign to do just the same as you would say from Darth in perspective. And because this bot lane has been such a wash in one direction, it's finally come back to reap what it's so, right? You sit on what is 2 items only with boots here, sitting on Yogurt Bomb, had full range to keep up against Azakan there and was unable to get any kind of floor damage out. I mean, that's the major weakness here. For now, Azakan back in there. The Cyclone doesn't matter when the Super Mega Death Rocket does the job. Keeps this one rolling forward.
Oh,
and
another one.
Big dive there from Jumper. Dart to step up. The autos to fly forward. A Shockwave to go back into it. And Eastern Kentucky keep and crush the dream now of Midway University.
They don't really have a minion wave. They don't really need it.
Oh,
Jumper can just tank this as a yeah. You just walk this in here and Elder Dragon with Jinx. That is just such a painful combo to watch. Azakan, brilliant for pulling the trigger, zero hesitation. Zephyr, no spoilers, but we just watched Arcane here. We saw Powder, we saw Jinx in baby form, we saw the mid game, and at the end of it, Team Jinx won.
Team Jinx coming out hot here. It isn't quite Act 2 just yet. We've still got 4 hours, but like RMC said, the conclusion is already done here. Sadly, and as the result, Midway are out. Not going to be finding their way to playoffs. And for a small second, there was that glimmer of hope. I mean, I'll be honest. I have my biases. I came into this one. I looked at that draft, and I knew this was going to be a struggle. But even in the face of all of that, go. Denazi, feel the truth up there in the top side, all played out of their minds, found kind of those solo leads, capitalized off of a lot of really great missed positions, but even in still, Kentucky were able to kind of pull this one back, level their head and say, okay, we've got massive scaling potential in Dart that has not been shut down this entire game. We can play for the 5-man, and that's exactly what led them to their victory.
Yeah, and to Midway, they came into this, their goal was just to improve as a team. They are a fairly young team, just looking to get better at the game. And game by game improvement was their goal. I think they met that. Game 1, absolute wash. Game 2, they fought back. They came close. They almost could win. But this is what I was talking about in the beginning here. They tend to struggle to just find that last little bit. But they are improving. They are getting better. And Eastern Kentucky here, this is a new program. It's their first year being officially recognized in their college here. And hey, they're looking good. They've made it to playoffs in their first year here. And I'm looking forward to see more out of them. Repeated flame horizons coming through from Darth Voldemort. Azakan, sure, the mid game got a little shaky, but the man's sense for engages, the man's sense for knowing when he can win a fight, that's still there.
Right. I'm plenty excited to see what will come out of Navigators Yellow here now that the playoffs has been decided. And if Kentucky can pull off that, we've seen their weaknesses, but we definitely have seen their strengths. So hopefully they're going to pull core files, maybe see themselves that much further. But hey, there's plenty of obstacles that still sit in their way. As for me and Random Minion Caster here, we of course are going to be done for the night as we carry on ourselves away and now towards our 4th and last series of the night. We've got UBC Ruby versus CSUDH Esports here in the Challengers Cyan League. So stick around, stay tuned for an exciting final for our regular season.
Welcome back, everybody, to NECC Esports here on a Friday night. Last series of the night. It's going to be week 8. We're getting right here into the playoffs. We're also getting right here into the games tonight. Joining used to be myself, Mick, and over to my left, a little bit of a different face this time around, Coach Jim. How you doing, my man?
Not bad, Mick. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, dude. I've had a long day so far. I've had a lot of series to cover on Valorant, but we're going to switch it right over to another Riot title. We're here for some MOBAs now and here for some League of Legends action.
Seems like you already loaded up on the caffeine for this evening. You're hyped. You're ready to go.
It is what it is, man. I always got to bring the energy every Friday night because, I mean, it's a great day. It's the weekend starting, and we got to open it up like we like so. So, speaking of opening up, we're going to go ahead and give y'all the lowdown on these teams we got going on so far. We got ourselves all CSUDH Esports down there towards the bottom. We're going to be there sitting respectively at 1 and 5. No, UBC Ruby, who's sitting at 1 and 3 so far. So, number 10 and number 11, not really in contention for the playoffs so far, but and kind of not really going to get there, but, I mean, you want to go ahead and make sure to win whatever games you can. Make sure to have those bragging rights over the teams when it comes around to that next season.
It's a pride game. It's a pure and simple pride game. I'm really excited, though. Me and you, Mick, we had the ability to see them do the pro draft. We know what's coming. I'm not going to give anything away, but I am really excited to see game 1.
I'm definitely with you, Steve. I feel like there's a lot to look forward to, and I think it all comes down here to this pro draft. As the audience for the first time here on the actual draft, of course, we're going to have some old regular bands. I feel like Yone is respective in its own manner. I mean, besides, unless you don't like building grievous wounds so much, but that's fair to assume. And the Lulu to be locked out as well. But Yumi, Pike, Misfortune, lots of great picks so far in Fiora to lock out that old split push. I think we're excited to see what the first pick's going to come out with old Lau going with the Darius so far.
Yeah, now remember, folks, they are picking in order, so there's no strategy to the picks at the moment. It's going to get spicy, though, as you see Garen get locked in as well, so we'll have the God Kings in the top lane.
Yeah, that in itself, having that regen, but also having the bleed on the other side of the field. Darius with that little bit of healing that comes out of his Qs could be a lot to play with, and a big consideration if he wants to win that lane bounty means to keep that pressure on. But, I mean, if we're moving on to the junglers, we see Trundle and Xin Zhao, I mean, I want to say 2 of the best junglers we have right now. So that in itself is going to be exciting to see as well.
And there it is. No, you do not have to adjust your monitor, folks. Aurelion Sol locked in the mid lane for CSUDH.
Yeah, I'm going to be quite honest with you. We were just kind of drawing out time, making things seem somewhat interactive and kind of exciting because, honestly, that's the most exciting thing about this matchup. I don't think at this point anybody cares about any other picks. So long as you know that mid lane against a LeBlanc and Aurelion Sol, that's what really we're going to have our eyes on. Quite honestly, if the observer doesn't have his eyes on Aurelion Sol the entirety of the game, besides when he's black screen, I'll be a little bit disappointed personally.
I'm actually really excited also to see the Draven, Alexandro on the Draven. This is the first time I've cast a Draven.
Okay.
And Draven, like a pop-off ADC. An ADC that can just go from 0 to 100 very quickly. I'm looking forward to being able to see it. Although with a Zillion on the other side with the Resurrection Ultimate, maybe not as much of a pop-up. That's like a slow down button there on the Zillion. It still could be interesting though. But just, yeah, Aurelion Sol mid lane. I was casting earlier tonight. Me and Ethan Dolan did the 6 o'clock match, and he would be so jealous of me right now that I get to cast an Aurelion Sol match.
I mean, I think anybody would really be jealous because it's not a scenario you really get to sit in too much. I mean, you already mentioned the Draven. That itself was exciting to know with those new Adoration stack changes coming through fairly recently. You know about the execution, everything to come through with that. That would be really fun to see if we actually get the chance tonight, so long as we just see Alexandro kind of stay alive long enough to get that off. But Aurelion Sol is really what we're going to keep our eye on to know what exactly is going down here on the Rift. See what the old Dragon Man can do himself to bring some contention on. But, I mean, when it comes around to just entire compositions, UBC Ruby looking really good in there. It's almost like they're copying kind of T1 EDG kind of world final scenario. Besides that, Darius, everything looks very kind of top tier for the moment to keep that Zillion and the Jin, keeps each other alive to some extent. Have that Xin Zhao on the live still to work off of, and LeBlanc being a very high skill cap champion, I would say. I mean, there's a lot of technicalities that comes onto playing something like her.
There are, absolutely. LB, very, hit or miss. Either you know how to play LB or you don't. You mentioned a very World Finals looking team comp top to bottom. The only thing I'd like to point out is that Xin Zhao did not do well at finals.
Yeah.
I think Xin Zhao as a pick was 25% in finals, one out of 4. So, I don't know. Hopefully it goes better for Ming than it did for most of the junglers at finals. Hello to chat. I see my name a bunch of times up there in chat. So yeah, no, 2 in one night. Who knew? Who knew? 2 in one night for Coach Jim tonight. And I'm glad to be on with Mick. I don't think me and you have called anything Mick since Hearthstone last year.
No, sir. It's a big change of pace here. We sat there and found ourselves in a card game, but now we're doing MOBA. So we're trying to cover as many corners as possible. So
Oh yeah,
we're all over the place in this stage.
gonna have a little bit more action, I think, than when we were covering Hearthstone.
I don't know, man. I knew how to yell when it came around to them cards sometimes. It's not too much of a big a difference, so long as we just make sure that these players give us a good one to be dealing with. Because, I mean, that in itself is all it comes down to. I mean, we already sat there. We could get a little bit excited about these picks, but I mean, we still got another minute to go ahead and make sure this delay kicks in. But, I mean, that in itself, really discussing the entirety of these compositions. I feel like CSUDH, when speaking of the big scheme of things, I feel like they have a lot to be working with, especially when you had that trundle in the early stages. You can get yourself a little bit to be working off of, some protection to be playing off of when it comes around to considering that Draven. Garen a little bit of a safe pick, knowing he has that regeneration to be working off of. I feel like Aurelian is going to have to be babysitted to some extent to really get CSU into that stage where they can really start fighting in a comfortable state.
Yes and no. Aurelian Soul either needs a babysitter or Aurelian Soul needs to find his way everywhere other than mid lane.
Yeah.
Aurelian Soul, I mean, you can almost can play him like a second jungler a little bit. And it depends. Like if you want to go really aggro, you play that second jungler style Aurelian Soul. You try to get yourself ahead, and you try to get yourself all the money you can. So in the late game team fights, you're just a raid boss. Otherwise, like you were saying, you do have to play him back more under tower, and then just hope Trendle shows up every now and again with a lunch tray and some hors d'oeuvres for you just to snack off of. Just put out the buffet, just for the same end goal. It's just you want to be that raid boss late game.
Yeah, and I think that all really comes down to that mid lane and that LeBlanc of whether or not the pressure is really going to come on or not. Because, I mean, we discussed both these teams, their records, and quite honestly, being in the Challengers division, they definitely have something running for them. They're not just kind of sleeper agents by any means. They definitely know how to play these champs. But, I mean, just when stacked up against other squads in this division, they just didn't exactly get the best luck of the draw. So, I mean, dealing with that going forward and how they're going to match up against each other, I feel like there's a lot that could still be up in the air. When you see that UBC, they're at 1-3 right now, it's kind of odd to see that they don't have the record they expected, just generally in terms of games, knowing that they haven't had as much experience. They haven't had so many weeks where they've really showed up to actually play. So that in itself, I feel like it gives CDU that advantage to know that Aurelian Soul, as you said, could be that feast or famine, could be that raid boss that we're looking for, rather than just that little lame dragon to sit under tower the entirety of the game.
Yeah. And kind of the same with LeBlanc. Like if you don't play LeBlanc right, she's just a target.
Yeah.
If LeBlanc gets behind, it's like, oh, honey, you're trying so hard. And she moves around, does a lot of stuff, no damage comes of it, and then she pops like a balloon. So I think this one might come down to the mid game. As much as I'm looking forward to watching the Draven, I think the mid lane play might be where this one comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely agree with you. I mean, everything considered, looking at both these lineups and looking at especially that mid lane. I mean, you said LeBlanc, she becomes a balloon to pop in a single target. Keep in mind that the passive kicks in, she becomes two targets. So long as you're smart enough to outsmart your competition a little bit, kind of get some jukes going on, get that decoy out, make some work there, that could kind of give you some more survivability. But even then, I mean, as you said, you want to make an impact in those team fights. So that in itself, I mean, regardless of whether or not you don't have the power or you have that survivability, if you're not making that much of a contribution, I mean, being alive doesn't do you any good. You're really just making sure to stall out some gold for the other side. And in the end, that's not that big a deal when you're really trying to catch up.
No, not at all. I think our producer was in my ear saying they are ready to go. Is that correct, Mr. Producer? All right, so he's going to count us down here. And here we go.
We in it. We ready to roll it out. We see a little bit of a stall right there in the start as we expect. But honestly, one thing that to consider here in the early stages of the game is an invade to some extent. As we see every single player moving over for the side of CSU, I want to see if they can cop themselves a quick little pick there towards the bottom side.
Yeah, Dominguez Hill's looking to do something sneaky. Ooh, but they got caught by the Zillion. Zillion caught them out. I think they might just have to bounce now. I think this might just be a bounce. Oh, but they're gonna double down. Oh, and they're walking on top of a ward too, Mick.
Yeah. I don't know if they're really aware of that. They know it's there, and you see all 5 players just scattered about, really just letting them possibly take that red buff. I mean, when you see 5 champions there, you don't really want to contest that, quite honestly. You want to go ahead, see what you can do there. Get yourself a little bit of vision there towards the back of the jungle. But I mean, for that Trundle, for Nano to really just get that intelligence, not too much to be working with here in the early stages. I mean, I'm sure we would have loved to see some early gold, but at the end of the day, I mean, you can only ask for so much. And quite honestly, seeing that they're not even going for a leash at the end, well, we already see them going back to their respective lanes saying, all right, well, CS is coming up down here in the bottom. We mentioned that Draven being a feast or famine kind of champion. You want to make sure he's there to grab that CS and build those stacks of adoration.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that Ming didn't go for opposing red buff. They had eyes on all 5 members of CSUDH. I'm surprised he was
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I mean, that was in itself, I would expect to grab that as well, but I mean, at the end of the day, you can only go for so much. Maybe he just prioritizes that blue. Maybe he wants those cooldowns and that mana at the end of the day. So be dealing with it. We do see a little bit of a snaffle there in the mid lane. We're going to see a lot of damage being dealt just kind of passively, not too much of an actual fight. I mean, where we see most of the fight going down is probably going to be in this top lane where we already see all Junior trying to grab himself a couple picks.
Yeah, no, top lanes should be good. Those two champions balanced extremely well against each other. I wonder why. It's almost like Riot planned it that way. It's good stuff going on in the bot lane.
Oh! I mean, we're speaking good, but it depends on what side you're talking about. We mentioned Draven being that feast or famine, but I mean, he's feasted already. Grabbing that first blood is a lot of gold to work off of. Sure, you don't get those stacks of adoration just yet, but you have 400. You have that extra first blood bonus to be working off of. So whenever we do see Alexander try to go ahead and get that gold to be working off of and find some items to be playing with, he's going to have that much more of an edge to be playing with so long as his team doesn't get traded there in the center. As we see a little bit of an engage coming from the likes of LeBlanc.
Yeah, no, that was a great hook by Urisin on the Thresh. Alexandru, all he had to do was stand there, throw the axes, catch the axes, pitch and catch. A little game of pitch and catch, and just deleted VM ZVO from the board.
So it's a little bit of a slow start, but honestly, it speeds up a little bit as you see Junior and old Nano try to get themselves together, get that little gank coming through, but nothing to come out of it just yet. Just a little bit of a flash, and at the end of the day, that's all you can really ask for in these early stages of the game. But if we're talking about early stages, a little bit of damage, we see that towards the mid lane as well, with old Shark Bay trying to grab himself a little bit more damage. Excited to see that Aurelion Soul coming to fruition to some extent, but I mean, as we said, it all just comes down to whether you can get these executions, get the CS to really come out, because Aurelion Soul, I mean, the reason he's never chosen is because he doesn't act like any other champions. He's very complicated. You got to play around your stars. You got to play around your teammates to come here on the lane. And quite honestly, with everybody coming through, kind of with a little bit of collapse, we're not going to find any blood just yet to really warrant it.
You know, interesting there. No one had vision on the other team there. That was a gank and a counter gank. On accident. It was actually 2 ganks coming at the exact same time. So no harm, no foul there. But yeah, you're talking about Shark Bay on the Aurelion Soul. Does not play like any other champion. And it takes a special kind of player to not only want to play it, but to get good at it. As basically High goes in here again.
Yeah, because that in itself, you see why. I mean, if you go ahead, you don't space yourself out correctly, you're going to get caught out by literally any other champion in the game from those free pokes. If you don't allocate your stars correctly, if you don't know how much mana it's going to cost, and you don't allocate that mana correctly, you're going to burn yourself short very, very quickly, because you're burning essentially both ends of the rope at that point, and you're going to burn yourself out extremely quickly in these early stages. We already see Shark Bay kind of having to retreat to some extent, dwindling down a lot of health, and basically saying, all right, I mean, you have no mana, so I can engage as much as I need to, but in the top lane, the only one that's got to worry about that mana is going to be Lau, but he's not going to have the health to back it up just yet.
No, not quite yet. We're going to see a quick 30 gold here for FMZVO. If anybody knows a better way of saying that one, let me know. But no, and you were talking earlier about Nanoben on the Trundle probably needing to babysit Aurelion Soul, and that is exactly what he did, stopping LB from getting onto that mid tower. As Lau with a good pull there.
Oh, and the pull, I mean, there's a lot there to warrant it, but with the health regen and the tower shots and the ignite to barely sit there and get him to a threshold to where you can go ahead and fight. Junior going ahead and burning that and not burning enough to go ahead and get himself that pick for a trade. So this could be a great standing for all UBC to get themselves back into this to some extent, because right now they're at a little bit of a gold deficit because they haven't found the kills, but they are looking for this dragon as some kind of retake because you already see CSU there grabbing it, getting the damage down, getting a little bit of a trade over to FMZ on that Zillion who has so much damage, not enough survivability to really get himself in there. We see the stacks of adoration paying off, making its due in terms of gold, but with Shark Band the fight, not able to have that survivability, have that team fight orientation, still being in its early stages, and with all that support on the other side for CSU, Hurricane's gonna try and survive, but with so much going on, lots of health going for both sides, the armor from the Lantern not being enough, you see actually UBC Ruby coming out on top.
UBC Ruby, great fight, a bit of an overstay on the part of CSUDH. Alexandro could have just walked away. He got a kill, could have walked away with it. Decided to stay, try to help out his team. Irison, same thing. Like they both could have possibly walked away. Something to note that I just looked up and saw: no one on the map with teleport. So both top laners were on the island in top lane. So it was a straight 4v4. Nobody had to worry about anything coming in. Just a great setup there, though, by BC Ruby, as they lost Zillion early, but they won the 3v4. So not very often that you win an early 3v4 in a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, that in itself is kind of really, I would say, baffling for the side of all UBC. I mean, especially when you have that Zin's out, I feel like that trade in itself for Nana to already be a little bit low, go ahead and get that capitalization. That was the biggest consideration there, because with Zen, with that life steal, you can't really get too much off of it. I mean, the later the game goes on, he can have a little bit more adaptability, some more survivability, but I mean, it's just not enough, especially when you see the considerations, when you try and get yourself to be working a little bit longer, get that game to get to those later stages. That's where you create that stage where you can really start to excel. But when we saw the trades, you saw the Dragon doing its due there in the early stages, doing a lot of damage than you expect it to. That kind of pays its toll whenever you're trying to get yourself into a team fight and you're not ready for it.
And right there, we saw Aurelion Sol. We talked earlier about being the second jungler. Aurelion Sol looking for something in the bot lane, but didn't find it.
Yeah, I mean, that in itself, I mean, you mentioned that early jungle role. You want to go ahead, almost like a magical Quinn to some extent, because, I mean, that's what Quinn does on the top lane. But, I mean, also another thing to mention, as you said, when it comes around the top lane, having no TP, having really that island, and you don't have a plane to fly back and forth to the mainland and over to that island. When you got to consider that in the entirety of the game, I think it all just comes down to which team ignores it the most and sits there and decides, okay, when are we going to go ahead and pop this and really get ourselves into here? But if we're talking about getting in here, we're getting a little bit of action in the mid lane, and we see High still surviving, actually, with that Xin Zhao coming through fairly clutch to go ahead and shut down Shark Bay, as Nano's saying, all right, look, that was a lot to deal with. I need to go ahead and stick it out. And with the shutdown coming through, with old Junior taking the plane out of the top lane off that island, we see another exchange probably going to go down here in the bot lane with Alexander almost nearly grabbing the likes of Silly.
You know, what we saw there in the mid lane, it was a gank from Nano Ben coming in and dive here in the bot lane.
That is absolutely massive. I mean, I didn't expect something like that. A great play, just really from Marusha. I mean, go ahead and get that tower aggro to play off. Say, you know, I can give the support this goal, but I mean, that's a problem when you know that Zen's out here as well. Alexandro has absolutely no man to be working with, no summoner spells either. That really makes that big of an impact. Exhausting on the field, but not enough. And honestly, now that I come to look at it, Alexandro's running exhaust.
Yeah, no, there's so much to unpack there. Let's start off with what happened in the mid lane. It was a great gank from Nano Ben on the Trundle, coming after the LeBlanc. A great pillar comes up, and then out of nowhere, Ming on Xin Zhao comes in. Perfect counter gank. They get the turnaround kill. And then Junior says, anything you can do, I can do better. Comes in, gets the ult onto LeBlanc. And we're like, oh, that was a great gank, counter gank, counter gank. But then we look into the bot lane. Great play in the bot lane. You see them tower dive onto the Jhin and wipe the Jhin off the board. But then they stuck around. Urson found himself hooked onto a minion, ends up pulling himself under tower, and then with no way to get home, Alexandro, just a man without a country. And what was a perfect tower dive, 1-0 tower dive, becomes a 1-for-2.
Yeah, I mean, that itself is kind of concerning. Knowing the gold allocation is going to be spread out, but I mean, one thing to really be happy about at the end of the day is knowing that gold isn't going over to the ADC. I mean, last thing you want is Silly to go ahead and ramp out of control. You won't want ADC or the other to go ahead and have that advantage. And quite honestly, the way Alexandro got that first pick, he found himself the Sacks of Adoration. So long as Draven is alive and well and getting kills, he's going to steamroll more so and more so that you could see anybody else in the game. And we mentioned Feast or Famine, and that's exactly what he's doing. He is eating up, and regardless of the rest of his team, not really doing the most hot right now. So long as he can make himself relevant, get this bottom standing out, he can work off of it. But we're talking about we're working on a Rift Herald, it looks like now, and Nano's working on a kill on Delau if he can find it. Going ahead, biting, getting a little bit of heals off, but with Junior now here to fight as well, this little bit of a speed up coming through, he's going to actually fight this and win it out as they go ahead and make it out and say, you know what, we don't want to fight this in as well just yet. But it looks like they could be setting up for it.
At the moment, Demacia leading over Noxus, apparently.
I mean, you even saw right there, Ming wanted to go ahead and make the rotation, make himself relevant in that fight, say, you know what, I'm kind of ticked off. I don't really want to sit there and farm too long. I want to have some action of my own, but you know, it's a 2v1 scenario. You got a top laner up there. You have a Garen that can regen fairly quickly. You got the rest of the squad there to rotate as well. Knowing that Draven is dead is not too big of a deal, but Nano Beam with that great smite to give himself some more health. You see Shark Bait coming in as well. But we see a trade, though, between the old jungler and the top laner right there, giving themselves a little bit more to work off of, but with Shark Bait isolating himself from high, he's made himself nothing but a target.
Unfortunate there. Once again, just an overstay by CSUDH. Something to note, you know, we're talking about this British Columbia Ruby doing so good. They've got 10-7 kill lead. They're actually down 500 gold.
Yeah.
We've talked about like how well they've been playing in these fights, but they're losing in farm in, I think, every lane.
Yeah, it's not only just the farm. I mean, you got to consider another big factor because we don't have the individual player gold pull up just yet, but in everything considered, you got a Draven. That's going to be a lot of gold over the course of the game as well. So we can't really rely on that team total too much because, I mean, say Draven stacks a lot of adoration. It's a lot of bonus gold off that. That could be a massive lead, but if it's only funneled into one man, you got to say, all right, well, if all the gold is in the bottom lane, what does that team fight mid really have to work off of?
I'll have you know, though, Garen actually top gold holder for CSUDH right now, though, Mick.
I mean, when you're 3-1 and you got a bounty on yourself like that, I mean, you really can't blame the man. I mean, sitting at 101 CS over Draven's 83, you know you got a lot more gold just passively. And even with that tower planning as well, that's just icing on top of the cake at that point.
Absolutely. Junior going in one more time, gets pulled back in by Langao.
He's going to try a little bit of a scuffle, but so long as Junior just makes himself back to tower, holds out a little bit longer. We're talking about holding out a little bit longer. We're going to see Sharkbait trying to survive, but, I mean, we mentioned it. Either that second jungler or that little dragon that likes to sit under tower. And quite honestly, Sharkbait isn't being either right now. He's being closer to Sharkbait is what he's fulfilling. But, I mean, if we're talking about bait, we see Junior trying to go for something, getting some survivability, almost falling right there in the top tower with that 1v2 scenario, but able to make it out surprisingly enough.
Yeah, great flash there, got out. I do want to apologize. I completely butchered Lao Gan Ma's name when I just said it a moment ago. Apologies there. I'll try to get it right in the future. But yeah, no, great play by Junior getting out of that one. As we see the bot lane coming up here.
We mentioned a great play, but I think we cast or cursed it all Orushan, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, he's got the rest of his team coming. You got Sharkbait coming in, looking for a pick of his own, respectively. And you see right there at the front of the fray is going to be Nanobin looking for those picks, looking for that tankiness. But you had that Zillion stun coming through when you had the damage to come out as well. And Sharkbait trying to make it out alive. That's just another 300 that they haven't lost because you look at the rest of the team, they're all alive and well, and they made a lot of gold off that encounter.
Now, we talked about this game might come down to the mid lane at the moment. Sharkbait 0-4, basically high 6-1. So I think that one may have come to fruition for us here, Mick.
Yeah, and I think we've already sat there and got a determined winner, maybe. I mean, Sharkbait, I'm not going to count him out just yet, but when you get to this stage of the game, especially when you leave it at the stage that it's sitting at for each of those sides, we see UBC picking themselves up a dragon, so that's going to be great in the big scheme of things. And also to just double down really on the lead that they have. Because, I mean, Junior, sure, it's great. You know, you have yourself a top laner or Garen that's kind of fed right now. But, I mean, when you compare him to the rest of the game, I mean, on that island, he looks great. But in the bigger scheme of the entire globe and the world that you're playing in on the Rift, you're not looking nearly as impressive as the rest of these laners when you consider the mid, the jungle, and that support. Still Zillion himself also having a bounty of his own because of just how well he's staying in these fights.
With that being said, though, Junior on the Garen, able to take out the first tower, as bot lane another fight going on as well.
Looking for something. I mean, it's a fight, but is it going to be a kill is the biggest question, because you see Origin getting caught out, surviving to some extent because you're trying to save that kill for Jin, but you had the follow through basically high. You're going to find yourself under a tower, and you're going to find 2 more kills for the likes of old UBC Ruby to just put some salt in the wound and look like they're going to get themselves even closer to a finish.
A really great roam there from the LeBlanc to be able to jump onto the Draven as he's running. But here we go. It looks like the split push coming out of Junior is real. As the Rift Herald going in, that's probably going to be a tower? Maybe 1 shot away from the tower. And Lao Ganma did get Junior, but that tower basically 1 shot behind him as Nano Ben takes out Lao Ganma. I'm gonna get that one eventually, folks. In return, so the refrag, as you would be saying in Valorant, came right there. But just the top lane push, once Garen gets done up there, Mick, he's going to be able to be all over the map, and that's the last thing that UBC Ruby wants right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that UBC Ruby doesn't want right now. They don't want anybody to catch up, but quite honestly, regardless of what they want and don't want, what they have is just astronomical. They have 2 dragons on the field. They have themselves almost a 3K lead in terms of gold. I mean, sure, they don't have the most obvious lead in terms of towers. I mean, because you've traded the top for a bottom. But now that you have that bottom lane ending, now that you have a little bit more presence there, Shark Bay is going to go ahead and try and find himself a little bit more relevancy towards that bot lane, trying to farm out a little bit more, so provide that life insurance of himself, and just pray to God that Alexandra there towards the center can hold out his own while Garen just does what he's been doing. But I mean, I feel like the trade-off there towards that top earlier, as we saw Lau go ahead, grab that kill onto Junior, right under the tower. You never got that tower off the Rift Herald, and Nano didn't follow through to go ahead and grab that basic attack either. You still had those free protections under there and to kind of slow down the wave, essentially.
Something worth noting, Garen did not go Mythic first, picked up Mortal Reminder first item.
I mean, I feel like that's only relevant for the queue. So, I mean, it's a good call in the big scheme of things, but I feel like it's a little bit jumping the gun when you're considering what else you need to go ahead and play if you're going to be using this push shove phase.
And I don't think they know Ming is back there in the alcove. Could get interesting.
They at least know about that LeBlanc in the river. I mean, when you're sitting looking at a 7-1, I mean, this man, he's a force to be reckoned with. That's what we were discussing earlier. It comes down to which side of the coin you really flip onto. And I mean, obviously, High is going to be the one that you go ahead and flip. He's going to be favored in that matchup. And when we're speaking about matchups, we see the top kind of just selling it out. But I mean, knowing that this dragon is coming up here fairly soon here in a minute, it looks like everybody's already preemptively trying to set up for it. Make sure all the wards are covered, all the bases and all the corners are checked off as well, to go ahead and get as much intelligence as you need, because with everybody moving towards the middle a little bit, we see some roams to some extent towards the bottom of that map. You're going to see High just farming out on the edge, hoping that his rest of the team, those other 3 players, can just go ahead and make the cover, because we don't see too much capitalization in this. We see a jungle camp being taken, but a little bit slow in terms of farm and in terms of gold. But when you're UBC Rubing, you're so far ahead, you're not really too worried about that at this point.
No, not at this point. Darius going to be late, rotating down to the party. Lao Ganma going to be late to this one. If the party starts before the Drake comes up. Every member, Aurelion Soul a little bit back, but here it looks like the fight's going to start.
Almost definitely is, because the first one you're going to see fall is Erosion, but Junior's going to be there for the trade to find himself a shutdown onto old Ming. That's going to be your jungler out. That's going to be a smite off the field, but when you have another player there, Junior able to get the follow-up, find a triple kill. This is where the Fed Garen comes right back into the game, baby. Makes that game-changing play. Get your team that relevancy with a quadra kill. Able to completely open that dragon coming through. As we see Darius grabbing a second for that little burn, but it doesn't matter. You got a dragon on the field and you got no players there to contest it.
And that's what we were talking about. Junior coming out of the top lane. Now that he doesn't have to babysit that lane, now that he can go wherever he needs to, able to come and make a difference. And you were talking earlier about gold on players. first player on the map to hit the 10,000 gold mark is Junior on the Garen. First closest on the side of BC Ruby is LeBlanc at 7,800, but a 2,200 gold lead pound for pound on the Garen. And that is not what you want.
Man, my man Garen may be big, but his pockets are looking a little bit bigger right now, especially, I mean, just all of that stacked on top of him. Sure, you have a lot of gold being funneled into that top lane, but you see Garen just absolutely winning that fight against the Darius, and the rest of the team there as a follow-up. This creates that relevancy, whether or not it's an assist, whether or not it's kills. So long as you have a player there to make that impact, to go ahead and stay in, that's that Garen right now. That is Junior. He is that big force to be reckoned with, and not only is he just kind of, I would say, metaphorically big, he is physically massive when it comes around to being on this rift and making that impact, getting those kills, and giving his team the edge, as we see Arishan there towards the bottom getting caught out a little bit, but right towards the top, we see that babysit coming right through, and the babysitter may have to come to mid here soon if he wants to keep his team in this.
Fighting the LeBlanc is probably actually the best thing Junior can do, as it's carry v carry as Ming dives under tower.
Ming dives under tower. He goes ahead, grabs himself that first, but you got to look at Nano Ben. Still alive, still well at a quarter, but not enough when you got a 3v1 scenario and you got that Zillion old FMZ sticking around saying, I may be low, but I mean, so long as you go ahead and kill me, so long as we get the trade, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. Is Junior still sticking to that top lane, making sure that, as you said, that carry v carry matchup's going to come into full fruition until somebody goes ahead and caves out or finds some support to go ahead and get the edge.
Now, during that fight, Zillion actually didn't have his ultimate. So that was the perfect time to go in on Zillion. Finally picking up their mythic was Garen. They picked up the Stridebreaker. But in addition to that, their last back, Hullbreaker, got picked up as well. So going pure split push Garen is Junior right now on the Garen.
I mean, I think it's the right call, though, to be quite honest. I mean, when you see that, really, he went ahead and grabbed himself a quadra kill earlier, you're going to be scared of that Garen. I mean, you really can't go up to top and contest him unless you get the entirety of the team or just find enough objectives across the wrist to really punish that. To go ahead and say, all right, well, if he's going to go top, we got to speed lane everything. We got to speed run everything else. But, I mean, quite honestly, with the way that we already see the rest of UBC just kind of not really struggling, but looking to get back into the game, we see Silly grabbing a pick of his own, having his own kind of retaliation, getting right back to where he left off, making himself somewhat doable to some extent, and with the resurrection coming through, the Zillion ult coming out, and Lau trying to go ahead and get the survivability to come through. You see Junior almost able to die in his own respect, and as you do get that shutdown gold, going over to that old ADC, that's going to be a lot for Jin to work off of, and possibly a Baron as they're eyeing it right now for the likes of UBC.
Yeah, Wowie Salili did really good work there, positioned well. Every shot was a good shot there.
I mean, that's something really concerning, though, looking at the big scheme of things and looking at the entirety of the Rift and looking at impact, not only in terms of damage and gold and just kills overall. You see that Jin now being relevant once again, because earlier Silly was definitely locked out of the game, but I mean, once you have that support, once you have that mid laner helping to carry you to some extent in fighting, you go ahead and you can get right back into the game, because we see Silly now with the 550 bounty being at 5-2, while Alexander has just been locked out.
A little bit, Alexander really did just get pushed around, basically high, able to roam, able to go down, push him out of lane. And at the moment, Alexandro, even with the shield bow, just feeling really squishy like ADCs normally do at this stage of the game.
I mean, quite honestly, I feel like the best thing, going ahead and playing into the execution, but when you don't have enough real damage from the rest of your team besides Junior, if you're not there for him, you're not really going to find too much. And knowing how much damage Silly does now, you can't really poke him out too much. You can't really get those engages unless you get Arushan there on that fight. You go ahead, get that crowd control to be working with and stall him out long enough to really fight that. But there's too many things that have to line up there just perfectly for you to make or pick that fight, and especially to win it as well. So as we see the little split push continuing towards that top lane, Junior doing what he does best, just kind of playing into that hole breaker, just surviving up there, just big chilling right now. He's going to go ahead and see if he can grab himself that tower, locking out that high from the fight as the rest of the team kind of gets into the scuffle here right around the dragon, but it's going to be Silly making the big entry, finding that first pick as Lau finds the follow through as well, forcing Shark Bay out because He really hasn't been able to fight too much this game. Lau to find himself a double, get the third of that entire team fight, and just completely obliterate that entire Dragon Sight, opening things up for him.
Fortunately for CSUDH, Junior had Lau very low. He had him almost out of the game, and Lau able to come back in these fights and find his re-spammable ultimate. Was able to find everything he needed to get himself back to relevant. Sitting at 8-4, he actually has more kills than Junior at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just got to come to some point to where whether or not with all that CS he has stacked up as well, that's concerning, because you also need to go ahead and put some work to it, because when you see Junior get right back into the fray, you don't have Lau there for that fight. It's just Junior being that big, chunky man that's going to really be out here to fight, to play the game, to get the hits, to get the kills with the rest of his team. That's going to set them up to go ahead and shut down a lot of these players that had that Baron buff. That's going to already be 2 down. You don't have the ADC anymore. It's just Zillion, old LeBlanc there that's fed, and that Draven, or that Darius, excuse me, as well. But nobody's in sight. Everybody's towards that bot lane. You got Darius making that split push of his own with the Baron, being almost as efficient as that hole breaker.
Oh, he's going to lose this one, I think. And Junior backed off. I don't know if that was the play. I think he straight up wins that fight.
There's a lot of questions to be held of whether or not Alexander is going to survive, but he will. He'll go ahead and get that flash off. You see another little fight, another little scuffle going right there around the Raptors to the bottom side, but I mean, there's so much to really still be considered when you see Arushin making that pull, making that lantern play, going ahead and getting right onto high, but there's not enough damage there as we see CSU actually coming out on top, grabbing all the respective kills they need with Junior now in the fight once again, trying to push up that mid lane, trying to clear out this lane and go ahead and get themselves a little bit of an inhibitor tower as a little bit of a prize.
Let me tell you something. If this game goes the way of CSUDH, you could put it all on the back of Irushin's play right there. That was crazy good. And unfortunately, once again, just a little bit of an overstay. That's been the name of the game for Cal State Dominguez Hills at the moment. It's just overstay, 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 as they're going to end up getting wiped here. Oh, no!
No way!
No! No! They thought
No way! This man pulls this off!
Oh, my God!
No way!
Houdini! Houdini is in the building! In the words of Ethan Dolan, there's a fire in the tumbleweed factory! Oh my God! They're gonna go back and watch the VOD, and they're going to lose their minds the way we just did.
It's like, are you?
What?
Oh, you guys
play.
check that! Face check it! You're a jungler! What's it hurt?
They thought he went over the wall! What a move! That's a 300 IQ play! Oh my goodness. I don't even know what else is going on the map right now. I closed my eyes, my head is in my hands. What did we just witness?
We watched Arushin absolutely go off. Make a lantern play of his life, as you said, to go ahead and set him up for a win if they find themselves pulling this off. But not only that, pulling off any play, he's been flashing that mastery all game. And quite honestly, a lot of people would call it annoying, but at this point, the way he's been pulling off these plays, it is well-deserved, and he should go ahead and flash it a little bit more in the faces of these old UBC guys, especially after something like that. But even though it can be appreciated, being they didn't exactly know what happened just yet, unless we see an all chat saying, you know, get played, kid. But I don't think we're going to see that just yet. I think, quite honestly, we're seeing these teams still go ahead, trying to end out this game, get themselves to a stage to where they're kind of at a stalemate, because you got right there in the mid lane that tower not being taken down just yet. You have no real towers across the field or any open inhibs for the side of old CSU. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, you got a bottom inhibitor open that Lau went ahead and made some work on, as we see old Silly making some work on Alexandro. Goodness gracious, getting the root, getting the shots. And the only thing to really come out from that is going to be an ultimate, but it's not going to be enough when you're a Draven that's sitting at 4 and 9 now.
Yeah, Welly Saluli sitting at 10 and 3, 4 completed items. Rapid Fire Cannon, Collector, Infinity Edge, Gale Force. That's just way too much. And Alexandro, we were talking about how he's only on 2.5 items, so he's an item and a half behind, and he is just popping like we thought LB might.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely putting in some work, definitely paying his dues right now. But, I mean, if we're talking about paying for anything, I mean, CSU is going to have to pay for this Baron if they don't go ahead and get some vision over there, get an idea that the plays are going down, because we see UBC just mowing this down, CSU setting up for a dragon because they know the pressure's on for that soul, which is up, but it's not going to be that big a deal when you know you have that push coming right now, possibly in the mid lane to go ahead and end out this game.
And they're baiting at the Drake. They're baiting at the Drake, and it might work. Oh my God, it might work. They're gonna come in one at a time.
They're gonna funnel right in and possibly to their death. But you see the juniors there. You have the smite coming through, a release of his ultimate, which almost looks like one, to go ahead and grab that first pick. You already have the edge to be working into. You have a little bit of advantage. It's a 4v4 scenario. Junior being the second one to fall, so that's going to be a lot of damage done. You don't have a tank to play off of anymore. Sharkbait trying to escape, having that stopwatch, but it's not going to be enough because now that's a Baron buff, and that's not even a dragon because we see UBC saying we're going to go ahead and close this out right now.
They might have just enough time to close this out. Unfortunate there. I liked the bait play there, but just not enough damage coming out of the mid laner. Sharkbait just not able to provide anything in that fight. I really wish we could break it down like the LCS does and show who did how much damage in that fight, because I am assuming Zillion might have done more than Sharkbait there.
Yeah, that's a concern in its own respect, and quite honestly, at the end of the game, that's where it shows. Horatio just kind of flashing his mastery once again, knowing that the game's going to be over. We're going to see UBC coming out on top for this one. A pretty good start for a pretty good finish. While all things considered, we thought that Garen there on the top lane, Junior could really pull it out and get himself the edge, especially with the way he was pushing himself towards that top inhibitor. I mean, he was really putting in some work, putting in some damage. And after that last push we saw towards that middle, where the inhibitor almost became open in the middle, if they actually found both of those, they could have found a real edge. But because they fell a little bit short, they kind of got picked off a little bit too soon. We saw UBC falling not only ahead, but almost just running with it and finding themselves a lead to work off of.
And, I don't want anybody to think that I'm talking badly about Sharkbait. I've seen him play before. I've seen him carry before.
Yeah.
Sharkbait, I think, was just on the wrong champion. I think that's all that came down to. And then CSUDH, I think I said it 4 times.
Yeah.
Overstay, overstay, overstay. They had a couple of moments where they made big plays, but then they gave it all back, plus taxes, title, licensing fees, everything. They just gave it all back. They had so many plays. I think they gave away like 6 kills just on overstays. If they fix that one problem, that's a completely different game.
Yeah, know when to respect your opponent and know when to get out. That's one of the biggest things that really hurts when you're ahead. Because, I mean, sure, you know that you're ahead. You know you can win a little 1v4. You can do a lot of work if you have that top laner there if you're junior. But, I mean, all things considered, you got to know when to respect your opponent. Otherwise, that's going to be your biggest downfall. And knowing that the rest of the team, sure, you got one fed guy, and it's your top laner on that island, as we said, with no TP. That's another thing to consider. Knowing that he has to fly in and out, he's got to get his business miles up every single time he really wants to go somewhere. That's a real concern, knowing that you really can't fight without that man there, knowing that the rest of the team on the side of UBC is absolutely just, they're not fed. They're full at this point. They have so much to work off of. They're so far ahead that, I mean, the man can't be everywhere. You got to slow that game down, and you got to know when to go for the right picks and know when to read those opportunities.
And I would like to give a big shout-out apology here to Sharkbait. I didn't think he was doing that much damage. Mick, did you think he was doing that much damage on Aurelion Sol in that game?
I mean, I don't think anybody does enough damage on Aurelion Sol.
Second highest damage on his team.
Okay.
Second highest damage on the team. So he beat out Draven, he beat out Thresh, he beat out Trundle. So I'm going to shut my mouth because obviously I don't know what I'm talking about. He kept up with Xin Zhao and he beat out Zillion on the other side. So maybe I need to read a book. Who knows?
Is that an accomplishment for the Aurelion Sol, or is that more of an insult to the rest of the team to say y'all need to step it up if you're getting beat by that?
No, I'm gonna go compliment. I'm gonna compliment to the Aurelion Sol.
That works.
100%. I'm gonna be positive about this one. I think, Mick, that takes us to our break, right?
Yeah. So with that being said, that will be the conclusion of at least our first game. We have another map to come and possibly a third if we see CSU pulling it out by any chance. But with that, we're going to get these players and at least our voices as well a little bit of break. So we'll be right back here with some more action here on the League of Legends here on NECC. Catch y'all in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to some NECC action here on a Friday night. Some League of Legends. Myself, Mick, over to my left is me old Coach Jim, here with CSUDH and on UBC Ruby here in the map 2. We already have UBC Ruby leading the series on 1-0 right now. Get here into the second map. How are you feeling, Coach Jim? And what are we looking forward to? What have we already seen? And what can we expect coming forwards?
Well, in game 1, we saw the Aurelion Soul pick coming out of CSUDH. And once again, I'm not going to spoil it, but some more spicy picks coming when we get to the pick band. We know, we saw the pro draft. We've got the inside track. They're going to be picking in order once again. And you'll know when it happens, folks. You'll absolutely know when it happens. But I'm super stoked. It's something that if it actually comes through the way it's going to come through, we hope, that I actually started my League of Legends career playing with my buddy. It's what he trained me, quote unquote, to play. And we'll see it. A little bit different now than it was then, but still, in my opinion, equally interesting. Gonna be good though. But Mick, they started the bans here. I think some of them were similar, some of them were not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you there. I mean, everything coming through, we already see a little bit of the bands coming out. We see the Blanc going ahead and getting shut down because, well, that was no bueno for the old side of CSU last time around. They didn't really have too much fun dealing with that, so they're going to go ahead and lock that out. But enough of the bands. We can see the other one coming through, the Thresh, which I feel like was a massive pick, especially after that play that you just can't get tired of talking about from the likes of Alarushan. But, I mean, everything considered, we still got another band to come through before we get these picks.
It's basically all I talked about during the break. I hope somebody clipped it. That was great from Arusin. Hopefully we get to see some more of that here because it will be Arusin on the pick I'm looking forward to. And after what he did on the Thresh, I am super excited. So
I'm definitely with you on that one. I think compared, we got to see what these first picks coming through are going to be. Because honestly, looking at Junior being that big carry, at least for the side that ended up losing, unfortunately, last time around. I want to see what he can bring to the table to really do the same thing. And he's going to do the same thing. He's going to pick the same thing. He's going to go right back to that Garen pick, going to Old Faithful is what it seems like at this point. And we're going to see what the counter for the old top lane is going to be in consideration.
it looks like there was a glitch in lobby, so they're going to have to restart that one. No harm, no foul. Gives us time to talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, something that we mentioned, Junior picked up Hullbreaker relatively early in that game and then wasn't able to split push because he was needed in team fights. I wonder if maybe he doesn't pick up Hullbreaker as early, maybe gets himself a nice team fighting item, and then goes Hullbreaker late if he has the chance to split push.
Yeah, I'm quite with you there. I feel like there's a lot of early calls, kind of jumping the gun when it came around to those items, especially when we saw the amount of gold that was funneled into him towards his early stages. I get it, you want to get over antsy, you want to create that split push, you want to create that pressure, but I feel like you need to hold out just a little bit longer. Go ahead, get that mythic first, because that was the biggest switch up I feel like we saw, was seeing those grievous wounds come out first. And I mean, it's fine. You can go ahead, get yourself a little bit of grievous wounds to work off of, but I don't feel like Immortal Reminder is really on your shopping list just yet. Go ahead and look for something else to be working with. Then get that consideration to say, all right, well, now we can go Grievous and really upgrade it all the way. Then we can go Hullbreaker if I'm really not needed that much. But we saw it, and he was really just a backbone of the team that you needed 24/7.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's absolutely what was required there. Sorry, I was reading chat in client. And
What's the 411?
This is going to get super interesting. We might have to see a new draft. We might have, because UBC Ruby doesn't have Yuumi. They picked Yuumi in the pro draft, and they don't have Yuumi. Now, I'm intrigued. This is tournament drafting. So I wonder if nobody can nobody else buy and then trade to it? Or can nobody else pick it up and then trade? I actually, I don't know how that works if you're not allowed to trade to a champion you don't actually own if somebody else picks it up.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, I'm thinking on at least on a tournament stage, you're allowed to pick whatever because that's typically how it works in Clash. I would figure.
Yeah, no, this is interesting. I don't know. I'm about to be in tears though if they have to redraft. I will be
Oh
in
my
honest to
goodness.
God tears. Don't worry, folks. We will tell you how this was going to break down. We're not going to keep it a surprise. If they have to redraft, we will tell you.
I mean, can we just go ahead and spoil the draft and we got it then?
No. We got to
Come
give them
on,
time.
man.
We have to give them time to fix the problem. I don't want to have to see it. And at the moment they're looking for an NECC ruling. The coaches, the captains are talking with the NECC at the moment. We have the ability. We're looking. At least I'm looking at the lobby chat. Mick, you're not in the lobby. I'm in the lobby
I'm not.
chat.
I mean, I can hop in, but I mean, I don't think it's that big a deal. I mean, obviously, you got to keep everybody else updated. We got to figure out what's going on here.
And the update I'm getting at the moment is that our producer is saying for us to throw it to break while we get this figured out. So we're going to throw it to break, folks. We're going to come back. We're going to have a solution, and we might have a story for you as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right. So everything got figured out. We're fine. This is fine. Everything's fine here. Slight weapons malfunction, but everything's fine now. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Apparently, we got ourselves an update. We had the same draft coming through, so everything's going to stay same. I mean, we did have a champ unowned, but we fixed that problem a little bit snappily, and we got it owned for whoever was going ahead and opting for it.
So they refunded a couple of champions to be able to have the blue essence to make it work. Otherwise, we were being told by the NECC it might have ended up in a forfeit for an illegal draft.
Okay.
But CSUDH, good sports about it, said, yeah, take your time. So we're all good to go, and we will see the game as promised. We will see the game. So still no spoilers, folks. And this is gonna get spicy.
Yeah, we're already starting off with the Garen and Tom Kench there towards the top. So that's going to be something to look forward to. Not the God King matchup we expected, but I'm benching the Kench is definitely something in its own respect to be kind of happy about. But we see some assassins coming through. So, I mean, Tom Kench, as much as he may be a tank, you now got 2 counters to really be kind of concerned about.
Yeah, Kha'Zix and Akali both coming out saying, you know what, the sustained damage that we went for in game number 1, the Trundle, the Aurelion Soul, no, forget that. We're going to kill you. We're just going to kill you. It's 2 seconds, in and out. Quick adventure, 20-minute adventure. Let's go, in and out, 20-minute adventure. So, you see the rest of the bands coming through. I'm getting excited, Nick. Everybody at home is about to know why.
This is a very, very, it seems like so far we got old CSU going for a drip or drown kind of composition. Whether or not you want to go ahead and pop off or you really get caught behind. And quite honestly, as we see possibly a Draven coming through. No,
that was
that's
just
a
fun
Twitch.
hover. And there it is. That's the one I was waiting for. Kayle support coming through for Irison. That is not a joke, folks. That was the pick. And for a hot second, we all thought it was maybe a placeholder for something else. But Kayle support gonna get played here on the NECC.
So that in itself, already all things considered, you got the Ezreal Yuumi in the bot lane. So, I mean, I love to see when Yuumi actually gets to go through. I mean, that was the one that we heard was kind of the champ not selected. So, honestly, respect to FM for not buying Yuumi yet. But, I mean, we all have to cave in eventually. And I think today was the day. And we see FMZ going for that Yuumi pick, going for that selection as we see the rest of the squad kind of playing what will feel a very kind of odd composition. But you do have most of the check marks kind of knocked off. You get yourself a little bit of a tankiness. You get yourself a pretty solid jungler that can go ahead and be in these team fights. You get yourself a little bit of poke out of Zoe and Ezreal. Only thing we're really missing is a nice support for both sides because Yuumi doesn't really act on her own accord. And honestly, it's the same thing with Kayle because you don't really get that out of her either.
Now, I know you're not talking bad about my girl, Kayle. Kayle, come find you, Mick. Kayle's going to come find you. I love Kayle support, and I'll tell you why. Especially after the rework. Her heal, now it's not a one-person heal. It now heals her and the closest ally. So that's perfect for a support. Her Q involves armor break, which is perfect for a support. She still has her magic damage coming through passively. She still has her execution on her E, which gives her range before level 6. And then, if you're building support Kayle, you're building AP items, you're building the AP healing items, but you're still building AP, which means you're actually going to get good damage off of your ultimate, which you're never probably going to use on yourself. You're going to throw that onto a Kha'Zix, you're going to throw that onto a Twitch, you're going to throw that onto an Akali, somebody who's going to use it, dive the enemy team, do a whole bunch of damage, let your ult damage come down, and then they're going to hit him with the finisher before they get out of dodge. I am looking forward to this assassin dive comp here. And we also, when we saw it in Pro Draft, we're talking about it's a little bit of an invisibility comp as well. Twitch can go invisible. Kha'Zix can get some invisibility cooking. Akali in the smoke. They're going to be hard to track down, similar to how LB for UBC Ruby was hard to track down in game number 1.
And I think that in itself, I mean, when you look at the composition coming through, that is a lot of prerequisites and a lot of kind of calls to have to come out for the side of all CSU to pull this off. And looking at how they went ahead for game 1, you said that their biggest problem was overstaying. So, I mean, all things considered, if they go ahead, they keep those same kind of problems and make sure to go ahead and have that Kayle ultimate when they do decide to go in and know how to really kite out these fights. As crazy as a composition as it may look, it's most definitely doable. But it all comes down to how well they can go ahead and sustain themselves, how far ahead they can go ahead and get, and whether or not they can get to that late game stage for Kayle to go off. Because if you let the side of old UBC kind of ramp out of control before then, you're going to be really, really far behind unless they somehow let the game draw out for way too long when Kayle can actually go off.
And that is the thing. If this game goes long enough, you still end up with Kayle. If your final item is Nashor's Tooth, all of a sudden, all of the AP you've been stacking all day with your passive goes onto all of your auto attacks, and all of a sudden, you're still late game Kayle at level 16, who has range and AoE on every auto.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot to consider, knowing that Kayle, just being that late game force, regardless of whether you're behind or ahead, that's going to be that one champ that's going to be guaranteed to be a huge influence in those later stages. But that's the thing. We got to get there first, and that's the biggest problem. You need to go ahead. If you're in the shoes of CSU right now, you need to just really hold things out. You need to make sure to survive. Don't hand over too much gold. Don't hand over too many objectives. Make sure to get those picks before you make those fights for those neutrals, like the Rift Herald. Probably go ahead and try and look to sneak one of those if you can. Get yourself a little bit more gold. Get yourself an advantage to play off of. And even then, I mean, those dragons, those are going to be a little bit more contentual. You know you're going to have those people come down to those dragons. You know that call, that big old roar is going to go across the rift, and it's going to let people know, all right, well, there's a fight coming down. So that itself, we're already getting ourselves about 7 seconds until we get right into this to see how this early game can pan out and whether or not we're going to see CSU go ahead and pull this out or whether or not we're going to see USB take this home.
What's going to get super interesting on some of the late game neutral objectives, Kale's ultimate going down onto the jungler, keeping them alive for the smite fight. You can no longer just take out the jungler if Kale says, nope, invulnerable, no damage, no death.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. I mean, even then, as you said, to have that assassin, I mean, with Kha'Zix being the jungler, being an assassin, still having that smite, that's a lot of damage output. Only issue is, I mean, he's not really going to be isolated, knowing in those team fight scenarios, you get delayed, it's great and all, but I mean, you got to make sure that Akali gets fed more importantly, or that Twitch, because Kha'Zix, regardless of whether or not he gets himself to a stage where he can really go off, if you go ahead and pace it out fairly slowly, knowing that late game stage, once again, he's going to be something that really falls off when you don't get those isolated targets in those team fights you're expecting.
I'm just really excited. I think with the style of play we saw CSUDH with in game number 1, this comp actually fits them perfectly.
Really? Okay. Well,
I think it does. Something to note as we're waiting for our producers to tell us we're good to go here. There is a teleport in game number 2. It is on the side of UBC Ruby, Lao Gan Ma with it on the Tom Kench. So movement ability is going to be rampant on that Tom Kench. Still running Ignite, though, for Junior on the Garen.
Yeah, so I think we're ready to go ahead and get into this next matchup, see what's going on now in the Rift, and see what we got to bring to this table because, I mean, as you said, we got ourselves a little bit of a composition, and we got ourselves a little bit of a matchup to come through. And honestly, we saw also the gank try to come through in the last one, so I'm excited to see if we can really get ourselves there, see if we can get a kill or a pick off that alone if they do opt for it. But with everybody going ahead and splitting up, CSU kind of going for that bot lane, but maybe a little bit of an invade. No, it looks like they're just going to go ahead and set up for a default.
Now, this one's going to get interesting. We will see if the Yuumi permaban from finals was warranted or not.
That's a good point. I think, wait, why's Kha'Zix in the mid?
Standard 5-point, your mid laner sits just above. If you're on the blue side, they sit in the first opening. Top laner sits in the second opening. Your jungler sits in the middle. That way your jungler can actually go to either buff. From the mid lane, they can go to either buff without giving it away beforehand. If they're shading the side of the buff they're going to start on and they get seen, then the opposing team will actually know, oh, they're on blue side, they're probably going to blue buff, and then they're going to know your path. So your jungler sitting mid lane just gives you more options without the enemy knowing where you're going.
Okay. I don't think I honestly I'd seen that before, quite honestly, or at least in my matches, knowing I don't have all the vision and just kind of playing the top lane, so I'm not really worried about that. I just sit in my spot respectively. But talking about respecting our opponents, we see Shark Bay already trying to get a little bit of a hit, try to go ahead and get some tags there towards the bottom side with High. That's going to be really, really concerning for High, knowing that he's kind of in the same scenario he was in the last game, being a very, very squishy champ, but a glass cannon at that. Be able to do all the damage if you do get to that stage where you can do all that, but knowing Akali is going to be a lot more slippery of a champion to go ahead and secure these kills on.
Unfortunate there. FMZVO and Wowie Salili were sitting in Tribush looking for some cheese, and just the pathing from Alexandro and Arusin, they just didn't go through Tribush. They had no way of knowing. They just chose not to. Almost saw some fun stuff starting early.
Yeah, a little bit of fun action there. You go ahead, get the pokes coming through, a little bit of damage to go here and there, but we need to kill eventually. We need a first blood to come onto the rift. We need ourselves a little bit more action to come down, and we need something to capitalize onto it. As you already see, little Arusian roaming a little bit, so try to get there, and FMZ trying to get those wards down to keep that coverage towards the top. You need to go ahead and just kind of pace this out, knowing that the junglers are all going to make sure to get their camps first. They're going to go ahead and get their scuttles respectively, kind of play the game out slowly, play the farm game right now. We see that most of the action's probably going to be going towards this top lane with these two tanks.
Yeah, no, at the moment, just farming it out here, you're looking for fast action in first blood. I'm like, slow down, man. Even the LCS doesn't get first blood this fast. Forget the Korean leagues. So already a lot of action here, especially a lot of poke coming out in the bot lane as Arusin keeps taking poke from the Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot to be working off of there. The Ezreal, that's another kind of, I would say, feast or famine champ, because Ezreal, once he gets behind, sure, you can catch him eventually, but when you're not ahead in that power, you just don't feel as much punishment out of an Ezreal as you really want. And that's going to be something, all things considered, knowing that, I mean, Arusin, he had himself a pretty good game getting that tower aggro and really toggling that out, and knowing that we see this time around Alexander on that Twitch. I mean, we saw some great engages out of him. We really saw them getting ahead. And I mean, silly, if he goes ahead and falls behind, he's not like that last time where he can catch him as a Jhin. It's going to be a lot harder with this Ezreal. But we're talking about catching up, getting kills, and getting tags. We see Hyde doing a really good job to get away, but not enough to go ahead and escape the likes of NanoBen.
Great gank there. Great follow by NanoBen. NanoBen got drowsy. He fell asleep. Sharkbait put the damage down on to the Zoe. And NanoBen using Kha'Zix's abilities, getting back over the wall and getting just in range to get the first blood onto basically High. Exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of CSUDH.
Most definitely. I mean, when you're trying to go ahead and get yourself back into the series, you want to go and tie it up, give yourself another map to be working with. You need to go ahead, all things considered, get yourself some presence across the map and go ahead and shut down that mid lane. You want to make sure that Zoe doesn't go ahead and spiral out of control. And if there's going to be anybody that you want to get in control, it could be that Kha'Zix. So go ahead and just bully her out, time in, time out. That's going to be 400 gold for the likes of old NanoBen. Go ahead, get that 400, spend it, come back, get another kill on Zoe before he gets a little bit too slippery with that level 6 and it becomes that much harder to really hit him.
Now, I will point out, Darksteel was purchased just now by basically High, and that is, talking about feast or famine, that is a feast or famine item. You buy Darksteel, you either have to get ahead or you have wasted a little bit of early cash. And not only do they have Darksteel, but they started corrupting potions. So starting with some items that might not pan out in the late game, hopefully basically High can find some use out of them. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves in an even deeper hole than they've already started in.
Yeah, because I mean, that in itself, you already said the corrupting potion is another huge investment. That's all 500 spent. You don't have those healing potions to work with. You don't have any control wards. You don't have any other real options to be working off of. So that's a concerning thought in itself. Everything considered, though, you get some poke to come through. High holding out as best he can, trying to get what damage where he can, respectively. And as we see Ming trying to come through possibly for this gank, I feel like everything being so close, Sharkbay's a little bit too close to tower for you to go in just yet. But we see Sharkbay not carrying in his own manner, saying, you know what, I'll take this 1v2 all day, buddy. Give it to me. I'm going to find Ming, get some damage done. Get an ignite thrown on me is basically High. Could go ahead and find himself something, but Sharkbay barely makes it out alive.
Ran out of cooldowns, did basically High. Otherwise, dead to rights with Sharkbay.
Yeah, a lot to work with there. A lot to work with on the top lane as well, as we see Junior with a pretty massive wave. So he's going to hopefully want to let this collapse clear out a little bit more so and go for this fight with NanoBen, as he's going to possibly get himself something to be working off of. Just find that crowd control, find that damage, find the ultimate to come through as well, and just get out barely enough with that tower still alive. And that's going to be probably a plane to work with as well, as we see all those casters behind him.
Triumph. I don't know his rune set, but I am assuming Triumph, and if it wasn't for the Triumph, that second tower shot most likely would have finished him off. So good knowledge of the runes that you're running, knowing that with that kill, you're going to have just enough health to survive the tower shot.
I mean, just surviving that tower shot is also a big factor, because that trade could have come through, and that 300 would have been just mitigated, honestly. I mean, you get a little bit more of an edge when you have that assist to come through for that Kha'Zix to get some more damage off, to get some more gold allocated for your team. But at the end of the day, go gank top. You're going to get a dragon taken from you on the bottom. So we see CSU grabbing themselves that dragon to be working off of. But UBC, they have 2 kills of their own, right? So they become their own monster by the end of this game.
No, Sharkbay on the Akali went down, saw them at the Drake. The bottom lane could have come up, but they made the decision not to fight against it. Just a Cloud Drake. They were out of position. I think that was a good call.
It was a great call, and you already see another call coming through. High, trying to put in the work, trying to deal some damage, and actually getting not enough, as we see all basically High able to close out get killed right there. And Shark Bay having a little bit of a different story compared to that first time around, as we see Lau come right back to his own lane and get a kill of his own.
Lau, speaking of different storylines, Lau getting a kill there early on to Junior. Ate him, spat him out, had all the damage remaining. But Nano Ben, right place, right time to set Shark Bay up for the kill on that one. First one went to Nano Ben, one good turn deserves another. Sharing is caring and all of that good stuff. So now, one kill on top, jungle, and mid laners for CSUDH.
Oh, and the ultimate comes through. That's a little bit time of invulnerability right there, but is it enough for Ming to make the most of it? Because Alexandra will actually find a kill of his own. Still alive and well, as we see Nano Ben come down as well. So, I mean, honestly, when you expected Alexandra to go ahead and die, he has a Roshan right there. Just enough time for that heal to come through. Just enough mana to play off of as well. And just enough survivability with that ultimate to stay alive and get a trade, and we least expected.
You know, we talked about it early coming in here. Rusin, who was probably the best thing other than Junior. Hard to decide between Arusin and Junior in game number 1. But Arusin with Kale ultimate, keeping his lane ally alive, and then the heal coming in from Kale. Not only Kale's healing, but the heal summoner spell from Kale. Just everything needed, keeping Alexandra up, and Alexandra picking up the kill. Now 4 kills, 1 apiece, spread out very well. And you're going to see advantages across all lanes here, Mick.
Most definitely are. You're going to see some trades come through, some damage come out, a little bit of an allocation across the entire field, hoping to go ahead and balance things out because we see High looking for some damage, getting a lot of it off right there with that Q, but not enough to go ahead and really stick around when you know that Ben is going to be right there with the call. You're going to see Ming come in with that punch, but go ahead and make himself out because he's going to say, all right, I can't really see anybody and I can't punch what I can't see.
Yeah, Ming, good choice there, not diving into the darkness. Could have ended very poorly as Arusin was going to go pick up an easy 30 gold there, clearing some vision. Unfortunately, Shark Bay does... Oh, they do have a control ward, so they are standing in darkness there. Even though they're on top of a ward, they are in the darkness. Shark Bay coming in. And, you know, Shark Bay is trying to make moves here, making money moves, not afraid of the Drowsy Trouble Bubble. They've been hit by it enough that they probably should be afraid of it, but not afraid to make the moves, retreat back into the smoke, sit out the sleepiness in the smoke. But I really like what Shark Bay is doing with all of the mobility of Akali.
I definitely agree with you there. I mean, a lot of mobility to be dealing with. You better make the most of it because if we're talking about making the most of things, we see Lau with a great return there to go ahead and stay alive for a little bit longer, but it's not going to be enough because you see some trades going through in each side, or not even really just trades. We just see advantages coming out from the side of old UBC, grab themselves more and more kills, more and more gold to be working off of, and at the end of the day, just making it out comfortable.
You know, Shark Bay, you know, we talked about them on the Aurelian Soul, how probably wasn't the champion they needed to be playing. Akali is perfect, but I want to talk about Nano Ben. How many lanes has Nano Ben been in? Oh my goodness, Nano Ben, 66% KP right now, and if it wasn't for like the solo kills, he'd have it all, because anytime there have been multiple people in a lane, Nano Ben has been there doing God's work, really, setting up his teammates. As you see the Yumi ult come out there defensively. Yeah,
comes out defensively, gets a little bit of a root, gets a little bit more time for old Silly to go ahead and make himself out. Get behind that wave because, I mean, this is the stage of the game where things get a lot more scary for this Ezreal. Knowing that you really just haven't found yourself enough, you're sitting at 0 across the entire board. You've only found yourself some CS to work off of, and Twitch is still beating you in that, even with the kill. So, I mean, Arushan here on this Kale support, now at that level 6 threshold and reaching that earlier, really making some value out of it.
Yeah, becoming a ranged champion on Kale as support is huge because you can do a lot more for your lane partner, for your ADC. Basically, High not caring that they're 0-3 at the moment, just going in there on Sharkman.
I mean, you're Zoe, you do a lot of damage, but quite honestly, I mean, at this stage of the game when you're so far behind, you can only do so much. And if we're talking about doing some damage, Nano Ben looking to do some damage of his own, but not able to do enough to really warrant the engage. If we're talking about engaging, we see High getting engaged on. Shark Bay going ahead and closing out that fight, giving himself one more kill to work with, now sitting at 3-0. Getting to that stage where you're a fed Akali, and that's the last thing you want if you're on the side of CSU.
You know, and you saw Ming there on the Vi. Ming was a woman without a country. She was looking bot lane, going for a gank, saw what was happening mid lane, and really didn't have a decision to make, and ended up just sitting in the river, not doing anything, as Irison goes low here in the bot lane.
Yeah, trying to go ahead and survive a little bit more so, trying to get those zombies to come out and give a little bit of a heal, but you have the invulnerability, you have the V there to go ahead and try and back you up. It's going to be enough to work off of, because we finally see possibly Ming to go ahead and get himself a kill in this game, make himself relevant, but barely getting out there. We see Olarushin making his way out, having that survivability, having that time to go ahead and get himself off of that blast cone, making himself out healthy, but the rest of the old minions there to grab another plating and go ahead and get this tower to a really unhealthy state.
Now, Arusin threw the ultimate on top of Nano Ben so he could make that dive play. Unfortunately, Nano Ben died early, and the damage that had come through, plus Kale's last ultimate, that kill went to Irison. So not what you want to see if you're UBC Ruby. The support Kale grabbing themselves a kill, starting the possible Kale snowball a little bit early.
Yeah, they just got to get a little more to play off of. They got to go ahead and get themselves some more gold, and they got to allocate it correctly. But, I mean, honestly, I feel like the bot lane isn't too much of a big deal when you consider that still there in the mid lane, you got Sharkbait sitting at 3-0 right now in the Akali. So that's scary in its own right, knowing that, okay, sure, we don't really have too much to be working with there in the bot. We're kind of allocating things out. I mean, gold is still evenly spread, though. I mean, you get that 1-1 FMZ with that kill as a Yumi. Getting that Moonstone, that's great and all, but with that asleep coming through the massive shutdown for high, that's a great play and a great sleep to be working with to get himself at least a little bit more relevancy. But now sitting at 1-5, so there's only so much you can really beg for here.
Oh, yeah. And I think that one was Shark Bay just limit testing at that point. They had done everything they wanted up till that point. Why not test it? Why not jump under tower? Why not see what happens? They had flash available. They just didn't have anywhere to flash that would have taken them out of tower aggro. It would have been disgusting if they had flashed out of there. Here comes Nano Ben to the top lane, though.
Yeah, looking for himself another kill, trying to go ahead and play off of this, trying to go ahead and work with Junior to go ahead and get this kill. But you see the time going ahead being bought out. You see Ming coming in here in the fight as well, trying to go ahead and get that kill as well. The knockup coming through from Olau, trying to go ahead and get another pick to be working off of on the Junior. But Junior being that tank, being that big man himself, he's going to be a little bit harder to kill than the likes of an assassin. But he's not going to get that recall coming through. He's going to get a little bit more damage off. Ming tries to go ahead and get a little bit over antsy, find himself another kill. But at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do against a Garen. But at the bot lane, where you don't have a Garen, you don't have anybody invincible unless you have that Kale ult coming down. You just got zoomies and a silly getting healed by him.
Yeah, no, great play there by Alexandro. Getting the poison down, getting the shots, getting up to that bush, using the invisibility quite well. Now, something to point out, Junior getting out-farmed here by a lot. That's 5 full waves of farm there down in the top lane. And if Ming hadn't shown up, though, Lao Gan Ma would have gone down again. So great timing there from Ming. But no, going back to the shutdown on the Akali in the mid lane, that's absolutely what UBC Ruby needed to get themselves a moral victory to get back into this. Because they just had nothing going their way. It was 8-2. Now it's 9-4, still a 2,500 gold difference. But it just feels like more of a match now.
And most definitely does. I mean, you get yourself a little bit more to be playing off of. That Infernal Soul is going to be the one on the field. So I feel like it's not really too irrelevant just yet. You have yourself some damage to be dealing with, especially with that late game scaling, knowing that Infernal Drake could do that much more damage than AoE or any kind of situation. But, I mean, you got to go ahead and get there with one dragon for each side. And not too big of a gold differential right now, surprisingly enough. It just comes down to the experience and the level. And I feel like the biggest change here is going to be towards that mid lane and whether or not that's going to really go away. And who's going to start roaming and making the most of this advantage?
Yeah, no, that's going to get super interesting. The first people to roam probably going to be the ones that end up winning. Flash is traded everywhere, though, in the bot lane.
Flashes, trades, summoner spells, shots. Alexandro maybe go find himself one, but just cutting it a little bit short as he goes ahead, gets the little farm coming through, and just forces enough right under that tower as Silly's just kind of stuck out. Not really left with too many options to be playing off, but just trying to defend this tower because he knows that this first one falls. That's that much more gold for the likes of all CSU to be playing in terms of damage.
Sharkbait waiting out the drowsy trouble bubble. Doesn't quite time it perfectly. Timed it good enough, though. Unfortunately, though, Ming gonna be able to follow them over the wall with the ultimate.
No, that's a lot of gold to be playing with right there. I mean, you consider all the trades coming through in the center of the map. That's the scariest place for them to go ahead and happen. Knowing that Shark Bay, I mean, sure, he's fed and all, but I mean, he can still lose by any means. The Collies are definitely killable. You just got to make sure to catch him at the right point. But if we're talking about catching at the right point, No Ben's got to go ahead and hop over this wall and go ahead and smite that dragon at the right point. He's going to be taking this from Ming, but it doesn't look like they're going to be opting for that. We're just going to go ahead and hand it over as we see UBC grabbing one more dragon, getting that first Infernal to be working with.
I mean, if you're CSUDH at the moment, you know that you're going to have more coming your way as far as Infernals. The first one, not the biggest deal. It's the last one that matters. No sense maybe giving away another kill to a team that's down. Did the right thing, gave it away.
Yeah. And if we're talking about giving things away, you already had that first strike, or that first tower, being given over to the side of old CSU. So that's going to be a pretty hefty chunk of gold to split amongst the entire team. CSU getting themselves right back up, getting a little bit of a double whammy in terms of kills. And I mean, it didn't have the largest lead by any means, but with that tower being a big bonus for each one of those squad members, it's going to be a lot more to be playing with.
In the darkness, Nano Ben on Rift Herald a second time. Let's see if CSUDH can take a second Rift Herald unopposed.
That would be quite interesting, seeing that they're already kind of mowing through it to some extent. You see a little bit of damage going down there, and you see the rest of the team recalling, trying to just hold it out, really protecting all the avenues. And with the rotation of the bot lane going right up there to mid, because landing phase is now over for them with that first tower already crumbling and falling. They already had the pressure to be pushing there towards the middle of the map. With that Kale there, that makes it that much more scary if you're a Zoe who's behind.
You know, I talked about this in the first match of the day that I was doing with Ethan. The one thing as a spectator you do not get is a notification that the Rift Herald has been taken. But the Rift Herald was taken, and obviously it was dropped right here in the mid lane. And that might be a low enough tower that this push right here might just drop it. Oh, it will. There we go, but not able to play off of it. Unfortunate. If they would have known that it was dropping, they maybe could have dove underneath it. Shark Bay, though, all the way in the bot lane, so it would have been a 3v4, so probably a good choice not to. Could have been spicy.
I think it all comes down to a lot of different things of how the rest of these teammates are going to really make that impact. You see towards the middle of the map, you see some antsiness coming through, you see some team fights trying to come through. We're a little bit of a sneak peek when you see Hyde trying to go ahead and poke at that lane, but I mean, you see so many more players for the side of old UBC pushing up here. You've got to consider all the other players coming out, because Alexander's going to be caught out there on the side. You see Old Ming making himself a shot. Sharpay coming from the back with a little bit of a flank there. But is it going to be enough? Because he sits there. High actually survives that. He goes ahead, gets a little bit more survivability inside of that smoke. But knowing he's still alive, you have the Zoe Q coming through. A lot of damage from the Ezreal as well. They're actually doing a great job of poking these guys out, making them worry for their lives, as we see the likes of CSU backing out right under their tower.
CSUDH using the ultimates well. Arusin on the Kale ult. Saved it for the last possible moment for the person that absolutely needed it the most. Unfortunately, Alexandro did go down trying to bait that fight, trying to buy time for Shark Bay. If that had gone 3 more seconds before the fight started, I think it would have ended very different.
Most definitely would have. I mean, you look at how close they were in each respective matter. And if we're talking about close, we see Nano Ben getting a little bit too close to old Ming there, grabbing himself some damage. Knowing he's an isolated target, really just finding that Kha'Zix's passive, knowing he does that much more damage. But with him isolating, we see Ming having those shots, having those cues to get over a lot of walls. He has a lot more, I would say, maneuverability than the likes of a Kha'Zix. So when you get out of that initial engagement, you can cut yourself some free slack, get yourself right back to where you left off. And with the red buff at that, I mean, I'm sure there's nothing to complain about.
Absolutely correct. You are. Top lane, dead even on gold. Jungle, basically dead even on gold. Mid lane, somehow dead even on gold. The gold advantage right now is in the bot lane. 1,000 gold advantage for Alexandro over Wowie's Solili. And then a 700 gold advantage for Arusin over FMZVO. So as good as Akali is playing, it doesn't have the gold advantage you would expect.
No, and I feel like, honestly, even though we see that gold advantage being in the bot lane, sometimes it doesn't matter all that much. You get the right picks to come through, because you just saw it a second ago. You saw the kill on Alexander come through. You see Erosion falling as well. So regardless of how fed they may be, they still have themselves some threats on the field because you see all the survivability coming through. Sharpay grabbing a kill as his own, but it really doesn't matter because you get the trades to come through. You see UBC Ruby coming out on top. Tom Kent's going ahead with that old TP, getting right into the fray as well, getting his own fight respectively and clearing out the majority of these teammates as the last man seems to be Junior.
And just one bad team fight. There's the curse of CSUDH at the moment. Just one bad team fight, and it all kind of turns around. People getting back in this game. Zoe with a kill to get back in. Yumi, I think, picked up a kill there as well. Yumi 2-0-4 at the moment. FMZVO living and dying with Yumi. Mortal Reminder and Black Cleaver currently on Junior. Then again, going against the Tom Kench, Mortal Reminder makes a little bit more sense as the second Infernal will go the way of UBC Ruby.
And you said it yourself. It doesn't matter who grabs, the first or all the dragons in between, whoever grabs the last. And quite honestly, the pressure is on for the likes of old CSU to go ahead and get themselves to get that last drag because they've now missed out on 2 more. Both of them being Infernal Drakes, so that's going to be a lot more power that they're missing out on that we see some natural scaling coming out of UBC. Whether or not they're behind on that gold, I mean, those items could be compensated just naturally out of these dragons on their own. So you already see them catching up in these team fights, doing a great job of getting these picks where they need to, and coming out on edge where you really don't expect them to. These dragons are going to make it that much more threatening, and they could obviously also set themselves up for a Baron, knowing that next dragon has to be pressured and fought out.
Baiting, maybe here at Baron, a little bit of a bait.
Maybe.
Oh, and Ming gets caught. Absolutely caught out was Ming, FMZVO as well.
That right there, you got to have that vision. That's the biggest thing to really consider. That's the biggest scary thing to know about when you don't have all that around. But, I mean, if we're talking about scary and we're talking about threats, you see right there towards the top, that Baron is trying to be attentive at the likes of CSU. And at the same time, you see Silly trying to get his own little bit of a scuffle there towards the mid. But Sharpay's the one who comes out on top. Last man standing around that Baron that's really relevant right now is going to be Loud, trying to stop what he can. His high's caught out in the mid lane. Not enough to really be playing off of, as we do see CSU grabbing that Baron and trying to make a push already off the middle with those 2 players.
That was really dirty. Arusin came in on the first one, just gave Akali enough healing to survive against Wowie Salili. And then when they went in against basically High, then gave them the ultimate. Once again, saving the ultimate for the perfect moment, allowing them to take 2 fights instead of only being able to take 1 fight.
Yeah, some great isolation there for the likes of CSU. Really something they needed after losing those last couple team fights is, as you said, I mean, it was the same thing over again. They just weren't finding the right opportunities. But you can see them now. They're kind of stepping up their game, getting right back to where they left off, having some advantages, having a Baron to work off of, and already robbing that Baron out. You don't have to worry about this dragon as much. You can sit here and you can fight this, knowing that you're safe. I mean, previously, UBC, they could have said, all right, well, they're going to go dragon because they know they have to fight it. They know how to take it away from us. Otherwise, that's a free soul for us. We can take Baron in the meantime and make the most of this. But with that resource now being off the board, it makes it that much harder for UBC Ruby to really fight anything.
CSUDH also passing blue buff there to Shark Bay on the Akali. So just quick cooldowns now for the Akali. Not what you want to see if you're UBC Ruby. But no, pushing this out here with the Baron buff, setting up that they could fall back onto the Drake. And just basically, it's going to be either a free Drake or they're going to be set up in front of it. And don't even have to bait it. They can just wait and say, hey, you want it, you have to come through us.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I think that could be the moment they really want to take it. Is if you steal that Drake, sure, you get yourself a setup. But the way they're already waiting this out, they're trying to get the most out of this Baron buff. And honestly, that could be the biggest thing that really kicks them in the rear. Because if you find UBC Ruby, once again, finding that opportune team fight to be making, all that damage to be done, like you see right there, already baiting at that ultimate for the likes of Arushan. If you get more scenarios like that where they find themselves ahead, you already see CSU saying, all right, you know what, maybe we shouldn't go ahead and use this dragon as a hostage. We need to get out while we can still be alive. And honestly, that could be the biggest thing to kick off.
Arusin, though, did bait out Ming's ultimate as well. And I think, no, it wasn't Ming's ultimate. I apologize. That was not Ming's ultimate. My bad. I missaw the abilities used. However, a lot of abilities thrown there, a lot of cooldowns thrown at Arusin. They still walked away. Whereas in the last game, they might not have. So the kill's not coming as easy for UBC Ruby.
And that's kind of a little bit of a testament to that tiny little drag there in the top. It's not going to make too much of an impact, but every little bit counts when you're trying to get yourself that much far ahead. You already see him trying to hold out these sites, trying to hold out these lanes and really work in this jungle to get as much poke as possible. Because when you have yourself a Tom Kench, I mean, he's a tank and he's somewhat brawly, but he also has some poke potential of his own with that Q. And most importantly, Zoe with that poke potential. Knowing that you got that drag coming up here soon, you're worried about that tower in the middle, and you're just trying to catch out that Garen from behind as we see 3 players coming up looking for Junior. But, I mean, Junior already popping out the E, drowsing the Kale so she can't fight for a little bit. But with how high, not having that much damage to be dealing with, not having that much health, he already gets melted down with the likes of Ming. We see the rest of the team following through, trying to pick off Lau, and as he runs under this tower, has all that armor pinned from that E thrown onto him. The last man seems to be old Silly and old FMZ trying to stay alive, trying to work into it. But knowing with how many teammates are going to be there, they could probably just go ahead and look to end this if they really wanted to.
You know, once again, I'm going to point out Urson, and I know I've been doing it all game so far, but not wasting Kale's ultimate. Waiting and waiting and waiting. They could have put it on Garen really early. Waited. Instead, used it on Alexandro, kept them alive. Once again, just not giving away the free kills. And this might be it. This just might be it. There might not be time for the respawns here. And I don't think there will be. I think this is the end of game number 2.
Most definitely will be. We see CSU pulling it back, getting themselves right back to where they left off. They may be out in terms of the playoffs, but they're definitely not out in terms of the series alone. Able to pull out one more game. We're sitting in a 1-1 tie series as we see CSU actually pulling this off. And quite surprisingly at that. I mean, the Akali, that was the biggest factor there towards the start when you go ahead and lock high out, being that Zoe. All that glass cannon, it's just broken glass at that point. And sure, broken glass can still hurt, but not nearly as much as you would expect it to once the Zoe gets ahead.
You know, after game 1, CSUDH came back. They banned out a lot of the champions that worked against them for game 2.
Yeah.
I gotta think, I have to think that unless there's some deep knowledge about the bans that we saw from UBC Ruby, they're gonna have to come out and think, man, we gotta ban the Akali. And believe it or not, they might have to ban the Kale. Urusin did such good work on the Kale. 1, 1, and 10, everywhere you needed to be with the ultimate, keeping people alive.
Yeah, I mean, the heals, we saw it clutch there with that 2v3 that Alexandra almost died in. I mean, that case scenario alone, I mean, that was a big trade-off to where you said, okay, they kind of expect to come out on top there, but quite honestly, they set themselves back that much further just by engaging on that fight and losing it when you don't get that edge to be playing off of, because we saw the trades come through. We saw Ming die out of that alone, so that's not something you want to see if you are in a 3v2 on that bot lane. And even then, Alexandro got picked off later. I mean, didn't really do too much there, but he still had this impact in his early stages, still put the advantage over to his team's side to go ahead and pull it off. And in the end, had enough of a lurking impact to go ahead and create some kind of intimidation factor.
You know, it's a really weird day when you're looking at a damage graph and Kale has less damage than a Yuumi.
Yeah.
And you're calling them out for being possibly the best champion on the map.
Hey, I mean, Yuumi still had 2 kills alone. I mean, FMZ, first time he bought Yuumi. Now he's out here getting 2 kills with it. We may have created a new main out here, but we just got to see whether or not he can pull it back in this next game and get that much far ahead with it. So with that, we will be taking it to a game 3. I know it's kind of getting late probably here for you audience members, so we want to go ahead and make it as snappy as possible. And we'll be right back with some more action. And welcome back, everybody. We're here for the grand finale of the night, the last series of the night. And here, the final week before playoffs, the matchup is UBC Ruby, CSUDH. We're on match point 1-1 is your score. I am Mick, your caster, joined along with Coach Jim, and we are ready to get into this match 3. Not quite yet because we still need a draft, but we have a little bit of history to go over before we get there.
Okay, now you've got me curious. Mick, what history are we going over?
I thought we were just going to run it over, man. Talk about the old last matchup, give the people a refresh for all our new viewers. And I mean, I think with most of these bands coming through, we can tell them at least about the last matchup and how much we saw CSU absolutely hating it.
Well, let me tell you this. Shark Bay could have been the man everybody pointed at and said he's the guy who ruined it by playing Aurelion Sol, but then brought it back on the Akali. And, you know, I was talking over the break how there's an old definition of GOAT and a new definition of GOAT. The new definition of GOAT is greatest of all time. The old definition of GOAT is scapegoat, or the person you are blaming. So he went from being the GOAT to being the GOAT, and now we're going to look to see what he could do here in game number 3.
Most definitely. That's a big consideration to go ahead and think about. We got to sit there and wonder what each team's going to go ahead and play into, because we see a Darius and a Malphite at the top. That's something in itself is really exciting, knowing that I feel like there's a fairly even matchup to some extent, having a little bit of poke for both the sides, a little bit of, you know, aggression here and there, some aggravation. But I mean, when we see the bands coming through, we see some combinations of the past 2 games, because these teams over time are learning who they really hate to see the other side play. But quite honestly, Zinzal and Darius are still going to be open. Trundle's going to be open for old NanoBim once again. And the difference coming around this time is going to be the old brothers joining each other in the mid lane.
I think the difference coming out of this one is going to be Junior not finally being on the Garen.
Fair enough.
However, in the pro draft, with the last choice, the absolute counter pick, CSUDH picked up Malphite to go with their Yasuo. I think we're going to see some spicy group knockups into Yasuo ults here. Don't be surprised to see Sharkbait get a triple or a quad based off Junior setting him up.
It all comes down to whether or not he can get the advantage to be running off of before them, because, I mean, Yasuo is another one of those, like, either you get ahead or you fall behind kind of chance. I mean, it comes down to whether or not you hit your 10-0 power spike or your 0-10 power spike. And quite honestly, if we see Scarpbay hit the same kind of power spike he found that last game and run away with it with the Malphite to back him up, he could be sitting a lot more comfortably this time around, especially with a Jhin with some massive power boost to be working off of as well.
You know, it really comes down to, is Junior going to play Malphite the tank? Or is Junior going to play Malphite the damage mountain? It's really going to tell the difference. Full AP Malphite gets scary, especially full AP Malphite ultimate, when your team just disappears.
And even then, anybody who doesn't, we still had that Yasuo follow-up to be working with. So knowing that Jin's going to be there, I mean, it's really a lot of options here, because Malphite, you can either go for that tank, knowing you have a Trundle and you have that Thresh with the natural scaling of the armor and those souls to be working off of. And even then, knowing how just tanky Trundle is naturally, you don't have to really concern yourself too much. Another big deal to be really thinking about is Jhin on that damage and Yasuo on that damage. Yasuo could play more of a sustain role so long as he just stays alive on lane until he really starts to scale and just kind of remain relevant to some extent. Or I think that's the adaptability of the Malphite pick, saying, all right, well, is Yasuo ahead? I can just play crowd control my ultimate, and I can just play tanky and let him do all the damage. Oh, is he falling behind? Well, then I can do all the damage. Go ahead, play into that role, and he can really just be there as an execute.
Now, the one I'm waiting to see is if Junior finally plays teleport. Not taking it on Garen, a little bit understandable, wanting to have the ignite for the kill pressure. Malphite not as kill-centered as Garen is. I'm wondering if he's finally going to play teleport. Maybe the Darius, maybe Lao Gan Ma doesn't. Maybe he goes with the standard Darius build of Ghost. And for once, you might see CSUDH with the teleport advantage, which is something we have not seen yet tonight in this matchup.
No, we most definitely have. And I feel like we haven't seen enough TPs just generally when it comes around to this. I would like to see some top lanes wander all the way into the bottom lane with that summoner spell to be working off of, grab a free double and give themselves an edge to be working with, because so far it's felt a little bit lackluster. Like, we sit there and mention the island in game 1. We saw both sides trying to roam off that island, put in some work everywhere back and forth without the teleport, but I want to see some more influence in that top lane. I don't want to see an even game. Sure, we're going to see 2 tanks beating each other up the entire time, but I want to see a big mowdown. I want to see a tank go ahead and get a that far ahead, really be that big bearing force and work into it with the rest of their team, because Junior just kind of slipped, I'd say, a little bit short of that on the first matchup.
I'll have to agree with you on that one. I'm actually excited to see the brothers in the mid lane. No mages, no assassins, just two sword boys going at it, bouncing around, doing damage. It's going to get interesting. The way basically High plays, the way Shark Bay plays, there might be 100 kills in the mid lane at the 10-minute mark, and they could be split 50-50, or it could be 100-0. And I don't know which way it's going to go, but I'm excited either way.
Yeah, because I mean, we've seen both sides of the coin so far. We saw in the first matchup that we saw basically High really just kind of go off with that LeBlanc pick. But in the second coming, we saw Scarp Bay just come back with that old Akali pick and just run away with it and have a lot of influence. I mean, he had themselves fed a little bit more so early, but up against a Zoe and with the rest of the team following through, they found some picks to get themselves to be relevant once again. But kind of falling off a little bit. Not really as relevant and running away with that Akali pick as much as you wanted to. It really just came down to the rest of the squad. And with that Tom Kinch coming through as well, also kind of being a little bit more of a disturbance and not being too big of a deal at the end of the day, there's just so much to really be working off of and to really consider in the big scheme of things when you're looking at these squads and whether or not this mid lane could really, with the poke that comes from a Yasuo and with the kind of aggression that comes out of a Yone, there's a lot more really behind the scenes than what we're expecting.
Oh yeah, and then we haven't even got to the bot lane yet.
No.
Where we're going to see 3 new faces in the bot lane. Jhin, Misfortune, and Morgana have not been played yet in game 1 or game 2. And then Irison going to get back onto the Thresh, and his Thresh was so good in game number 1.
It most definitely was. And we did see a Jhin so far today. We saw it once in that first matchup. And we saw him being relevant. Yeah.
It was for UBC Ruby.
Yeah. So, I mean.
So it's swapped sides. My apologies. We didn't say it, but it's swapped sides.
Yeah. I mean, it was still here, though. We've seen what Jhin can do. We got to see what it can bring on the opposite side of the field, though, is the real biggest issue. Because, I mean, we already saw Millie we saw Silly get silly with it. I mean, that's kind of the biggest deal. We saw him really get himself into these fights. We saw him kind of fall short to that old Draven pick. But, I mean, at the end of the day, he was able to catch up because Draven fell short. We didn't see as much Draven as we wanted to. It was that feast or famine. And honestly, he ate up a little bit, but he just kind of didn't feel hungry anymore. He just stopped eating and got hungry quicker than he could really expect. So there's so much here that's really in the potential for CDSU so long as they just run away with it. Because I feel like Yone, he has more crowd control potential than Yasuo being in those team fights with that knockup, with that ultimate that can also do a knockup on its own, and a little bit more sustainability so long as he can just make himself relevant in the likes of a Yasuo who has to have those 3 hits, then have that knockup come through, and even then it still has to be aimed to some extent. So as we get right into this first game, or this last game, excuse me, we're going to see whether or not we can see this pull-through come out or not.
I think our producers are telling us they're getting ready to go here. So here we go. Man, Mick, are you excited? I'm excited. But no, Shark Bay's going to have a lot to play off of. He's going to have Junior's ultimate. He's going to have Irison's Flay. I'm pretty sure he can ult off the Flay. And might be able to do something off Nano Ben's Pillar as well. So and we see 5 coming down mid lane here.
Just rushing down that mid lane. Already trying to go ahead and rush there into that old red camp. But, I mean, when you already get spotted out, when you have that mid lane and you have High stationed there, he's going to go ahead and get that intelligence to say, all right, look, if you're down there towards red, I would go ahead and get out unless I go ahead and get that call, or at least give a ward to get yourself some kind of heads up if they do so decide to go ahead and roam up a little bit more.
And the deep ward sitting there behind the red buff. Exactly what they needed. And a ward goes down into the tri-bush, so nothing cheesy is going to happen in that tri-bush. Although it looks like they might sit on top of the ward anyway, not knowing it's there.
Yeah, and I doubt they're really going to go for anything. They're going to go ahead and hold it out, and you're going to see. I just can't wait for Silly and FMZ to go ahead and rotate around, just go right to the lane, and just go ahead and go right in with the likes of Ming. To go ahead and make that call, get that root down, get that damage down, and just kind of stall out and make sure that first engage is really just paid off. That would be a lot more interesting to see for that first pull to come through like that for the likes of old UBC.
It could get interesting indeed. FMZVO cannot be the first one up there, though.
No, he can't, but he's going for it anyways because you already see Ming making that engagement, the Ignite to come through, the cutoff in the back, so maybe they can follow through for a second. They just got to make sure to commit to it because Ming, he's a little bit behind. He's not able to really just rush in just yet, but with Silly already there,
Great
the damage
play.
to come through, FMZ looking for those shots, and Silly with the flash. He doesn't find himself the kill. Ming will get it as well, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Everybody is surviving on the side of old UBC, and they've already grabbed themselves 2 kills.
Unfortunate there for CSUDH. They didn't know they were standing on top of a ward and, didn't start with the hook, started with the flay, had to wait for Morgana to get a little bit closer. And Alexandro just getting stuck by the Morgana Q, the Dark Binding. Just unfortunate way to start the day.
Most definitely is. Another unfortunate case there. So go ahead and reset that little blue buff for the likes of old Ming, who's trying to go ahead and cop that, get another free invade for himself when he sees it. On the other side of the field, he's not really aware that Trundle there, but with the Darius already coming through, having that ward, he's going to find out fairly quickly. So he's not going to rotate up there just yet without the support of his teammates because he knows the high's nearby. He can fight that, but he has so much initiative under tower. He can forfeit that a little bit more so. But you already have Nano Bang coming in saying, you know what, if you're going to get that close to my buddy's tower, I'm going to make sure to go ahead and fight whatever I can. And High's going to be forced to use his Q to get out.
No, Nano Ben doing the right thing. They're going and stealing the blue buff from Ming. So Ming got 2 quick kills, and that's going to be huge for him getting going, and he's going to be able to gank very early. But taking out his early, easy camps, he's going to have to path in a interesting way to catch back up.
And that is if we can see Trundle really wrap back around because, Ming, he could go for another gank here so long as he just finds the right opportunity to do so. And he's not going to find that in the top lane. He knows that Lau's pretty pushed under that tower, but quite honestly, he's maybe looking at this bot lane right after he gets these Krugs, so long as Alexandro and Olarouche should find themselves pushing up a little bit more so because they're in the middle right now. They're looking for an engage to some extent. You can see him kind of kiting towards that direction because in the middle, he knows that he doesn't have to worry about High at all because he's got that Q available. He can do some damage, and he can go ahead and have that survivability to follow up as well.
Now, what we haven't talked about yet is the top lane, but just easy farming going on up top. We don't quite know which way Junior's going yet, as Corrupting Potion was purchased first. So no early item to say if he's going tank or AP.
Yeah, we don't really see anything too much just yet. We just see these starter items. We see top lane holding out as long as they can, and we see bot lane holding out as well, saying, you know what, we still have this gold to be sitting on. We have Ming sitting at 2 kills right now, and sure, he's gotten himself a little bit of an exchange, a little bit of camps taken away from him in the top, but even then, those assists, that's some gold for us to be playing off of. And that's a lot of advantage. It just comes down to whether or not the rest of our team can capitalize on it. And we see High getting really aggressive with those shots and those hits towards the middle, just pushing Scarlet Bay back, looking to keep the lane as balanced as possible because he's doing a much better job in terms of CS so far.
Yeah, farm definitely going the way of basically High at the moment. So we'll see if that continues.
I can't, man. Yone, just seeing the two side by side, he's so much more fluid of a character, at least in my opinion.
Well, the 200 years comment, between 2 characters in a 1v1, whoever was designed more recently is going to win.
Fair enough. But it also comes down, at least in League of Legends, who comes down to whether or not the team composition can pull out as well. Because you do have 4 more players here on the field. I'm able to win this mid lane in terms of CS, but if kills come through, ganks come out, you could see possibly Scarlet Bay pulling this out as well.
Speaking of farm, though, all of a sudden, Laogan Ma with a huge lead up in the top lane.
Yeah, he's definitely getting all that burn off. He's making the most of his passive to be really just burning out these minions. It's really starting to kick at this point. But if we're talking about kick, we may see High get kicked here fairly quickly. Right the old knockers to get himself ignited, get himself a lot of damage picked off here towards the center, but lots of damage going right here into the tower. High almost able to survive, pulling off a kill there actually. Still sticking in it, only having that Thresh opposing him so far. That's going to be a 4-1 lead in terms of kills when it comes around to UBC Ruby, making their goal lead that much larger.
And that's just really unfortunate there. They had to chase for an extra couple seconds to get the first kill. And once again, CSUDH just found themselves in need of backing off. It was a great play until it wasn't.
Yeah, and high there. I can't even go ahead. I mean, you got to make mention of that play, how he sat there and completely just disregarded the team there. He was just fighting under tower, using his E perfectly for those close quarter scenarios, and it's so hard to maneuver in situations like that and even still survive to some extent, knowing how close you are to death, and you're just staring into the eyes, and just one ability is the one thing that saves you.
Now, the only thing there that might make that worthwhile is NanoBen did get a shutdown of 150 gold. So instead of being a 300 gold difference there, it's only 150 gold difference, losing the 1v2. So something to look at, but still not the trade you want to make when you're down.
Yeah, and also the sacrifice he made was giving Yone a little bit more presence toward that mid lane. Grabbing that Berserker's Greaves, now a little bit more attack speed to be working off of. It doesn't really matter too much when you see Ming trying to have that survivability, using that flash to get over the wall, able to escape with his life in a 1v3 scenario. Things looking a little bit rocky for him, but he makes the most of it.
Had to burn the flash, though. Will not have it next time. And they're not done hunting. They are not done.
Leave the guy alone and let him farm. You can see a little party here for the side of CSU, just holding out, getting really comfy in this jungle, and really just forcing out high, saying, all right, well, he's eventually going to go back to the site, right? He's going to go right back to his E. And we see Junior making the most of it, grabbing that kill as the rest of the team of old UBC finally arrives to the fray, able to fight this out, but comes down to old Lau, who's already wandered down, does the most damage out of the squad, being that top laner with all that gold. All those kills to be working off of as well. As this next fray is looking like a Roshan, who's just really going to be saying, I just die here, buddy.
I have absolutely no idea what that was. I don't know why Shark Bay went in. I don't know why the pathing went the way it did. This is now a huge deficit for CSUDH to be trying to climb out of.
Yeah, I mean, they just made it that much more unfortunate for the side of top because, I mean, that's the one lane that was kind of fairly even. I mean, Lau, obviously, he was winning in terms of CS, but when you give him that lead in terms of gold now, in terms of kills, his next back is going to be massive. And whenever he gets back here to go ahead and face him against Junior once again, I mean, his attacks are going to sting that much more so.
Yep, absolutely. As we see FMZVO maybe caught out there. Black Shield does come up with the spell immunity. Will save them maybe for a hot second. Stopwatch will definitely save them as they will finally drop. Shark Bay looks like they might go down again though.
Maybe, but Ming misses that W, doesn't get the engage that he really wanted. So High can't have the follow through. He doesn't have the crowd control to go ahead and get that pursuit going. And Silly also with that movement speed a little bit late to the call as Erosian has enough time to go ahead and get back under that tower. Nobody really coming out too bad or scaped up there.
So a 1-0. CSUDH finding the pick. The difference in that top lane is going to be a Trinity Force into a Bramble Vest. Full Mythic into half an item. So just unfortunate there that Darius was able to roam down and get those kills.
Yeah, and I mean, at that, I mean, sure, the Brandable Vest does some job here and there. It sits there, kind of dwindles the healing of Yone if you ever do run into that encounter. And I mean, Yone now sitting at 1-1-3, so sure, he's not just miles ahead by any means, but he's definitely doing better than Yasuo. You look at Skark Bay, 0-2-1, not too much gold to be playing with just generally because he's not in too many fights, and anytime he does engage into one, he's one of the first characters to die. So that in itself is really concerning. Know that basically High is at least ahead of that man. And you can see right there as he does a lot of damage and gets it off, he's really not too concerned about it, knowing that the rest of his team, if they ever do roam down, he's pretty safe with it.
And here we go. Junior does have teleport, only one on the map with it. Let's see if he tries to TP his way into this fight. No. There is a ward right there. They're not going to go for it. They're going to let the Ocean Drake go. And it will be a mountain map. But something to think of is that Junior does have TP, so that might be huge later in the game.
Oh, and it's Lau misses that E. He misses a lot of opportunity for the burn. He doesn't get as much as he really wanted out of that fight. If we're talking about fights to get in what you want, High can go ahead and find himself an opportune spot if he really does look to fight this, because you already see Lau possibly trying to roam down. If he can go ahead and create some longevity that it'll really work off of, knowing that you see the pings coming through, you see they're around there in that top jungle section, High marking that, saying he's going to be around this area. He's probably looking at Raptors right now. Go ahead and just hold out. See if you can linger for a second just in case he gets a little over antsy once again.
No, I like to see that there from Irison on the Thresh, roaming up, getting vision down, giving a full plate over to his ADC instead of taking half of it. The one lane where they do not have, ironically, the biggest deficit is in the bot lane at the moment. And giving that over just keeps Alexandro on par gold-wise with Misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, they really haven't been too over antsy when it comes around to this fighting. I mean, bot lane really just kind of big chilling right now. Just kind of just doing their own farm thing, doing definitely the same thing we've seen really out of top lane the entirety of the series so far. But, I mean, it's their turn. They're the ones who are saying, okay, I can go ahead and fight this. We can go ahead and just chill out. Because top lane, when you see that Darius, I mean, he's doing his own work. He's getting to roam here and there, and that's putting him ahead. And we just see Alexandra just praying to goodness that you can see Arushin grab a hook and really just play off of that.
Gotta watch out for the bullet time coming out of Misfortune, though. You did see it earlier during the first Drake fight, I believe.
We're talking about fights. We're talking about get over antsy. See right there. Hi, going ahead, closing out Ben to go ahead and give a little bit more jungle presence there for the likes of Old Ming, but maybe feel like Rift Herald, quite honestly, could have been the move there. Sure, you see old Yasuo getting over kind of confident, trying to play himself, get that Ignite down, but when you see High, doesn't have that ultimate just yet, so he's really just going to be buying out time, looking to see if he can get his Q up, but he doesn't have enough hits in just yet to get that initiative, get that presence, get that little gap closed, and have the grievous wounds to really shut down all the heals the Skark Bay's done to get themselves another little bit of health bar to be working with.
And pushed all the way into tower. Good route, though, onto the Morgana. Unable to follow up on it, though. So second plate goes down in the bot lane.
That's massive. And we mentioned not too much of an advantage, not too big of a deficit just yet, but it looks like the gap could be closing and turning around to some extent as we see Nano being grabbing that kill onto old FMZO and really working with what he's got. Giving a little bit more gold to his side. We see CSU kind of being in the deficit for the longest time. So that in itself, a nice little consolation prize to be dealing with, but barely we see CSU not grab that second plating to work off of. So Ben really getting the best deal in terms of gold there because, I mean, sure, he got the exchange, but bot lane didn't. They just got an assist while we see the other side with Silly and FMZ grabbing two platings in their own manner.
I'm curious if Alexandro goes the standard build of Gale Force or if he builds into something else. I'm assuming we're going to see the Gale Force.
I think Gale Force would be the right call. I think that's honestly like the only call, quite honestly. I mean, with Jen, sure, you can go ahead and go for a Mortal Shield Bow or something, but I mean, in this case, when you have so many characters that sit there and do so much darn damage, you know you're going to run out into Lao eventually, and you want to go ahead and have that escapability. You know Yasuo NATO is going to come out. And you know, speaking of Yasuo, that High is going to sit there and do that damage, go ahead and burn you a little bit, and win that old engagement to go ahead and give himself a little bit more breathing room towards the middle of the map.
You know, we talked about Yasuo, who's either going to go 10-0 and hit his power spike, or go 0-10 and hit his power spike, and at the moment, it looks like 0-10 is the one that's a little bit more likely.
And I mean, that's all helped the old basically High there, just kind of chilling on that old Yone pick, showing that he can have the advantage to play off of, and he's making himself more relevant in team fights because they've already sat there, they've won the last one. That Darius fight, Yone was there for those assists, so he grabbed gold off of that, he grabbed himself more of an edge. He's had a lot more CS because as you can see, he's already up whole 40 CS right now. So that's even more bonus gold for him to be playing with. Just UBC Ruby playing this game slow, methodically, just making their lead that much bigger as time goes on.
And it all comes back to the first two kills there off the aborted cheese attempt by CSUDH. But speaking of cheese, it looks like we've got some more fermenting here on the bot lane.
Most possibly, it could be some blue cheese. It could be all nasty and rotten for the side of old CSU. But honestly, they go ahead, attempt to go ahead and split out basically High there as they try to have to retaliate this dragon, knowing it's going to be super low, knowing it's already there. That's going to be old Ming to find something, and a Yasuo ult to come down with the Malphite ultimate as well. Junior and Yasuo there for the whole wombo combo, grabbing a three-piece when you have the rest of the team to follow through. But you have CSU still surviving, still standing. I mean, they didn't grab the dragon. They grabbed a heck of a lot of kills out of that. But at a 3,000 gold deficit, they need to find themselves at least a tower as some kind of trade-off here to really make it worth it.
4 for O, though. I will give up a dragon for Drake for 4 kills any day. Any day I'll give up a dragon for 4 kills. As long as it's not sold.
Well, I mean, sure, maybe at 2 dragons you could consider that, but knowing that now they're on Soul basically for the likes of Ruby. So, I mean, that was the advantage. They want to go ahead and play the long game. They went ahead and bought themselves out a massive lead just in terms of gold, playing the game slowly and getting these objectives that it's really starting to pay off now. They sat there and said, we can go ahead and die if we need to. Obviously, we're going to fight for this dragon. We're going to get it. But if we die, we still have that reset. Because say come around later, whenever you had that Baron come up, because now, here and within 3 minutes, Baron's going to be coming up. And knowing that Dragon's going to be coming up in 350 as well, I mean, those timers are fairly close to each other. So if you don't rush that Dragon, if you can go ahead and buy out that time, you can use it as blackmail to get yourself a free Baron to play off of to get more tower presence.
I was saying, those 4 kills, they put people closer to items. Junior's still going with the garage sale as he went with on the Garen as well. No mythic just yet. 2 different half items. You got Noon Quiver, and that's it so far sitting on Yasuo. But just looking around, item disadvantage everywhere. So winning that fight while having item disadvantage was just huge. Plus you saw the Wombo coming in, and they're hoping that one just happens more and more often.
Yeah, I mean, it made Yasuo a little bit more relevant. It got him right back in the game to some extent, now being 1-3. So this is not going to be an 0-10 power spike we're going to see. So maybe he might not ever hit it. Lord knows. But so long as the game goes on a little bit longer, we can see the storyline develop a little bit more so. Because I feel like when it comes around to Junior, he's building that Sunfire. But quite honestly, Abyssal Mask could be a move for him if he's really trying to work into Yasuo to give him that damage to be playing off of.
Yeah, could be interesting. We could see it. Could be interesting. Ooh, Ming hiding back there in the shadows. Junior needs to be careful.
You got 3 players towards the middle of the map. You most definitely want to be careful because you see Scarpe right there towards the bottom of the map saying, all right, look, basically High is so far ahead of me in CS right now, I really can't do all that much. But it really doesn't matter in the bot lane when you see that top lane coming through. Malphite burning that ultimate to go ahead and get out to get to some safety. Not running into anybody in the meantime. So that was a perfect little needle to be threaded right there to be go ahead, get that escape to be working off of and really make it out alive to some extent. But you see Lau alive and well, still at that 3-0 threshold and having some minions to come through and help him. He's going to go ahead and grab this tower, create a little bit more free space for him to roam around if he does choose so.
Yeah, now 4,000 gold lead currently on the side of UBC Ruby. Is it going to be enough though? Like I said, good team fighting composition for CSUDH. So just being up on the cash side might not be enough.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a little bit more. So there's going to be some more objective lockdowns coming through. There's going to be some presence on the map. And I mean, quite honestly, you found yourself in gold advantage. You found yourself in drag advantage. Now you just need some more towers to be working with because you're already at 3-0, but you got to get yourself to a nexus at the end of the day. And you find a tower on each lane, you've allocated that pressure out instead of narrowing it down to one place where you sit there and force the enemy team to go ahead and narrow down their options and say, we need to allocate more players to this so we can lock down another side of the map.
Waiting to see what's going to happen here. Teleport is up for Junior, so he can get down to the Drake if need be. 53 seconds till it comes up.
This Drake timing lineup is so unfortunate. You see the Baron up, and quite honestly, UBC could dip out of it. They could say, we want to go for this Baron, but it doesn't seem to matter too much because you already see Lau trying to get out a little bit. You see the rest of the team spreading out to some extent, so the Malphite ult isn't going to be all that useful just yet because you don't have the flash. You can't really plan into it too much, but you do have that rush. You just got to see if the rest of the team gets together because basically High being at the front of the charge here, already getting hooked out. That's going to be massive for Junior to go ahead and get a little bit of an engage. Get the ult up, get the Yasuo ult to come through with it, but nobody falls this shit. It's basically High is that much more fed now, has that much more life steal, finds himself a double with the likes of old Lau to be working off of, and Arushin is going to be running away for his life as he's the last man standing. Is going to be caught out and giving a soul over to the likes of UBC Ruby.
Just unfortunate there. The first time they pulled that one, no shield bow available for basically High. Now with the shield bow, the Yasuo ult isn't the insta-kill they needed it to be. And with basically High not going down, he was there to do damage. And that could be the final nail in the coffin, as this push is going to be massive.
And quite honestly, you see it already. You see the team not really caring at all. You know a Baron is up. You can go ahead and get that really push coming through, but you just see him instead opting to just go for towers where they can, forcing out another fight, possibly the Baron here coming soon, saying, you know, if we won the last team fight, we just got all that gold off of that and a Mountain Soul as well. So, I mean, we can continue to go with this. Only issue is you see Silly getting caught out here, not able to escape from the likes of Scarpe, giving himself that gold to be playing off of, with Ming trying to come to the rescue for whatever reason.
And we might see a second pick here as well.
Oh, not with that
Great
flash.
Great flash. Rushin still looking, finding. Stops the back, but it doesn't look like they're going to follow up.
No, he's not. You see Ming just kind of doing his own thing once again, using that old sentry to some extent to go ahead and keep himself alive, keep himself some intel on the field to know where Rushin's hiding, because this man's been an absolute nuisance when it comes around to being on that old Thresh pick. I mean, we saw the picks earlier. We saw the plays. The Master E7 just being flashed time in, time out, because time in, time out, he's really just impressed us with it. And knowing he's still alive, he's going to go ahead and get picked off with the rest of the team following through. You have the entirety of UBC being towards the middle of this map. With Ming surprisingly possibly recalling here, I mean, I feel like a Baron pick could be in order coming up here soon. They're getting their lead to be that much more so. They have so much gold of an advantage. They have so much advantage just in terms of general items. They could opt for it so easily.
And I'm just waiting for them to go for it, because if they wait too much longer, you're going to let Alexandro get in here. Jin is not the kind of champion you want to give time to. Just finished his collector. Not the guy you want finishing items.
You most definitely don't. And talked about the Baron, say it enough times and you can speak it into creation. And that in itself, it all comes down to whether or not this can get stolen. Because you know right there on the edge, Junior had that ultimate, but he didn't know how to use it. Instead, you see Ben trying to go ahead and get over, but instead he's going to find his demise on the other side in that Baron pit. Get himself picked off as you see High grabbing the first kill of that. Doing a little bit more damage over to Junior and forcing the rest of the team down the middle, saying, let's go ahead and end this one out, because we got Mountain Drake, we got Mountain Soul at that, with a lot of shield to be dealing with. We got Baron up on top of that to go ahead and close it out if we feel so.
I'm going to have to raise an eyebrow on that one. Nano Ben, very late, and they did have a ward over the wall. So I don't think he was looking at that one blind. I think he was just super late getting over the wall.
I possibly think so as well. And even then, I mean, you had Junior with that ultimate. You had the Yasuo ultimate as well. I feel like that's your last rally, quite honestly. I mean, knowing you're going to get themselves a massive advantage. You have no objectives to be working off of. Elder comes up in 3 minutes, but I mean, the damage could already be done by then, unless you see basically High caught out on his lonesome, looking for a way to escape, but he really just goes right to the grass of Junior. More to go ahead and come out, but not enough to keep him alive and get that life steal off to get himself back in the game. And with the rest of the team recalling, there's no capitalization on this or manipulation of the fact they were all top.
But unfortunately, if you're CSUDH, you're still down 9,000 gold.
Yeah.
You're going to need more than one good pick. It was a great pick, but you're going to need more than one good pick to get yourself back into this one.
I feel like it was personally more of a slip up when it comes around to the side of UBC. You have your Baron buff, you have your Mountain Soul. Sure, you want to go ahead and spend that gold, but you're so far ahead that even you without buying are still ahead in terms of your inventory to the likes of CSU. Make the most of that push. You see Yona get caught out on top, you can grab an inhibitor on the bottom, quite honestly, if you have enough players down there.
Minute 50 until Elder comes up, and you can already see UBC Ruby setting up vision, denying vision. Ming might find himself some trouble here.
Most definitely could. I mean, already getting rooted out, using the R to try and keep himself alive for a little bit longer, and the Black Shield to come through as well. It's going to be a little bit of immunity to the crowd control and a little bit more survivability on the field. But, I mean, with Zen's out and that life steal, he could just go ahead and farm out a little bit more so. But instead, he's going to go ahead and opt for that recall, use that Baron short recall one more last time with the rest of the squad, and Lau being the only one to go ahead and stick it out, along with Yone and basically High being right there in the middle of the map, just trying to push it up.
Lau Ganma, a perfect game so far, 7-0-2.
Yeah, that's good. That's for people. I mean, usually a Darius at this stage, that's where they would get a little bit over antsy and say, all right, I'm a Darius who's 7-0. I can do whatever I want. But I mean, Lau doing this perfectly, just playing it slow, being very methodical about his pushes, playing with the rest of the team and saying, you know what, we want to go ahead and close this out and be safe about it to make sure we can guarantee it.
One, and I'm not going to say they're playing poorly, but the lowest performer right now on UBC Ruby is actually Wowie Salili on Misfortune.
Yeah,
0-2 and 7.
that's I feel like that's in part from the early picks. I mean, you go ahead and miss out on that. You see Alexandro and Erushin just kind of playing very passive in that bot lane after that. Knowing they sat there and lost themselves the edge when it came around to that CS. I mean, Solili has the advantage when it comes around to CS, but you just don't have that much when it comes to gold advantage because, I mean, Alexandro has found himself in more team fights. He's found more success with it as well, and I think that's the biggest factor. But whether or not Jin can actually enter this game and really do that much damage is still to be spelled out of whether or not CSU can go ahead and fight on this Elder Dragon. Because if it falls over to one side or the other, I mean, this could get CSU right back in the game, but UBC is looking to close it out with this.
Absolutely. And Ming might have been caught out.
Maybe if basically High wasn't there with the ultimate to go ahead and get the knockup to come through, the rest of the team with the follow through, Ming just really still pushing in, knowing he has that backup from Lau. That 7-0 Darius we mentioned earlier, still doing his work, doing his job. They didn't even need the Elder Dragon. They're just pushing right in, doing that work, getting those kills, and pushing right up the middle of the map to go ahead and grab out this inhibitor tower.
Lao Gan Ma, let's rename him Raid Boss. Raid Boss Darius as doing work 9-0 and 3 and saying, nope, we got this.
Great little finish there because I'm sure they definitely have enough time. You see Erushin just kind of playing it slow, just saying, nah, I'm not doing this, buddy. This is a 1v4 that I do not want to pick. They have a Mountain Soul. There's so much there that's just kind of out of my grasp. And you see the rest of the team going right along with it, letting those minions finish it off. We see UBC finish off this series, letting it 2-1 and finishing it off the night. Grab themselves another game, now sitting at 2 wins for their squad and 3 losses. So, I mean, we saw CSU. They have more games of experience, but at the end of the night, it doesn't speak as much volume as we expected.
Yeah, no, unfortunately there for CSUDH, I think once again it came down to pick ban. I think they got outpicked in the mid lane. That's all. I think that's all it comes down to. We saw Shark Bay on the Akali destroy basically High on the Zoe.
Yeah.
And that just came down to pick ban. And I'm going to go ahead and, Riot Games, a little independent company, they don't always have the most equal of champions. And I think Yone being a newer champion, maybe just a little bit more polished than the Yasuo, able to do a little bit more than the Yasuo, able to move around a little bit faster than the Yasuo, things that Yasuo mains usually don't have to worry about, So maybe just coming out there and no offense, everybody knows the Riot Games small independent company joke. I'm not making a new joke here by any means, but so it started out in the mid lane, basically High 8-3 to Shark Base 2-5.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the top lane.
All right, what's up? Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I mean, the top lane, you mentioned movement, and obviously that's a big consideration, just looking at Yone and Yasuo's kits. But I mean, if we're talking movement, I feel like there wasn't very much movement from Junior. Having that TP and not really making the most of it, he wasn't around the map as much as we expected him to be. And even in that bot lane, I mentioned, go bot and then find yourself a double. We could have seen that at any point in time for bottom to really get an advantage to run away with. Because CSU, I mean, they're top. Malphite, he goes ahead, TPs, he ults. You get a thresh hook off of that, that's a free kill, I feel. But we just never saw that or any initiative anywhere else on the map besides top for the longest time. Sure, Lau went ahead and roamed and he went down to that, top jungle area and grabbed himself 3 kills. That sucks. Go somewhere else and get 3 kills of your own to go ahead and buff that out and make yourself relevant and help your team out as well. And we just never saw that roam potential out of him to make himself in those shoes to where he can really put himself ahead, or at least the rest of his team, and then be an agent of chaos or a catalyst for that at that.
Well, and, you've got Erushin down there on the Thresh. Erushin, arguably, at least rank-wise, the best player on that team. All you have to do is say, hey, toss a ward over the wall by Tribush.
Yeah.
That way, when they push up, I can TP down behind. They have nowhere to go, and I'll be able to get the knockup, and you guys can just walk in. You actually call it out. Jin can get the curtain call up and running before the teleport even finishes.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much potential there.
So much potential. Just a little bit wasted. And Lao Gan Ma going back to the Darius and saying, you know what? I looked bad on the Darius in game 1, and I want people to know that I'm a good Darius player.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. I think Lao Gan Ma said, no. I'm a good Darius player, and I need to prove it right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Garen really just wasn't his matchup. Malphite, he looked a heck of a lot better, and that was all, like we said, in part of that little engagement, that little scuffle that went in that top jungle. A little bit over antsy for the side of old CSU, and that really kind of bit him in the rear towards the end there, to go ahead and give them that gold advantage, to give them just generally that presence advantage, because you saw it over the course of the game. The more and more they won those team fights and they had Lowther to be working off of, the more comfortable they felt with it. And even then with High, I mean, you get in that top jungle, that's your worst scenario, sure, but you're not really too concerned about it. The only big Fed guy you have to worry about is High in that mid lane. But if you go into that top jungle and try and roam there, not only do you have a Fed out of his mind Yone, or a guy who just has that much more CS advantage, so he has almost nearly an item advantage in terms of gold, but you also have a Fed Lao who has himself 3 kills and that much gold advantage off of that. So you're really just setting yourself up for failure. And we saw Being go up there every single time to just wander up to the top, and it just didn't work out.
Now, and this is something I did point out in game number 2 when I saw the team comp in game number 2. I loved it for CSUDH. It was an assassin-heavy, dive-heavy, mobility-heavy comp. I said, that's the comp they need to be playing.
Yeah.
And they played that same style of game, but they didn't have the mobility. You had Nanoben on a Trundle, not on a Kha'Zix, diving into a jungle fight, not having any way to get out. You had Sharkbait, yeah, you got a million dashes on Yasuo, but nowhere near the range of dash potential as the Akali.
Yeah.
You know, you're looking at Alexandro, and Alexandro had a pretty good game. 4-3-2 is not a bad game for an ADC, but without the ability to stealth in and set up a perfect position. So I really think CSUDH, they will find so much more potential playing to their strength, because when they played to their strength, that assassin damage mobility comp, they were a completely different team.
I most completely agree. I mean, they sat there, they had a lot more mobility. With the Akali, you can get those dashes off, as you said, when it comes around that mid lane. You can get those roams a lot more easily, because when you're looking for a dash, when you're trying to speed up those roams and get yourself that much more ahead, Akali doesn't have she just has energy to worry about. She doesn't have any mana, neither does Yasuo, but Akali doesn't need a target to dash. She can E in an opposite direction. She can go ahead and pop that W, give herself that movement speed to be playing off of. There's so much more potential there out of an Akali that we saw out instead of a Yasuo that, I mean, I feel like it could have been that much more efficient against even a Yone. I mean, I feel like the Yasuo was just more kind of like a, oh, well, this is the legendary mid lane that everybody loves to see. But at the end of the day, Yone 9 times out of 10 comes out on top of it. And that's something you really just played into.
And, you know, we were talking about it during the pro draft. We were talking about, I mentioned Diana. Someone else mentioned Katarina. I think both of them would have been better picks for Sharkbait. I don't know Sharkbait's champion pool, so they might not be in his pool. But I just think mobility-wise, style of play-wise, I think either of them, especially Katarina. I wish I had thought of Katarina. I thought of Diana. Somebody else said Katarina. I'm like, nope, that's the one. That's the one they need to go with right there.
Yeah, just not enough there, not enough mobility, not enough presence around the map, regardless of what lane you're really considering for the side of CSU there. But that's going to be the cause of their downfall. At the end of the day, they go ahead, end out this season. I think it's sitting at 1-6 now, so that's going to be a little bit short. Not the best standing, because, as we said, it was more of just a bragging game at the end of the day, because they're both locked out of this playoffs at this point. But regardless, they have another season to come through, because spring will be coming up soon. But regardless of that, we're going to be coming back here soon with playoffs here. So that in itself, a little bit exciting to think about. And, I mean, everything considered, we're going to see some teams that y'all saw tonight come back with it, possibly make a bigger run than they expected. And we're going to see a lot more regions, and we're going to see a lot more stakes be raised here in the coming weeks.
Yeah, no, that's going to be exciting. It's going to be super exciting. I know our producer is getting tired, though. I think I just heard him yawn in my headset. Mick, why don't you send these people home tonight?
Oh, I'm definitely here for it. So with all that, thank you all for joining us. That was our last series here for the night. I know it's a little bit late for some. Still fairly early for others here on a Friday night, but regardless, we'll give everybody their abode, give them their time to have a great rest of your night. We'll catch you back here next week with some more NECC action. It's been a pleasure. We'll catch you soon.